Field of Dreams, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1, 22nd of January, 1811. Mr. Darcy, please allow me to introduce myself. I am E.R. Bennet from Longbourn in Hertfordshire. I was provided your name by my aunt, Mrs. Madeline Gardiner, who grew up as Miss Carrington in the small community of Lambton. Her praise of the Darcy family's ability to efficiently manage an estate, plus your reputation, and that of your father, of being responsible stewards of the land, is my motive for writing to you. 2 months ago, my beloved father fell ill, leaving the responsibility of managing our property to me. In truth, until that time, I was more concerned with finding enjoyment in life, rather than worrying about my livelihood. Therefore I was caught unawares, and found to be, for the most part, unskilled and unprepared. Yet I am eager to learn and apply good counsel. I am also well aware that arduous work and long hours are required to maintain oversight of the land I was born to love. Any sacrifice for my family and our home would be worth it to me. These past months, the good people of Meryton have taken it upon themselves to advise me on almost every decision a property owner needs to make. Since much of the information is conflicting, I find that I require a source who is not influenced by long-standing ties to my family and Longbourn. Our circumstances are not yet dire. With that said, I will do all within my power to see that they never become so. Bennets have lived at Longbourn for 2 centuries. We are a large family of 7. I am the second eldest. My sisters Jane, Mary, Catherine and Lydia believe my father's illness is temporary. Only my mother and I have been apprised of his true situation. Despite hearing the words directly from the mouth of a physician, my mother denies their truth, imagining that all will soon be well. According to the doctor, my father's decline will likely be long and slow, if nothing untoward happens. But decline he will. Should he suffer another spell, his end will be far sooner. For this I am unprepared. I share these personal details, so you will have a thorough understanding of our circumstances. Longbourn has 4 tenants who intend, again, to sow the whole of their acreage with wheat. It was also the intention of the home farm to do the same. The acreage of our total property is 182, by the Falmouth measurements, that of 4,840 yards of 36 inches. Our soil is rich and well irrigated. Our buildings are sound. The tenants appear healthy and content with their annual yields, approximately £48 per square foot, and quarter rents are paid on time. My concern is this. In my young lifetime, I will reach my majority in November, I recall the fear and financial upheaval from the crop failures of 1799 and 1800. While we had enough grain and game to feed our family and those dependent upon us, there were no crops to sell nor rents to collect. I am not asking you to predict the weather or speculate if we will have too much rain. Rather, I need and want to know how to diversify to protect the soil during harsh weather and provide an income source should there be another failure. My father has an extensive library of agricultural treatises by well-known science enthusiasts. During these past 2 months, I have read them all. Of the information available, the rotation of various annual crops to protect the nutrients in the soil appealed to me. Providing adequate drainage would prevent heavy rains from accumulating until we have lakes rather than planted fields. Planting cover crops, reducing tillage, and integrating livestock with the crops have also been suggested. Are these procedures you have implemented at Pemberley? Have you met with success? If I might be so bold, what else would you recommend for a property our size to have a stable, foreseeable future? My goal is a more profitable yield in the face of rising costs, volatile grain markets, and unpredictable weather. The rainfall rates in our portion of Hertfordshire since the 31st of October 1810 have been within the normal range, as stated by most landowners who have resided here for more than 4 decades. Sir, I understand that you are a busy man. You are under no obligation to respond. However, my aunt respects and trusts your family implicitly. Since I feel the same about her, I will trust you as well. Respectfully, E.R. Bennet. Elizabeth sanded, folded and sealed the missive before she could change her mind about sending it by express. The quicker her letter arrived in Derbyshire, the home of the Darcys, the sooner she might gain the information, if indeed Mr. Darcy were to reply. Lizzie, it would not do for anyone to discover that you, an unattached lady, had corresponded with a man wholly unrelated to us. Her eldest sister Jane was always a model of propriety and kindness. You are correct. However, who else should I ask? Elizabeth splayed her fingers, tapping on them one at a time, as she continued. Uncle Gardiner is one of the wisest men I know, but he knows little of farming. Sir William Lucas hardly knows enough to keep his fields productive, yet he suggested we let the land rest until father recovers, or better yet allow our closest neighbours, which happens to be the Lucases, to farm Longbourn's fields, keeping any profit from their efforts. Mr. Hanniger, the blacksmith, who holds no land other than that under his forge and stables, suggested we lease the fields to others, so they could increase their annual revenue. The rents, he suggested, would not have provided 2 months' income for Longbourn. Of course, his friends, who aim to skim the cream from rich farmlands, provide a motive for his offer. She dropped her palm to the desk. Must I continue? Jane's eyes dropped to her hands, clasped in her lap. I had not thought our neighbours could be thoughtless. Poor Jane. Their father's illness affected each family member differently. For the eldest Bennet, careless comments of others had marred her view that individuals acted empathetically. Since the inception of their father's illness, when Elizabeth had taken on the responsibility for the estate, criticisms heaped upon her had weighed on her slim shoulders. She was not anticipating bearing another attack from anyone in the community. With that said, her courage rose with every effort to intimidate her. She would not fail. If our circumstances and the conduct of the neighbourhood means approaching a stranger for guidance, rather than heeding the varied recommendations of those we have known for our lifetimes, I will do it with no regrets. Elizabeth had been shocked at how old family friends were willing to take advantage of her father's illness. No, the best thing for the Bennets and Longbourn was an impartial voice, one who had no interest in filling his own coffers from someone else's holdings. When someone tapped at her father's bookroom door, she pushed the missive under a stack of farm journals. Come. Hill, their long-suffering housekeeper, ushered her uncle Ralph Phillips within. Instantly Elizabeth could feel the blood pounding at the base of her neck. Bile surged from her stomach to the back of her throat. Jane retreated to another room, leaving her alone to face the hungry lion. Now, Lizzie, it is hardly fitting for a female to sit at a desk to review an estate's accounts. Either permit me to take the reins, managing Longbourn from my office, or convince your father to allow me to correspond with the gentleman who will inherit Longbourn, once Thomas leaves this mortal coil. If my information is correct, the heir is a single man who is likely in want of a capable wife. If I promoted you to him, your future and Longbourn would be secured. Ire threatened to overwhelm Elizabeth. Until her father's illness, Elizabeth considered her uncle a fair man. Despite his being married to her mother's eldest sister, who was a fountain of gossip and silliness, he had presented a long-suffering, respectable persona to others. However, since Thomas Bennet's apoplexy, her uncle's true nature was exposed as both covetous and belligerent, as if the only person qualified to rule over her family's estate was himself. Elizabeth, your presumptuousness astounds me. Rolling his eyes, her uncle confessed. In fact, I have been in contact with Longbourn's heir since the report of Thomas's health became known in Meryton, and Mr. Collins requested that I look after his interests in his stead. Uncle, your presumptuousness astounds me. Speaking through gritted teeth, her hands clenching the edge of her father's desk, she assessed the damage the paperweight might do if she flung it at his forehead. Controlling her urge, she stated instead, As I have told you daily since father's illness, Papa is satisfied with the way matters are being cared for at Longbourn. His continued guidance is invaluable. His wisdom is sound. Elizabeth knew her words were only partially true. Her father had more bad days than good, but her uncle did not need to know that information. He will not always be here. Longbourn is entailed to male heirs. Unless you marry Mr. William Collins, you and your sisters will be tossed to the hedgerows.
You need a man, a whole man, to make decisions for the future of Longbourn and your family, not your ailing father."
Her fingers curled into her palm, the nails biting into her skin. "We are managing well enough on our own." A sudden urge to kick him in the shin, while wearing her sturdy walking boots, almost drove her to act.
"Lizzie, if you believe that Agnes and I will take the 5 of you girls and your mother in, you're very much mistaken. We simply could not afford to make the gesture. However—"
He drew the word out, his tone and expression changing to a greedy sneer.
"With a healthy harvest, the money would supplement anyone who provided you a home. Perhaps then Agnes and I might offer you lodging until we could find husbands for all of you, including your mother."
"Uncle!" Elizabeth nearly snarled. "Any profits will be needed for seed for the next year, repairs to the tenant cottages, and the upkeep of this house. What is left would be for our needs alone."
"Pshaw! You know nothing," her uncle mocked. "I've taken it upon myself to suggest to the merchants of Meryton that they stop issuing credit to your mother and sisters for needless expenses like ribbons and lace. The butcher was told to deliver smaller cuts of meat, since your father cannot partake as he had done prior. As well, there should be no more deliveries from the bookseller, since there is no need to add to a library that is already full."
He gestured around the room. "You have no right," Elizabeth hissed between clenched teeth. Standing erect, she steadied herself. Only then did she speak. "As long as my father lives, I will take advice solely from him. He will not be pleased that you have attempted to usurp his authority. You will need to answer to him."
"I would like to. Allow me to see him," he said.
"Never." "He is not yet dressed for visitors, uncle."
"You said the same yesterday and the day before. Tell me, Elizabeth Rose, when will I be able to see Thomas?"
His eyelids squinted as his lips pressed together.
"What are you hiding from me, niece?"
Forcing herself to appear relaxed, she said, "Oh, nothing at all. The doctor recommends that Papa rest. It is the responsibility of my mother and sisters to see that he follows doctor's orders."
"I shall hunt down this doctor you called in from London to have him tell you to allow me to see my brother-in-law."
"Over my dead body," Elizabeth thought. "Do what you must." Stepping around the desk, she opened the door, signalling it was time for him to leave.
"You are acting the queen of the manor. I will not have a little miss thwart my plans. I will be back."
Without saying adieu, he stomped from the house. Slumping against the doorway, Elizabeth closed her eyes. The same battle had been fought daily for the past 2 months. She was weary. Nevertheless, she was not yet willing to yield. Straightening her shoulders, she admitted that she was as determined on day 60 as she had been on day 1. "Fitzwilliam, I am fatigued by all this nothingness." Georgiana Darcy placed the back of her wrist on her forehead, in as theatrical a move as she had ever done in his presence. Dropping into the chair in front of his desk, she continued, "It is this rain. I cannot stroll the garden paths, nor take my horse for a gallop across the fields. I have read every book on my shelf at least 3 times. All my friends remain in London, and you have no time for me, with all the letters of business you receive." She pouted, pointing to the stack on his desk. "Mightn't you have something to ease my misery? Anything?" He wanted to laugh. Rarely was his sister dramatic. The simple truth was that he felt exactly the same, until he had broken the seal and read the letter on top of the pile. The business of Pemberley was routine. Requests for him to share his assets were ridiculously the same. However, the letter he was reading intrigued him. It was quite different from the usual petitions for his aid.
"Georgie, I believe you arrived at the perfect time."
Standing, he waved the parchment at her as he stepped around the desk and seated himself next to her.
"This is an unusual plea from a young gentleman in Hertfordshire. I've rarely read a petition for help as sincere as this one from Mr. E.R. Bennet."
Handing the letter to his sister, he waited while she read it through. She asked, "Do you know any Bennets in Hertfordshire?"
"I do not."
Turning the paper to skim the reverse side, she mumbled, "Poor man." When she finished the final sentence, she placed the letter on her lap. There is no one in England more qualified to help him, brother. You too were left the management of an estate just months after reaching your majority. You received advice from others. He remembered many heated discussions with his Uncle Hugh about how business needed to be conducted at Pemberley. Hugh Fitzwilliam's age, title as Earl of Matlock, and strong personality tried to coerce Darcy to bend to his will. His efforts failed. Georgiana leaned closer. Do you remember those dark days after we lost father? I do. You wore misery like a cloak, despite your determination to succeed. I longed to step in and help, while not having one idea what I could have done. You need to aid this young man while his father is failing, Fitzwilliam.
I agree.
Darcy easily recalled when their father succumbed to a sudden illness 5 years earlier. The physician told Darcy later that George Darcy's weakened heart had plagued his health for years, something the master of Pemberley kept hidden from his children. Plucking the parchment from his sister, Darcy admitted that he was impressed with the careful disclosure of the letter's author. Where he had revealed more details about his family than Darcy would have done to a stranger, the circumstances were such that it was necessary. Bennet had not whined, nor had he begged for Darcy to ride in on a white horse to save the day. No, the young man intended to take control of his own property, something Darcy could respect. Do you remember any of this Carrington family from Lambton? I do not recall the name, Georgiana asked.
Darcy rubbed his chin. Mr. Carrington had the bookstore for many years. Our father was a frequent customer. By the time you came along and I was at Eton, the shop was sold. I do not recall seeing a daughter when I visited Carrington's.
Georgiana tipped her head back and closed her eyes, an expression of lovely serenity on her face. I wonder if he is handsome. Her eyes opened wide, catching her brother staring at her. He does sound handsome, does he not?
Georgiana!
Darcy was stunned.
Was not it a mere year prior that he had handed her over to the headmistress? You should not be thinking about young men, Darcy said to his sister's arch look. There are many months before you reach your 16th year, and you have at least 2 years before your bow to the Queen. I will not have you thinking about boys in the meantime, dear girl. You are simply too young.
Tell me, you did not think about the fair sex when you were my age, Fitzwilliam George Darcy, and I will call you a storyteller.
Darcy replied, Why is it that you allow only me to see this impertinent side? Aunt Helen and Uncle Hugh believe you to be as timid as a mouse. Lady Catherine fears there is something wrong with your ability to speak, since you never utter a word in her presence. Even Bingley has commented to me that he wishes his sisters were as reticent as you. Little do they know who the real Georgiana Darcy is.
Ha! Georgiana said. I learn much from observation, dear brother. One of these days I will watch you trip over your tongue when you meet a lady worthy of you.
Do not be so confident, Georgie, for I will watch you like a hawk whenever a young pup comes sniffing around you and your dowry. As for myself, when it is time for me to marry, I will select an appropriate candidate approved by my peers. My self-control is legendary. You will see nothing untoward in my courtship. Now, I shall pen a reply to Mr. E.R. Bennet. We need to help him to keep his head above water.
Elizabeth broke open the seal. While she hoped to hear from Mr. Darcy of Pemberley, she had not imagined him taking the time from his own business to actually put ink to paper. The thickness of the missive indicated it was not a denial of help.
25th January, 1811. E.R. Bennet, I am in receipt of your letter dated 22nd January. First, please allow me to extend my sympathies due to the severe illness of your father. I lost my own beloved father 5 years ago, inheriting Pemberley far earlier than I hoped. Next, I applaud you for reading the advice of experts in the scientific field. Your conclusion that drainage and crop rotation are viable for the size of your property is correct, in my studied belief. Here are some points to consider should you keep your land in wheat, and other details. 1. Once you have satisfied the needs of your home and those dependent upon you, be cautious where you take the remainder of your harvested crop to market. When someone offers you a price per bushel, know that the bushel weight the merchants demand varies between locations. For example, at Worcester and Gloucester, a bushel is £62. At Shrewsbury it is £75. Wakefield, Doncaster, and Manchester are £60. At Saltash it is 8 gallons. At Dundalk it is 20 stone. At Hertford it is sold by the load at 5 bushels. I have enclosed a chart my steward keeps current, so that you know wheat prices from the markets of autumn 1810. 2. From your letter I concluded that you do not have a steward or man of business in your employ who has contacts in the agricultural markets. Does your father have a trusted man who can negotiate for you? From experience I can tell you that they will see your youth and hound you until you desire nothing more than to be done with the business at hand. You need every shilling to go into your coffers, not those of a greedy merchant. Is there a family friend nearby who can accompany you to the sales? 3. Take the time to gain as much vital information from your father as possible before he can no longer communicate. Hopefully he is not at that place already. You will have no regrets. Instead, you will have his wisdom and guidance to sustain you and ease your doubts during the next few years. Be bold. Ask where any money is stashed away and about any personal and business investments. Get as many details written down as possible under your present circumstances. It would be devastating to get rid of your father's ugly padded chair, only to discover later that pound notes or title deeds were hidden in the cushions. 4. Learn and practice economy now. You indicated that you have family members who do not know the full extent of your father's illness. I cannot stress enough how unfair this is to them. My sister, who was a newborn when our mother died, and the age of 10 when we lost our father, agrees heartily. She is peering over my shoulder as I write this letter, and tells me that had she known of father's struggles, she would have spent more time with him. It is one of her greatest regrets. Now it is also one of mine. Keeping this from your family is also unfair to you, since it places unreasonable demands upon your estate. Tell them now. Help them to understand that the family's circumstances have forever changed. They will eventually be grateful that you trusted them, and you will have one less burden on your shoulders. A burden shared makes it lighter. 5. Since Hertfordshire soil can grow almost any crop during the regular planting season, your idea of diversifying is sound. Did you plant late autumn vegetable crops? Winter gardening is a risky business, yet it can be worth the effort and cost. Plants like beets, carrots, and parsnips, any plant with a vibrant red or purple colour, are more resistant to rot caused by winter rains. Hardy greens usually survive. Keeping the standing rainwater off them is critical. Drainage, although it requires a lot of work and expense, is a must. Despite this, think of what these crops will add to your larder. Although root crops often lose their tops and their growth will be slowed by the frost, they can supplement your dependents and livestock if needed. Any extra can be sold when harvested in the spring, mitigating the seed cost. I have provided a list of crop prices for the wide variety of grains harvested in the autumn of 1810 by shire. 6. You failed to mention your livestock. Do you raise sheep, cattle, poultry, goats? Do you have servants who can tend to diseased or wounded animals? I will stop here before you are overwhelmed, and wishing you had not contacted me. Please know that I am available and willing to give whatever assistance I can via letter. Wishing you the best in your endeavours, Fitzwilliam Darcy.
Elizabeth unfolded the 2 charts he provided. Running her finger from the top of each column to the bottom, she almost wept tears of joy. Although it was so much to take in at one time, she was up to the task. This was what she needed. Holding the letter close to her chest, she left her father's study and approached his upstairs chambers. If he was awake, she would make sure he heard every word of the advice shared by Mr. Darcy. Hopefully it was one of her father's good days. Tapping lightly on his chamber door, she waited for Mr. Hill. Like his wife, Longbourn's butler was a long-time faithful servant. As the door opened, Mr. Hill nodded his head. It was one of the rare days when her father was alert. "Papa, Mr. Darcy replied to my letter." Would her father appreciate what sounded to her like the voice of reason? Would it be difficult for him to hear the personal advice on their family affairs? She had never mourned the absence of a steward at Longbourn until her father's illness. Was he regretting his earlier choice to keep the position vacant to save money? Whatever the case, it was too late now. Taking in a quick breath, she began to read. "Smart man," her papa said as soon as she finished. A portion of Elizabeth was relieved that her father also appreciated the advice. The other portion resented that she could not accomplish everything on her own. It was her least favourite aspect of her character, that bold insistence that she knew everything she needed to know. "Where should I begin?" she asked her father.
"Tell family."
Once said, her father closed his eyes, his raspy breathing the only sound in his chambers. "Very well. I will speak to Mamma and the others immediately." Elizabeth vowed to address Mr. Darcy's points one at a time. Dreading what must be conveyed, she returned downstairs. Chapter 2. Darcy checked the stack of mail for a reply from Bennet. He had sent his missive by express. If E.R. Bennet replied right away, he should have had his response within 4 days. Yet a full week had passed already. Had he been too direct? Had the young man read his letter and decided to ignore the counsel within? Or had he been overwhelmed, or considered that Darcy had overstepped with some of his suggestions? As soon as the express rider left, Darcy and Georgiana thought of many other details they wished they had shared. "Did he write?" Georgiana followed the butler into the room, as she had done every day since she read his reply. Sorting through the stack, Darcy found one from Hertfordshire. Placing the others on the desk, he waved it at his sister, who almost bounced with eagerness. Sitting together on the sofa, he broke the seal and read the contents aloud. 27th January, 1811. Mr. Darcy, I am in receipt of your letter dated 25th January. Sir, I will begin by extending my deepest and sincerest sympathies to you and your sister for the loss of both your parents. As badly as I feel the weight of my father's illness, it must be nothing compared to the blow you received twice. Instead of becoming frustrated with my mother or father, I will from this point on cherish each minute I have with them. I was delighted to read every word of your good counsel. My Aunt Gardiner was correct. You were the perfect person to contact. I have already attempted to apply your suggestions, which is why I saved the extra coins by sending this letter by post rather than express. My Uncle Gardiner, a successful import-export businessman in London, has agreed to act as my negotiator once our winter vegetable crops are ready for harvest. The plants are in a rather sorry state. We had our first hard frost not a fortnight past. My eldest sister and I took inventory of our pantry. Longbourn is comfortably stocked with dried fruits and vegetables, grains, and those items we most savour, a good mix of tea and coffee. Due to the cold weather, we are quickly going through our wood and coal. Fortunately, a recent windstorm felled several old oaks that can be harvested for our use. In reading your letter to my father, he agreed with all you listed. I took an empty journal and quill to his room, as you suggested. By the end of our first session, I had 3 pages full of notes. As you correctly surmised, father had hidden essential papers and some money inside a hollowed-out volume of Colin Maclaurin's Treatise of Algebra. I had always considered it odd that my father kept that book close to his desk, since he loathes mathematics. My father suggested selling several lots of books that hold little interest to either of us, or of which he has several copies. Every farthing saved or earned can be used, in his words, not mine, to plump the dowries of my darling daughters. As I contemplated the wisdom of his words, a twinkle appeared in his eye, whereupon he admitted that getting rid of those books would leave room for obtaining more. He is a sly man, my papa. In keeping with my character, I will boldly ask if you primarily raise sheep or cattle. You inquired about our herds. Where most of our neighbours believe you can only graze one or the other, my father has combined them into one field. Our cattle herd is smaller, since it is primarily for our use and that of our tenants. Although we are a half-day's journey from London, there are a plethora of meat producers who flood the markets with beef. We breed and raise Romney Marsh, which are well suited to the grassy fields here in Hertfordshire. Their long white wool, as I am certain you already know, is favoured for weaving. Additionally, the sheep breed is docile, with good mothering instincts. As prolific animals, their value to Longbourn is more than if we had most of our stock in cattle. Mr. Darcy, after reading your letter to my father, it was read to my mother and sisters. They were joyous at discovering you had a sister who held an interest in what you put on the page. Each of them had a million questions, firing them at me so quickly that I was only able to capture a few. Before I share them, I will tell you that Jane is soon to be 22 years of age. She is lovely and serene. I am next in line. After me comes Mary, who at 19 is interested in improving herself by memorising Fordyce's sermons for young ladies. Catherine, who we all call Kitty, will be 18 before summer. Kitty and the youngest Lydia are similar in their youthful enthusiasm. Lydia wants you to know that she is the tallest, despite not yet being 16. By chance, is Miss Darcy close in age to any of my sisters? Kitty and Lydia speculated that she is a lovely girl, who would quite fit in with them as they peruse the ribbons and lace at the haberdashers. According to their conjectures, your sister likely has an elegant air when she walks gracefully across the room, can sing like a nightingale, floats around the ballroom like a feather when she dances, and knows the best shops in London for the finest fabrics. No matter the truth, I guess that she is a wonderful sister to you, Mr. Darcy. Before I close, my father wanted to know if you were schooled at Oxford or Cambridge. Papa is an Oxford man to his soul. If you are as well, he would have 100% confidence in you. If you were educated at Cambridge, the highest mark he could afford would be 98%, he said, based on principle and university loyalty. The whole Bennet family joins you in wishing you and your sister well. With kindest regards, I am your servant, E.R. Bennet. Darcy grinned when Georgiana plucked the pages from his fingers. Oh, brother, they appear to be delightful ladies, do they not? And their brother, you can tell by the way he writes about them, that he quite holds them in affection. The glint in her eye danced in the sunlight streaming through his study window. His letter is refreshing. He seems knowledgeable and kind, respectful of his father, and tolerant of his sisters. What a fine young man this E.R. Bennet is. Before she could take in another breath, she continued, I wonder what E.R. stands for. Possibly Edward or Edmund, Richard or Robert. What do you think? He grabbed the pages back, refolding them as they had arrived. This was the second time Georgiana had expressed her interest in young Bennet. How dare she speak of such things when she was but a child? His eyes quickly surveyed her from head to toe. When had she... Oh, she was no longer a child. As a single man in charge of her future, he was ill prepared for that. I simply cannot know, Georgie. In his mind, Darcy worried about the motive for Bennet's asking about his sister. Had it been Mr. Bennet's sisters who wanted this information, or was it the young man himself? Was this a sly trick to squirm his way into Darcy's sphere? He asked about our flocks and herds, Fitzwilliam. You will need to respond. Might I add my own reply to answer the questions of Mr. Bennet's sisters?
Allow me to write once more before you do, sister.
Darcy did not hesitate with his response. In the week since he had sent his return letter, he considered whether to end the correspondence. There was an element of risk in exchanging letters with a stranger. He had decided to wait for the reply to see if the friendly tone would continue, or if the hammer would drop by having its author request pecuniary assistance. In the past, Darcy had been approached with tact and politeness, only to discover that the eventual motive was monetary gain or promotion in society. This E.R. Bennet had not hinted that he wanted to attach his eldest sister to Darcy, nor had Bennet promoted any of his other sisters. Yet, before Darcy exposed Georgiana to an unknown family, he would see if Bennet's true intent was as he seemed, or if he desired more than he claimed. Very well. Georgiana stood to leave the room. Despite patience being a virtue, I despise waiting. However, I will. Carefully, Darcy considered how he would word his response. By the time he sanded the parchment, he was satisfied with what he had written. Papa, we have another letter from Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth tore open the missive. It had been a trying week. Out of the past 7 days, her father had been able to rouse himself from his drugged stupor only 3 times. Elizabeth cherished those periods of clarity. She often wondered about the man from Derbyshire. Was he tall and handsome, or short and rotund, autocratic or kind, Married or unattached? The tone of his first letter was friendly. Would his second be the same? Her father was sitting up in his bed. The right side of his face drooped. His hand rested on his leg with the palm turned up, and his fingers curled. His speech was muddled, causing him to repeat himself until she could understand. He nodded, then frowned. "Papa, are you in pain?" He shook his head slowly. Leaning back on the headboard, he closed his eyes. A tear gathered at the corner of his lid, sliding down his cheek.
"Frustrated,"
he murmured, spittle dripping onto his chin. "I imagine you are," Elizabeth agreed, her heart aching to see his struggles. Wiping his face dry with a cloth left at his side for that purpose, she said, "Papa, right now you are the most valuable person at Longbourn. Your brain still holds all the information we need to be a success. I beg you to take the tonic the physician left only when it is necessary. Please, Papa, I beg you."
"Oh, understand, Lizzie."
More tears fell. The weight of his suffering almost crushed her. "You are correct. I do not understand." Wiping his tears and hers, she lifted the letter so he could see it. "Allow me to read what Mr. Darcy has written. I have my journal here to record your response." Her father nodded as he opened his eyes.
4th of February, 1811. E.R. Bennet, thank you for your letter of 29th January. I immediately shared your words with my sister. She was pleased to learn of your family. Your father was wise to invest in Romney Marsh. Originally bred in Kent, they are a hearty breed, perfect for your climate and grasses. We endure harsh winter climates in Derbyshire, so our needs differ from southern England. Like you, our meat production feeds our family, servants and tenants. As well, we often share with neighbours who are in need. It is our wool that funds Pemberley. We are close enough to manufacturers that the costs of getting our product to market are minimal. For at least a small portion of your fields, I might suggest you consider planting hops, barley and rye for brewing. 3 years ago, we converted an acre to growing hops, which are not an optimal crop for our area. The initial effort of building a trellis tall enough, 8 to 10 feet or taller, is costly and time-consuming. However, the benefits are excellent. Currently, most breweries are importing hops from outside of England. Imagine if they knew they could get high-quality products closer to home. If you choose to proceed, you should plant them in the spring, after the last frost is behind you. Since they are a rooted plant, they will come back each year. Chop them down to about 6 inches once harvested, and loosen the soil around them. Because we have much colder weather in the north, we bed the plants down with a thick mulch, so the frost does not reach the roots. This is only a suggestion, mind you. Please inform your father that I am a Cambridge man, with a codicil that I often travelled to Oxford to use the Bodleian. In my opinion, there is no other place like it in all of England. I would hope this would increase his confidence to at least 99%. Best wishes for his improved health, and your family's prosperity. Respectfully, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Elizabeth was pleased with what he wrote, but disappointed with what he did not. Any questions about Miss Darcy had been ignored. Instead, the underlying message seemed clear. There would be nothing personal between the families. Elizabeth respected his decision. To be a wealthy landowner with one of the largest properties in the country, he must often receive claims on his time to aid others. She did not want to become a pest. Therefore she would only write again if it was absolutely necessary. "What did you think of the letter?" Slowly her father replied, "Fine idea, hops. Like good beer."
"Yes, you do." She patted his arm. "I do need to acknowledge his letter, Papa. Perhaps I will merely thank him for taking his time to help us along, and wish him and his sister a pleasant spring planting and autumn harvest." He struggled to say,
"You good girl, Lizzie."
She kissed his cheek and left to pen her final letter to Mr. Darcy. Chapter 3. Winter rushed into a busy spring and summer. Longbourn's fields ripened with grains, a variety of vegetables and fruits, In the southern field, the hops wound their way up the trellis. By autumn, the grain was bursting to be plucked, the animals had fattened, and the gardens and orchards overflowed with produce. Elizabeth could not have been more satisfied. During the intervening months, her father had suffered one illness after the other. Winter fever, which he barely survived, hit him in the springtime. Bedsores ravaged him in the summer heat, and the muscles on his right side shortened and shriveled almost daily. Elizabeth fretted as the evenings began to hold the chill until the morning. The physician did not believe her father would survive another winter. Each month since her husband's apoplexy, Francine Bennet complained about Elizabeth working like a man. Nothing the second daughter could do or say convinced her mother that decisions did not get made by themselves. The matron of Longbourn believed a man, not a 20-year-old girl, should lead the way. Her uncle Ralph continued to harass her, question every decision made, and threaten her with usurping her authority. Despite his threat of cutting off their credit, it turned out to be an unexpected favour, as it slowed her mother and sister's spending almost to a halt. Daily, Elizabeth discovered that she loved getting her hands in the soil and watching things grow under her care. She loved the rich smell of newly turned earth. Knowing that her efforts filled Longbourn's larder and fed her family thrilled her, satisfying a portion of her heart she was unaware of before. In addition to Mr. Darcy's advice, she had the good counsel of Henry Duncan, a tenant who had spent every one of his 62 years at Longbourn, far longer than anyone else, including her father. Although Mr. Duncan railed against change, he quickly adapted. It was he who realised that Elizabeth's rush to get the seed in the ground was too early. It was he who convinced her not to sell their bull when the offer had seemed incredibly high. It was also Mr. Duncan who set the price and started keeping records when they began charging for the prime bull to service their neighbours' cows. In fairness, the commission Elizabeth gave Mr. Duncan was enough that the man could retire. However, work was in Mr. Duncan's blood. He said he was born at Longbourn, and he would die there when the time came. Still, even with his guidance, there had been failures. Elizabeth's youth and inexperience had cost Longbourn needed funds on a few occasions. Many, many times she had desperately wanted to beg Mr. Darcy for advice. Nevertheless, not once did she put quill to paper. Instead, she endeavoured to learn valuable lessons from her failures, lessons that would serve her, whatever her future endeavours. In the middle of the October harvest, when Longbourn's tenant farmers and Elizabeth were at their busiest, a letter arrived from one Mr. William Collins, heir to Longbourn. It took him 3 full pages to state his intention of arriving to survey his inheritance at 4 o'clock on the 18th of November, a Monday. Elizabeth crumpled the papers in her fists, then threw the mangled ball at the far wall. The arrogance, the presumptuousness, the ignorance of the man in thinking he would be welcomed when they were in distress. She gritted her teeth. Once the heir saw her father, there could be no more denying that he would be inheriting soon. How would Mr. Collins react? Would he run to Uncle Philip's so both men could revel and plot together? Panic made her consider possible scenarios where she could hide her father from both men. Yet she could not. Thomas Bennet was not going anywhere. Huffing, she retrieved the offensive letter, smoothing the wrinkled pages on the surface of her father's desk. She would do all that she could do, and no more. Pulling the account book in front of where she sat, she was fully engrossed in tallying the columns when her mother strolled under the lintel. "Lizzie, we need to talk." Closing the most current volume, Elizabeth gave her mother her full attention. Since she had followed Mr. Darcy's advice of informing her family of their suspected future changes, Francine Bennet had made a sincere effort to regulate her spending and that of her girls. Like Elizabeth, sometimes there were failures. Rather, often there were failures. "Lizzie, Netherfield Park is let at last." In her excitement, her mother was almost breathless. "He is reputed to be a single man with 4,000 a year, according to Mrs. Nicholls' niece, who should know since her aunt has been the housekeeper at Netherfield Park since before you were born. Mr. Bingley is bringing guests with him for a small house party that is to last until the year's end. We could have 1 or more weddings before the snow falls, depending on how many single gentlemen accept the invitation." Elizabeth considered the information. Then she handed Mr. Collins' letter to her mother. Francine Bennet cautiously checked the signature before reading the salutation. She frowned. Pulling the handkerchief from her sleeve, her mamma dabbed at her eyes as she slowly read each page. "We are surrounded by fools, Lizzie," her mother sniffed. "My fool of a brother-in-law must have written to him now that we can no longer hope for a good outcome for Mr. Bennet. From the onset of Thomas's illness, I vowed not to say anything to Ralph or my sister about our situation. I made Kitty and Lydia promise as well. To accept their sympathy meant it was true." She placed the letter on her lap and snorted. "And this man, this Mr. Collins, writes like he has already inherited. Well, he supposes he will have the pick of my daughters for a bride when he comes. I will tell you that I will not allow him to marry Jane, not when Mr. Bingley lives on the estate next to us." Elizabeth groaned. Security was, and always had been, of vital importance to the matron of Longbourn. "Mamma, from the sale of Papa's books, which brought a tidy sum, and the funds Papa had available in the accounts, the empty cottage next to the Phillipses' house can be purchased for our use. Papa's only concern, as is mine, is how hard it would be for you to be close to Longbourn and no longer be its mistress. Would you rather a fresh start, a new beginning somewhere else?" Closing the account book, Elizabeth added, "Once we leave Longbourn, we will not have an income from the estate coming in to pay for necessities after the little money left over from the purchase is gone. Our sole means of survival will be the interest from the portion you brought to the marriage. If we relocate to the cottage, we will need to stay at the cottage." Francine Bennet acted like she had not heard one word Elizabeth uttered. "If Jane marries Mr. Bingley, we could have a home at Netherfield Park, a far better situation than Longbourn. Mr. Collins could have this old place." "True," Elizabeth said. "However, what if Mr. Bingley is a terrible man, who is cruel and cheap? Would you still have Jane marry him?" Her mother hesitated. I would not." That slight pause sent chills down Elizabeth's spine. "Mamma, you would not push Jane at Mr. Bingley without coming to know him first, would you?" She did not answer right away. "Of course not." Within a hair's breadth her mother's imagination was fully charged. "Oh, just imagine our Jane as the mistress of Netherfield Park, the grandest estate in Hertfordshire. How could Mr. Bingley not want her? She could not be so beautiful for nothing." Elizabeth groaned internally. Her mother had made many changes over the past months. For this, Elizabeth had to give her credit. However, at heart, Mamma was afraid of the future as a widow when she would be reliant upon her daughters. "Perhaps Mr. Collins is handsome enough to overlook his poor manners," her mamma suggested. "Then we could all stay here, should he choose you or Mary." "Mamma!" Elizabeth was sick inside at the thought. As Chaucer and Oliver Goldsmith wrote, handsome is as handsome does. "Well, I do not care who wrote it, Lizzie. Having one or two of you well settled would take the burden off me to support you." Elizabeth barely refrained from rolling her eyes. Selfishly, her mother's consideration was, first and foremost, what was best for her. That single fact had motivated Francine Bennet to be careful with her purchases, for the most part. Yet when she was insistent on spending as she pleased, the mistress of Longbourn came out in full force. "Daughter, I am fully aware that we cannot have new gowns for each of you for the assembly next week. There is simply not enough time to have fashionable garments constructed. When I thought we would be seeing the same 24 families we normally see at the dance, your old gowns were good enough. But now that we know Mr. Bingley and his friends possibly will be in attendance, well, some new lace and ribbons would not be remiss." This had been Elizabeth's greatest failure. During the past months, she repeatedly gave in to her mother's pleas, for the sake of peace in the household. Before his illness, Elizabeth had often criticised her father, in her mind only, for not standing firm against a demanding wife. Not missing the irony, Elizabeth had given in for precisely the same reason as her father, and wished she had not started on that course. Yet who was she but the daughter? In truth, her mother had far more authority than she did. Oh, but she wished her father was hale. None of this would have mattered. Ribbons, mamma. We can bear the cost of a few strips of fabric, Elizabeth suggested. Her mamma pouted.
If only my brother-in-law had not spoken to the haberdasher about extending us credit. Why, with Jane's marriage we will be able to spend as we did before all this began. My Jane will be Mrs. Bingley, or I am not Mrs. Bennet of Longbourn.
Mamma! It did no good to attempt to get Francine Bennet to reason, once her mind was set on a notion. Her mother rushed from the room, calling, "Girls, girls, do not dawdle. We need to purchase ribbons." At the door she turned back.
"Come, Lizzie, you are not yet too old or responsible not to dress and act like a young lady desiring a lovely evening of dancing and laughter. In this I refuse to take no for an answer."
This was the crux of the difficulty for Elizabeth. Her mind told her she needed to be frugal, yet her heart wanted to sing and dance, with no worries weighing her down. Like the other times she had given in to her mother, her heart won the battle. Fitzwilliam Darcy's eyes reviewed the totals at the bottom of his account book. It was satisfying to see the fruits of his labours. Pemberley's harvests for the year would easily cover the costs for adding the new orangery to his estate. The craftsman had begun construction of the project in June. The building was scheduled for completion that very afternoon. His sense of accomplishment filled him with a combination of relief and joy. Was E.R. Bennet feeling the same? Several times he had taken up his quill to write to the young man in hopes he would learn that his counsel had been followed, and the new manager of Longbourn was doing well. However, his trust in the integrity of others had been shattered. His sweet sister had been put upon by a treacherous former friend and a vile companion who was complicit in the scheme, while she stayed at Ramsgate to enjoy the seaside air. Had Darcy not travelled to join her that fateful Thursday in July, Georgiana would have been permanently tied to George Wickham, a notorious bounder, in a successful elopement. If Darcy had delayed his journey an hour, he would have arrived in Ramsgate only to see the back of the carriage headed to Gretna Green. Instead, the confrontation between him and his one-time childhood companion had been horrible for his sister. Wickham's claims that Georgiana Darcy was only desirable for her large dowry crushed his sister's heart. It had taken Darcy several months of constant reassurance to recover at least a modicum of Georgiana's confidence. "Fitzwilliam?" Georgiana peeked around the doorway to his study. "I've had a letter from Aunt Helen requesting my presence in London. She would like me to stay with her at Matlock House for the winter, as she says, to provide some feminine relief from Uncle Hugh, Anthony and Richard." Hugh and Helen Fitzwilliam believed the sun rose and set with Georgiana Darcy. In truth, so did both of their sons. Richard, who shared her guardianship with Darcy, would take special care to see she was protected from harm, and from Wickham. "Do you desire to go, Georgie?" He had planned a full winter season of relaxation at Pemberley for the two of them. However, if she wanted to join their family in town, he refused to stop her. "I suppose—" Georgiana picked up an opened letter covered in ink splotches and scratched out words. "Is Mr. Bingley at the point where he is begging you to come to Hertfordshire yet? His sister has written to me twice to encourage you to come. She fears her brother has made a ghastly mistake leasing Netherfield Park. Miss Bingley believes you would have him set straight in no time. Besides, brother, does not Mr. E.R. Bennet reside in Hertfordshire? I wonder how close Longbourn is to Netherfield Park. It would allow you to see how he fared during the harvest, should you want." Darcy had been loath to accept Bingley's invitation. Miss Caroline Bingley had set her cap to marry Darcy, elevating her in the upper 10,000. Never would that happen. However, with Georgiana in London, the halls of Pemberley would echo if he remained home alone. He had been curious about Bennet the whole spring and summer. He would not mind checking up on the lad. As well, if he could offer his assistance to Bingley, it might increase the production of the farmland attached to that estate. "I will travel to Netherfield Park for Bingley, not his sister." He admitted that all his reasons for not going to Hertfordshire were collapsing one by one. "I am pleased you will journey to Mr. Bingley's estate. I would not have you lonely while I am gone, and you can meet Mr. Bennet in person."
"I suppose," he baited, immediately disappointed when she failed to respond. Perhaps it was for the best. Aunt Helen would encourage his sister's confidence, and Darcy could help Bingley take charge of his new estate. "Very well," he said. "I will have the carriage packed. We will leave on the morrow."
Georgiana clasped her hands under her chin. "I believe this will be a good beginning for us. I will be able to re-establish my acquaintances with my school friends. I can spend Pemberley's money on new gowns and slippers, and you might meet the woman of your dreams in Hertfordshire. Then we will both be happy with the winter of our discontent."
"The woman of my dreams? Whatever are you talking about, Georgie?"
"Why, in case you do not recall, because you reached the advanced age of 28 not 2 days ago, Mr. Bennet has 4 sisters, one of whom is reported by her brother to be quite lovely. Fitzwilliam and Jane Darcy does have a nice ring to it, does it not?" He secretly delighted in the resurgence of her teasing after her heartbreak.
"Where did you find this impertinence, Georgiana Marie Darcy?"
He shook his head as she rushed to her apartments to pack.
Marriage? That would be the last thing he would be thinking of while in Hertfordshire.
Chapter 4. As Darcy's carriage travelled through the town of Meryton in Hertfordshire, he peered out the windows to determine which fields were already harvested, and those which were awaiting the workers. The grass, shrubs, and trees growing on the sides of the road were thick and healthy. He longed to stop the carriage and step onto the soil to see how much moisture was underneath his boot. Pemberley's crops were already in the storage houses for the approaching winter or at the market. His first glimpse of Netherfield Park was satisfying. The main house was large, covered in white stucco. The black front door had a pillar on each side, with a rounded portico. The lawns and gardens were well trimmed. His hosts awaited him on the front steps. As was proper, Darcy was welcomed, shown to his suite of rooms, and served his favourite tea and cakes once he entered the drawing-room. Charles Bingley was eager to learn every aspect of managing a large estate. He was intelligent and remarkably kind. His brother-in-law, Gilbert Hurst, rarely could be stirred off the sofa, unless a fast ride over the fields or a hunting party was involved, which satisfied Darcy. Bingley's sisters, however, were the trouble. Greedy, ambitious hens. Bingley stood next to the fireplace, his elbow resting on the mantel.
"Say, Darcy, we've received an invitation to an assembly this evening. I'm anxious about attending my first public gathering as the new master of this estate. Shall you come?"
After a short period of polite conversation, Caroline Bingley announced, "If Mr. Darcy chooses to remain behind, rather than attend a rustic country assembly, where everyone will whisper his income around the room within the first 5 minutes, I would gladly stay at Netherfield Park to keep him company. It would be the duty of a proper hostess to see to his comfort."
"That will not be necessary," Darcy replied. There was no way he would be manipulated into a compromising situation where he would have to offer her marriage.
Closing his eyes, he inhaled before saying,
"I shall attend the assembly."
Although Miss Bingley was likely correct about the gossip circling the room, he hoped E.R. Bennet would be there.
"Say, Bingley, have you met any of the Bennets of Longbourn?" Darcy asked.
Bingley shook his head.
"I cannot say that I have. Sir William Lucas did mention the father is quite ill, and that the family is being cautious with his care. Do you know them?" "Not personally," Darcy admitted.
He would not share that he corresponded with the son, since it might embarrass young Bennet if others knew he had requested help from a stranger. "Lady Lucas mentioned that the Bennet daughters are considered the gems of the shire," Miss Bingley sneered. "I cannot imagine, since she confirmed none of them have had a season in town. Why, they are likely uneducated and years out of fashion."
"Caroline, let us be kind."
Unfortunately, Bingley's attempt to correct her fell on deaf ears. "Well, I believe that Louisa and I will show them how London ladies comport themselves."
"Yes, please do." Bingley rolled his eyes. "Come, Darcy, I shall take you on a tour of my house."
Darcy could easily understand Bingley's unbridled pride. It was the mark of a gentleman to manage his estate well. Bingley clasped his lapels and rocked back on his heels. Anticipation burst from every inch of his body.
If we're ready, let us proceed to the assembly room, where we can begin establishing ourselves as the newest residents of Meryton."
Darcy was extraordinarily pleased for his friend. Netherfield Park's buildings were sound, and the fields were well tended. Bingley's diligence would see him as a good and benevolent landowner, once he corralled the spending of his sisters, and took the reins away from Caroline. Bingley needed to marry her off, to anyone but Darcy, so she was someone else's responsibility. Excitement simmered in Darcy, an unusual emotion when joining a large gathering where he knew no one other than his own party, at finally getting to speak in person with E.R. Bennet. Without a doubt, they would discuss the growing season, review obstacles they both overcame from having an extraordinarily warm summer, and consider future plans. It was the sort of talk that filled Darcy's heart with satisfaction. He would let no silly female like Caroline Bingley stand in the way of a good evening spent with a new acquaintance. Images of Bingley, Bennet and himself, surveying the fields and orchards, caused him to inhale deeply, as if he could smell the loamy soil. For the first time in his memory, he was not miserable joining a group of strangers. Then Caroline Bingley opened her mouth. "Mr. Darcy, I simply do not understand your eagerness. What is it about these people that attracts you? Oh, surely it cannot be a farmer's daughter with her hem 6 inches deep in mud, or her brown, freckled face and hands that have you competing against the farmer's sons to stand up with her. Will the new mistress of Pemberley have muck from the stables on her dancing slippers? I cannot imagine your uncle, the Earl, coming to your wedding with the smell of pigs and cows spewing out the chapel windows." Louisa Hurst snickered at her sister's mockery. Darcy rolled his eyes. Lord, but he wished Bingley was an only child. It was a relieved Darcy who stepped into the assembly room. He was grateful to be out of the carriage and the immediate company of Bingley's sisters. When both Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst took his arms, his irritation returned. He desired nothing more than to shake them off, to distance himself from them. They must have known, since they clung even tighter. Women. At the back of the assembly room, Elizabeth surreptitiously fixed the ribbon tied at Jane's waist. During the carriage ride, one loop almost tangled with the other. Jane was nervous to meet their new neighbours. The Netherfield ladies would likely wear the latest fashions. She wanted to look her best. Elizabeth was wary. It was hoped their new neighbour was a gentleman of good character, and that his friends were not rogues, who raced through the lanes scaring small children and old women who could not move out of their way quickly enough. She straightened the loops of Jane's pale blue ribbon. "Perhaps I should leave them loose, so Mamma can tie the ends to Mr. Bingley," Elizabeth teased. "Lizzie!" Jane blushed. "Oh, this is difficult enough. Mamma cannot speak of anything other than my betrothal to the man, as if an offer has already been made and accepted. Should Mr. Bingley or his guests hear her gossip before we have a chance to know each other, I will never be able to face him. What if he is already engaged to someone else? Would that not be a miserable start to his arrival in the neighbourhood?" Elizabeth came around to face her sister. "Jane Bennet, our mother can and will do as she pleases. She is not you, and you are not her. Immediately Mr. Bingley will see your beauty. Within a moment or two he will know your kindness. A few additional minutes more will have him describing you as the finest lady of his acquaintance, despite our mother. Do not concern yourself with Mamma. Do not, for her sake, develop an attachment before we can determine Mr. Bingley's character, Jane. Our situation is desperate, but is not worth a lifetime of misery if he is unkind." Jane nodded, then pressed her hands to Elizabeth's, her sister's only display of nerves. She looked beyond Elizabeth's shoulder, a slight smile appearing on her face. With her back to the doorway, Elizabeth missed when the Bingley party entered the room. Silence descended. As one, every individual filling the assembly room, including herself, turned to see what, or rather who, was so important an arrival that the music stopped. The attendees parted like Moses had done to the Red Sea, until Elizabeth had a clear view of the 5 new faces. One of the 3 men was Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth hoped for Jane's sake that he was the smiling young man who entered first. The gentleman was dressed in black, with a pale blue waistcoat, perfectly matching Jane's ribbons. What a lovely coincidence. Elizabeth, and any others who were watching, caught the exact moment when his eyes found Jane. The poor man's mouth gaped open. Then his smile lit the room. A shorter man in the back broke away for the table loaded with refreshments. That left a tall man, with a lady attached to each arm. His eyes surveyed the gathering as if searching for someone he knew. Unlike his friend, there was no welcoming smile on his face. "Come, girls!" Francine Bennet's one goal in life was to be first in line to introduce her daughters to the residents of Netherfield Park. "Girls!" Pushing Jane forward, she shoved Elizabeth in behind her eldest. Gratefully, the music began to play, and the dancing resumed. Her mother's voice had not yet reached full volume. They were within easy hearing distance from the new arrivals when the friendly gentleman addressed his dour friend. "Come," said the younger man, who must have been Mr. Bingley. "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself. It would be better if you danced." "I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it unless I am particularly acquainted with my partner. At an assembly such as this it would be insupportable. There is not a woman in the room with whom it would not be a punishment to me to stand up with. Besides, I intend to spend my time in conversation." "I would not be so fastidious as you are for a kingdom," cried Mr. Bingley. "Upon my honour, I have never seen so many pleasant girls in my life as there are in the room, and there are several of them who are uncommonly pretty." The dolt stared at Jane. "You are thinking of the handsomest girl in the room." "Oh, she is the most beautiful creature I ever beheld. But there is another lovely girl standing alongside her who is very pretty, and I dare say very agreeable. Do let me ask the host to introduce us." "Which do you mean?" His eyes swept the gathering to where he looked upon Elizabeth. Catching her eye, he withdrew his own and coldly said, "She's tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me, and I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. You had better get an introduction to your lady and enjoy her smiles, for you are wasting your time with me." What just happened? Mr. Bingley's horrid guest had insulted her and every other female in the room who was not dancing that set. Elizabeth wanted to stomp her foot, preferably on the top of his toes. Instant anger tangled with the embarrassment of being easily dismissed. Vicious words threatened to erupt from her mouth, scathing phrases that would burn the hide off the arrogant man. Was he the husband to one of the ladies attached to his person? She hoped he was bound to the sour-looking lady to his right. What a perfect match made in hell! In Elizabeth's mind, they likely spent their days competing for who could offend the other more thoroughly, while ignoring each other at night. She shuddered. No man's wealth and position were worth the misery of being married to a character lacking in the common graces. Before she could give him the cut direct, her mother stopped, slapped her hand to her mouth, and wilted directly in front of her. Instantly a sick fear replaced Elizabeth's ire. There, standing in the door behind the rude beast, was Longbourn's groom, his hat in his hands, with furrows running across his brow. Her father! No! Without a word, Elizabeth pushed her sisters and mother past the Netherfield party. Only Kitty and Lydia complained about leaving the assembly early. "Papa has been sick for ever so long, mamma. Could we not have waited to have at least one dance?" Lydia whined. "It cannot be helped," Kitty replied. "We must not allow the neighbours to think we do not care." Irritated at her family members' preference for their own pleasure over the life of her father, Elizabeth firmly pressed her lips together and said nothing. She knew how fragile their future was if the worst should happen to Thomas Bennet. Jane would need to meet Mr. Bingley on another occasion. The ladies were required at Longbourn. Darcy stepped to the side when the mother and 5 females hurried from the building. The second one's elbow caught him in the ribs on her way out the door. "Oh, clumsy girl!" Glancing up at him were the loveliest eyes he had ever seen on a woman. They were the brown of dark chocolate, with long lashes. Something desperate must have happened for them to leave, since it appeared that none of the girls were attached to any of the gentlemen present. He could not imagine a matron passing over the opportunity to meet the newest unmarried men in town. As was common, the lady would thrust her daughters under his and Bingley's noses, in hopes one would catch his eye. Never. Now, where was young Bennet? Bingley's disappointment was plainly visible. "Oh, she was an angel." His gaze followed the ladies out the door. Darcy looked past his friend, surveying the crowd for a young man of about 20. There were several who qualified. One approached with his father. Surely it could not be E.R. Bennet, unless the older man had made a remarkable recovery.
"Mr. Bingley, welcome to Meryton."
The older man bowed.
"Might I be introduced to your guests?"
Immediately Bingley perked up.
"Oh, certainly, Sir William. My brother-in-law Gilbert Hurst is sampling the punch. His wife, my sister, Mrs. Louisa Hurst, and my younger sister, Miss Caroline Bingley, are flanking my good friend, Fitzwilliam Darcy, from Derbyshire."
He looked directly at Darcy, with a plea in his eyes to be amicable.
"Before me stands Sir William Lucas and his son John Lucas. They were the first to welcome me to Hertfordshire." "Capital, capital!"
Sir William stood with his hands clasping his lapels.
"Welcome to our assembly. We are happy to have you here."
Darcy blurted,
"Is the Bennet family in attendance?"
Sir William frowned, as did his son.
"Mrs. Bennet and her 5 daughters. Oh, they just left. I saw a groom from their stable enter behind you. He must have had bad news about Mr. Bennet. He is in ill health."
5 daughters? How was it possible that E.R. Bennet miscounted his siblings? Perhaps the young man had remained behind to care for his father, or Sir William was confused.
"Pardon me, did you say 5 daughters?"
"I did." Sir William counted them off on his fingers.
"Jane, Elizabeth, Mary, Kitty and Lydia. 5.
Darcy could count. This still did not add up.
"Was their brother not with them?"
Sir William shook his head.
"Oh, the Bennets have no son. Longbourn is entailed away from the girls, although Elizabeth has done her best to keep the property viable. Unfortunately, it seems it will do no good for them in the end. What a waste."
Darcy was flummoxed. E.R. Bennet was Elizabeth Bennet, a female. Of all the... He ran his hand over his mouth. Anger at being fooled competed with embarrassment at being manipulated into corresponding with her. She had taken advantage of his goodwill. Not only had he been deceived, but his innocent sister had also been. He was furious. How dare Miss Elizabeth Bennet write in a way that both he and Georgiana had been encouraged by her letters? Reviewing the content of each missive in his mind, Darcy recognised the feminine touches, the extra details, the inquiry into his family. He was a fool for not noticing earlier. Spinning on his heels, he strode out into the darkness. Clouds covered the moon. No light was visible other than torches held by the grooms waiting for their masters. His mood matched the blackness of the sky. Bingley followed him out of the building.
"Are you well, Darcy?"
How did he answer? Disappointment plucked at his heartstrings. New acquaintances with the same interests were few and far between. His hopes for young Bennet shattered. His sister's joy at thinking they had a new friend would be as well.
"I am in good health," Darcy added. "I find I am not prepared for the company of strangers. If you do not mind, I shall take my carriage back to Netherfield and have it returned for you later."
"We could all depart the assembly," Bingley suggested. "Likely there will be another the next quarter, I suspect."
"No, pray remain," Darcy quickly replied. "Go back inside and dance, my friend. Allow your neighbours to welcome you. I will see you on the morrow."
Darcy prided himself on being a reasonable man. If others of his acquaintance were asked, he had no doubt they would agree with his assessment. Nevertheless, despite knowing he had faults enough, he could not forget the follies and vices of others, nor their offences against himself or his sister. Miss Elizabeth Bennet had crossed a line where there could be no recovery. His good opinion, once lost, was lost forever. Chapter 5. Their carriage raced toward Longbourn. Elizabeth ran up the stairs and down the hall to her father's bedchamber. She could hear his struggle for breath before the door opened to her. Her mother and sisters followed on her heels. Her poor, poor papa. Grabbing the fan next to his bedside, Elizabeth swirled the air in front of his face as fiercely as she could, without breaking the thin wooden spines. Mr. Hill had already opened the window, allowing the autumn breeze to fill the room. These bouts were happening more and more frequently. "We should not have gone to the assembly, mamma." Elizabeth helped Hill place pillows behind her father's back. Mr. Hill held out a small brown bottle. Within seconds of swallowing the medicine, her father began to relax. Lifting the container, Elizabeth fretted. The dosage had steadily increased to bring her father relief. Her heart ached that it had come to this. The day had been a good one for her father. He had even insisted that his wife and daughters enjoy the assembly. If only I had not gone. She would have been available to offer her father help when he needed it the most. Her papa struggled to speak. "Love you," he said with a sigh. Unable to contain her tears, she allowed them to flow freely down her cheeks. Her mother and sisters, who were weeping behind her, were not where his eyes focused. His gaze was solely upon her. "I love you too, Papa." She felt his trust and his confidence in her. If only she felt it in herself. The next morning found Darcy and Bingley alone in the breakfast room.
"Say, Darcy, what a lovely evening."
Bingley blew on his coffee before taking a sip.
While they were not the fashionable individuals we're used to in London, it was exhilarating to have so many of my neighbours seeking me out. Why, I believe I could live here the rest of my life and be as happy as whatever animal is purported to be the happiest. Perhaps a cat? No, they often scowl and hiss at me. A dog, then. Yes, dogs like me as much as I like them."
It had not been a lovely evening. Setting aside his bruised feelings, Darcy cautioned his artless friend.
"Allow time, Bingley. Last night your neighbours showed you the best of themselves. Getting to know them properly will reveal their foibles and follies, their prejudices and their attitudes. The mundane aspect of daily life often exposes whether a man yells at his wife or intimidates his children out of frustration. To observe how a man transacts business or treats his servants can tell you much about his character. These things take time." "I suppose you are correct, since you always are."
Bingley signalled his footman to have his plate refilled.
"Say, Darcy, Mr. Morris reported that the fencing on the property's south-west corner needs repair. Would you be willing to ride with my steward and me to inspect the damage?"
"There would be nothing I would enjoy more." Darcy had often pondered how he would react if he had not inherited an estate centuries in the making. How would he prioritise the multitude of tasks that needed to be done? Could he find a helpful adviser, or would he be on his own, making every decision from small to large? His thoughts returned to the assembly. Learning that E.R. Bennet was a female was a powerful blow. In spite of his intense ire at the lady, a small fragment of worry at the many problems common to running an estate she had been confronted with mitigated his anger, to a point. Why had she not been more forthcoming? Conniving, deceiving females. If her aunt trusted him, why would she not tell him the truth? He would have helped her. Would he? The laudanum brought a respite to her father's suffering. Finally he was able to sleep. Elizabeth did not. By the time she descended the stairs, her mother and sisters, except Jane, had their outer clothes on, pushing each other aside to get the best view of themselves in the entrance hall mirror, to make sure the ribbons of their bonnets were tied just so.
"Lizzie, hurry!" her mother exclaimed. "We are to my sister's to get a report of the assembly."
She twisted one of Lydia's curls around her finger to give it more bounce.
"Oh, you must be quick. I fear Lady Lucas, Mrs. Goulding and Mrs. Long will have already consumed all of Agnes's tea and cakes and heard all the news."
Elizabeth had no desire to listen to the neighbourhood gossip. Indeed, the main theme would be Mr. Bingley and his guests. Well, Elizabeth could do without hearing about the tall gentleman's insult, and whether any of the newcomers danced or not. "Just go, Mamma. I'm needed here." "I will remain behind with Lizzie," Jane said. "Papa may have another spell, and Lizzie is exhausted. I want to stay home." Elizabeth responded, "No, pray go to Aunt's house. I will be reviewing the accounts while you are gone." "Then I will stay and sit with Papa." Jane, who rarely made a fuss, thrust out her chin in determination. Even with her eldest sister's support, weariness settled in, until Elizabeth felt like her shoes were filled with granite stones.
"Lizzie, you look positively dreadful."
Lydia, the youngest Bennet, was as witless as a girl could be. If she did not learn restraint, her desire to be the first of the Bennets to marry would come at a high cost to the Bennet ladies' reputations. Yet nothing Elizabeth said to their mother in warning seemed to have any effect. Perhaps it was because Mrs. Francine Bennet had captured her husband by using her arts and allurements to improve her own situation. Whatever the case, the combined vulgar behaviour of her mother, Lydia, and Kitty, who copied everything her younger sister did, was enough to embarrass the oldest three girls. Elizabeth cared not how she looked. Without replying to Lydia's thoughtless comment, she went to the kitchen for something to break her fast. It was hard for her not to grumble. Had Lydia shown any concern for their father's health, Elizabeth could have easily excused her poor conduct. The only sister who peeked into the room was Jane, whose tender heart suffered at seeing Thomas Bennet's spells. Darcy's horse pulled at the bridle. The pathway around the harvested field was hard-packed and straight. With a tap of his heels, he set the gelding in motion. Darcy had been born to the saddle. He loved nothing more than to sit astride a mount who had a will to run. In an instant he heard the hoofs of Bingley's mare galloping behind him. Bingley was raised in Manchester. His father, who owned textile mills, rented horses when needed, so it was not until university that Bingley learned to ride. His enthusiasm far exceeded his skill. Bingley's steward was waiting for them at the far corner of the property. After the exhilarating ride, Darcy dismounted and gazed up and down the fence line, eager to take on any problem. On the other side of the partition, tall trellis about 20 feet in height were draped with bright green plants that towered over them. From where he stood, Darcy could see that a few of the valuable buds had been missed under the leaves. It was easily done. Darcy noted the straight rows of oats that ran until he could see no more. It was a healthy crop that would yield plenty.
"That would be Longbourn," Mr. Morris said. "Miss Lizzie went against the grain, so to speak, by not keeping all her fields in wheat. We had a fair harvest here at Netherfield Park, as the records show, but Longbourn amassed a prodigious number of hops sold for a premium to the Horseshoe Brewery on Tottenham Court Road and Great Russell Street in London. Her uncle Gardner, a successful businessman in town, negotiated a contract with a Scottish distillery for the barley. Many local landowners scoffed when Miss Lizzie and old Henry Duncan began planting their seeds, but none were laughing by the end of the harvest. As it looks, her oat crop will feed Longbourn and fill their coffers even more." He removed his cap and tapped against his leg. "That little lady did what I have wanted to do here at Netherfield Park for a while, vary the crops to save the minerals in the soil. Long after Mr. Bennet is gone, God bless his soul, the estate will prosper."
Darcy was proud of the efforts produced from the guidance he had given. If only Miss Elizabeth Bennet had been a mister.
"Were the neighbours severe on her?"
Darcy found himself asking, although he was not sure why. Often men would band together with their stubborn opinions, becoming a fierce obstacle for a newcomer, let alone a lady, to overcome. It was intolerable that a young woman faced them alone, with only a sickly father behind her. Had Georgiana been in a like position, he would have charged in on a white steed with his sword drawn.
"Well, before Mr. Bennet became ill, they were right friendly with Sir William Lucas and his family, even though the Lucases are fairly new to landowning, and his daughter is Miss Lizzie's closest friend. Sir William took umbrage that a slip of a girl dug her heels into the soil and refused to budge. Of course, from what I heard, it was more the desire of the neighbours to profit unfairly from the hard work that was most upsetting to her."
Replacing his cap, he added,
"Twice during the planting, Miss Lizzie stopped as she walked the fields to ask me about something or another. Each time she told me that she would share the information with her papa before making a decision. The men of the neighbourhood never quite figured out that Miss Lizzie was not acting on her own. As it stands now, she rarely spends time with Miss Lucas, which is a shame. We need all the friends we can get."
Each word the steward uttered hammered away at Darcy's conscience. He was forced to rethink his response to Miss Elizabeth's perfidy. It was obvious that she was held in respect by this knowledgeable man. That she shared the information with and received direction from her father was admirable. Bingley spoke up.
"Well, I cannot help but admire a lady who would step in when no one else would. After all, what would happen to her family, the property, and the tenants if there was no direction to be had? Why, I am grateful to Darcy here for the sound guidance he's provided me."
"I thank you." Darcy barely kept his chest from swelling. It felt good to help a friend, or someone in need, even if said person was a female. Good Lord, that was the most ridiculously arrogant thought he had ever had. Why should he feel excessive pride in helping Bingley? His host had very little to do, and much less to lose with Netherfield. On the other hand, the indomitable female taking on a whole town, and losing people she thought were her friends, in her attempts to improve her family's circumstances, was truly worthy of praise. She had followed through. She had done the work. Long hours of labour and toil, in addition to the anxiety of not knowing whether her efforts would be successful or not. His mother, the most capable woman he knew, would have been ashamed of his prejudices. Scrutinising Longbourn's straight rows again, before turning his full attention to the needed fence repairs, Darcy vowed to be fairer in his judgment against the lady. As the steward said, she did what she had to do. Would he have done any less had he been in her shoes? Certainly not. What if it had been Georgiana who faced these challenges? Would he have wanted her to act like a poor, downtrodden female, or take the reins like Miss Elizabeth? Without a doubt, he would have insisted she act the same. How and when had he become so lofty-minded? He swallowed. He had been harsh when he should not have been. He sincerely regretted his opinions. Chapter 6.
Lizzie, come right away. We have news.
Both Kitty and Lydia competed to gain Elizabeth's attention as soon as they returned from their aunt's house. Mary whipped off her bonnet, her silent protest at the offensiveness of younger sisters sharing information that she should have done. With her nose in the air, the middle sister marched to the music-room, determined to pound out every dirge in her repertoire as loudly as possible. Jane merely gave Kitty and Lydia her most indulgent smile. "What is it? What happened at the assembly after we departed that has you in high spirits?" As it was bold Lydia who was immediately forthcoming.
The assembly? Why, nothing untoward happened.
"The militia is coming," Lydia sighed. "Officers!"
Kitty added, "Mr. Cosgrove has leased his house to the colonel. The officers will be camping in the field behind the house. Oh, do you not think it romantic? We will be protected from harm, should the French invade Hertfordshire."
She sighed too. "The French, here in Meryton? Why, I do wish I had paid more attention to my language lessons," Elizabeth teased. She did not want to ruin their joy. Still, she could not imagine that having a regiment of men away from their families, in their small community, would benefit unattached ladies, especially her two most vulnerable, silly sisters. Still, her own heart fluttered at the idea of spending time in conversation with a charming gentleman in uniform. Showing a streak of rationality, Mamma said, "The air is cold at night, and the ground will be hard. Perhaps we should take the time to knit scarves, mittens, or caps for the officers."
"What a brilliant idea, Mamma!"
Kitty clapped her hands together.
"We will get started right away, as soon as you show us how to knit."
"But we will need to return to Meryton to gather the finest yarns from the haberdasher."
Lydia glanced Elizabeth's way.
"I have no coins left. We're still allowed no credit. Might I borrow some of yours? It would be unpatriotic for you to deny me in this, Lizzie."
It was not her loyalty to the Crown that made her decide to share her pin money, but the hope that this project would keep her sisters busy and out of mischief. It would not do for the residents of Netherfield Park to witness an unseemly display from the Bennet family, especially the tall man with the bad attitude. "Very well."
"Say, Darcy, Sir William Lucas has invited us to a very small gathering at Lucas Lodge on the morrow. The Bennet ladies will also be in attendance. Sir William told me that his eldest daughter encouraged their neighbours to attend, as a distraction from their current predicament."
"I see," Darcy mused. He wondered how Miss Elizabeth Bennet would react when she met him. Would she attempt to explain her subterfuge? He could not imagine her having any success. He almost choked on his own arrogance. Was he so convinced that every female was after him? Undoubtedly the progress he had seen in Longbourn's fields proclaimed her motive exactly as she had stated. She asked for help. He gave her what she wanted. She applied his counsel to the betterment of her estate. Miss Elizabeth Bennet might be precisely who she claimed to be. Whatever the case, it would be prudent of him to find out.
"Bingley, I would be pleased to join you at Lucas Lodge."
The pleasure of being amongst friends again lifted Elizabeth's heart. Although 7 years older than her, Charlotte was calm to Elizabeth's typical vivacity. "How is your father this evening?" Charlotte asked. The relief Elizabeth felt at being able to answer honestly was tremendous. "I thank you for asking, my friend. With the help of a tonic from Mr. Jones, Papa was able to rest well all day. Mr. Hill is with him tonight, and promised not to leave his side." "Lizzie, Mr. Bingley expressed to Papa the hope of an introduction to Jane." Charlotte turned to where Jane was seated. "He asked after your father as well." "Oh, tell me what you know of Mr. Bingley, I pray you." Elizabeth worried for her gentlest sister. On her own, Jane was far too trusting, believing that the world was good. After dealing with out-of-town merchants and greedy men of the neighbourhood, Elizabeth would never view people in general as upright as did Jane. Charlotte was astute and a careful student of characters. She said, "It appeared to me that his smile is a genuine reflection of his personality, where Mr. Hurst blends into the background, and Mr. Darcy snarls. Mr. Bingley seems pleasant, without finding fault, and in general being happy with every occasion." "Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth's hand went to her chest. How was it possible? The tall man with dark hair who insulted me is Mr. Darcy. She could hardly breathe. How many Darcy families were there in England? Or perhaps he was a different Darcy. "Do you know from where he hails?" "Derbyshire." "Mr. Darcy of Derbyshire," Elizabeth murmured, as she attempted to recapture the breath that had escaped her at Charlotte's information. Mr. Darcy was here. The man who had written such beautiful letters of assistance was that horrid man from the Assembly. How was that even possible? She never expected to meet him in person. Therefore, in her mind, there had been no harm in her hiding her identity and writing him. Good heavens! Oh, perhaps Mr. Bingley's guest was a brother to the kind man who had replied to her at the beginning of the year. Possibly he was a rude younger brother who felt entitled because of his older brother's wealth and power. What a horrible man! Before she could inquire if Charlotte knew Mr. Darcy's first name, the Bingley party arrived. Sure enough, Mr. Bingley entered with a broad grin on his face. Elizabeth's eyes darted to the man with a scowl. Mr. Darcy. Attached firmly to his arm was the same well-dressed lady, wearing a snarl identical to the one she wore to the assembly. So Mr. Darcy was betrothed, or married to the shrew. Good for them. How did she feel about his insult that had included every lady at the assembly? Perhaps the lady was accustomed to his negative attitude. Perhaps her perspective mirrored his. Elizabeth wanted to snicker, turning away from them to see how her family reacted to the arrivals. Her mother was encouraging Jane to approach Mr. Bingley. Gratefully, her sister, who had perfect manners, held her ground. It mattered not, because Sir William was pleased to perform introductions. "Capital! Capital!" With his hands clasping his lapels, Charlotte's father said, "Welcome to Lucas Lodge, Mr. Bingley, Mr. and Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, and Mr. Darcy. We are pleased you have come this evening." Mr. Bingley spotted Jane, his eyes dancing between his host and the lady. Finally, Sir William said, "You have met my family. Allow me to introduce our closest neighbours, Mrs. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, Miss Mary, Miss Kitty, and Miss Lydia." As Elizabeth curtsied, her eyes peeked at Mr. Darcy and Miss Bingley. So they were not married, yet. The lady had barely tipped her head to the side in acknowledgement. Mr. Darcy dipped his head, although his eyes never left her. "Come!" Sir William ushered the newcomers deeper into the room. To her mother's delight, Mr. Bingley immediately went to Jane's side. Mr. Darcy approached Elizabeth, with the sour-faced lady at his side. "Miss Elizabeth." This time his bow was slightly more appropriate for the occasion. "How is your father?" Her eyes flashed to his. He was the author of the replies. How was it possible? Unless the nice Mr. Darcy had informed this younger brother of their situation. "He is resting." Peering deep into his eyes, Elizabeth looked for any sign of derision or scorn, and found none. "I thank you for asking." Elizabeth asked, "How are you finding Netherfield Park, Miss Bingley?" "It is certainly far enough from town," was her clipped reply. "I have been told that the fresh country air has its benefits, but I miss the theatre, stimulating company, and the fashion. Meryton is quaint, I suppose." The lady looked up at the man beside her. "Hertfordshire is quite unlike Pemberley, is it not? Although Derbyshire is far from London, the quality of people found there makes it feel like we are quite close." Elizabeth wanted to shake her head at the insult. What pettiness! "I hope you will be able to discover the little joys and delights to be had in the area, Miss Bingley, or your stay will be a trial rather than a respite from city living." Elizabeth was as kind as she could be. "Mr. Darcy, do you believe that the differences between Derbyshire and Hertfordshire are vast, as does the lady?"
"I do not."
His lips pressed together, and his nostrils flared. Had she angered the man? Elizabeth did not care. She might have been more forgiving if he had been more like his brother and Miss Darcy. As it was, she would fulfil the niceties of polite intercourse and then return to Charlotte. Boldly she asked, "Did your family remain in Derbyshire, Mr. Darcy?"
"My sister is in London,"
was his pert reply, ending any more questions about Miss Darcy. "And your brother, is he well?" Mr. Darcy was visibly startled.
"I have no brother."
"What?" Elizabeth looked closer. If the oaf did not have a brother, then he was— Oh, goodness, he was Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. How can this be? She needed to think. "I see. Well, I beg your pardon. I shall leave you to enjoy your evening." With a curtsy she returned to Charlotte, where she could ponder how to get herself out of her current predicament. Would Mr. Darcy challenge her publicly for setting aside the rules of etiquette? Would he arrogantly destroy what little dignity she still had? Or would he attempt to understand her reasons for approaching him by letter? The truth was that she did not understand the man. By letter, he was kindness itself. Face to face, he was offensive. Who was the real Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy? Elizabeth did not know if she cared to find out. Irritated at Caroline Bingley for attempting to give the impression that she had a claim to him, he scowled. Unfortunately, it was at that moment that he caught Miss Elizabeth studying his countenance. Their introduction had not gone as planned. Darcy was unable to discover anything he had wanted to learn. Was Miss Elizabeth, as she appeared to be, a lady who worried over her family and their future, or a scheming, duplicitous female who yearned to sink her claws into him as a rescuer for said mother and sisters? There was only one way for him to find out. Bowing to Miss Bingley, he extracted her fingers from his arm.
"Do pardon me, but I need to ask Sir William about local farmland. I sincerely doubt our discussion of grain prices and yields would interest you."
Approaching their host, Darcy asked,
"Sir William, I noted on a ride about Netherfield Park that one of your neighbours grew hops. Do you happen to know if the crop was a success?"
Ire flashed across the man's face.
"I cautioned Lizzie, that is, Miss Elizabeth, about trying something so outlandish. No one else in the area grows hops. Why, the trellises were time-consuming and quite costly to build. However, she insisted the soil was perfect for the crop. After completely ignoring my good counsel, I did not feel it was my place to ask about the results. Not that I thought she would tell me."
He rocked back on his heels.
"You shall need to ask her yourself, Mr. Darcy. You see, she has been managing Longbourn alone. Well, she has old Henry Duncan to help her out, I suppose. But anything her uncle Phillips or I suggested has been to deaf ears. Silly girl."
Despite being irritated for the lady duping him, Sir William's comments angered Darcy. That a grown man would discount the efforts of a girl who sought to improve her life was shameful. Wait, what a hypocrite he was! How could he mentally condemn Sir William when his sole purpose for attending the gathering was to castigate Miss Elizabeth for inappropriately contacting him and benefiting from his knowledge and experience? Approaching her and Miss Lucas, he said the first thing on his mind.
"Miss Elizabeth, did you find the hops an asset or a liability to Longbourn?"
Her brows arched. "You are indeed Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy."
"You thought I was someone else?"
He held his breath, waiting for her to reveal, before her friends, that they had corresponded, a sure way to entrap him. Observing her closely, he saw her apprehension. Was it because she feared his reaction upon discovering she was E.R. Bennet? Quickly regaining her composure, she confidently replied, "Sir, it was a fine decision to try the crop. Had we a future at Longbourn, I would gladly expand the acreage to include more of the plants. The counsel I received was sound." He exhaled, relieved and impressed that she avoided any prior connection between the two of them. He had a million other questions. Was Miss Elizabeth unaware that it was improper for her to write to him? Had her signing her name as E.R. Bennet been a deliberate deception? For certainty it was. Had she put the rest of his suggestions into place? Likely her diligence in planting hops translated into her thoroughness with the rest of his guidance. She leaned slightly closer and lowered her voice. "Pray do not be concerned that I will let it be known that the direction came from you. I will not ask about your sister again, nor will I pursue a friendship with you, Mr. Darcy. As far as I am concerned, we are strangers meeting for the first time. I will not impose upon you." At that, she strolled across the room to her mother, her head held high as any lady of the temps. Darcy could not help but admire her directness. He could only hope that she spoke the truth. Yet he also was disappointed that the acquaintance had no future. Chapter 7. 2 days after the party at Lucas Lodge, Jane pulled Elizabeth away from reviewing the accounts. "Come, Lizzie, we are to Meryton for supplies. Lydia has less patience than Kitty, who has none. They have tied our supply into unrecognisable knots that even I cannot untangle. I promise to help them once we obtain more yarn." Pushing the leather-bound books to the side, Elizabeth gladly joined her sisters, after verifying that her father was asleep. The totals in the accounting columns would not change while she strolled into Meryton with her sisters. The village teemed with activity. Officers window-shopped in small groupings, which garnered the interest of the 5 Bennet sisters. A young man walking with an officer on the other side of the road soon caught the attention of every lady. His appearance was that of a gentleman, a handsome gentleman at that, with a ready smile of white teeth and a dimple on his left cheek. Elizabeth turned her eyes away from him when he caught her staring. Her heart fluttered, her breath quickened. Who is he? Kitty and Lydia, determined to find out, led the way across the street, under the pretence of wanting something in an opposite shop. Fortunately, the gentleman and his companion had reached the same spot. "Mr. Denny," Lydia addressed the officer with a giggle and a quick flutter of her lashes. "Your friend only lacks regimentals to render him completely charming." "Lydia," Elizabeth hissed, embarrassed at her sister's blatant flirt, though thinking the same. Upon closer inspection, the man's appearance was greatly in his favour. He had a pleasing countenance and a good figure. His name was Mr. Wickham, who reported that he had just accepted a commission into the militia. "Welcome to Meryton," Elizabeth offered, barely able to formulate words, such was his charm. "I very much look forward to becoming better acquainted with the neighbourhood, when we're not practising our marksmanship or performing drills. The opportunity to protect our country was too great to allow it to pass me by. I do love England." "I'm surprised you did not join the regulars instead of the militia, sir." His cheeks turned a light rose, giving him the appearance of vitality and health. "Miss, I love my life too." His chuckle sent shivers up her torso. The man's looks alone almost robbed Elizabeth of breath. He appeared to be a man among men, one who would be steadfast and protective of those whom he loved. She barely kept from sighing. They were talking together very agreeably when the sound of horses drew their notice. Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley were riding toward them. Elizabeth saw the moment Mr. Darcy caught sight of Mr. Wickham. Both men were astonished. Both changed colour. Mr. Wickham's face paled, as Mr. Darcy's blazed with anger. Mr. Wickham touched his hat, a salutation which Mr. Darcy barely deigned to return. What could be the meaning of this exchange? Certainly, Elizabeth expected nothing but condescension from Mr. Darcy to anyone in the neighbourhood. Mr. Bingley, who only had eyes for Jane, was caught unawares when Darcy spun his horse and returned to the direction from which he had come. Once he realised his friend was gone, Mr. Bingley excused himself to rejoin Mr. Darcy.
"Well," Lydia whined, "surely Mr. Darcy doesn't appear to appreciate the militia. Oh well, who needs the likes of him when good conversation is the order of the day?"
She looped her hand around Mr. Wickham's arm. Kitty did the same to Mr. Denny.
"Come, we are to the haberdasher's to select yarn for knitting scarves. We only lack your opinions to pick the colours, kind sir."
"I beg your pardon," Mr. Wickham replied. "Denny and I will see that you arrive safely at the shops, and then we'll need to depart. We are required to meet with Colonel Forster."
"Perhaps we will see you another day." Elizabeth curtsied, her heart filled with the hope of again being in his company.
Lydia said, "Of course, we will once we've made enough scarves and mittens to keep them warm."
She leaned against Mr. Wickham's arm. "Lydia, come away." Elizabeth rushed her younger sisters into the haberdasher, wishing Lydia had better manners. It would not do for Mr. Wickham to believe that the Bennets were loose. He bowed, doffing his hat toward her.
"Miss Elizabeth, enjoy your time surrounded by beautiful things."
His smile was glorious, warming her from head to toe. She could not help but think that he was a true gentleman. During the hour it took her sisters to select 3 lengths of yarn, Elizabeth's mind turned to the 2 men. From their reactions they knew each other. Had Mr. Darcy given such offence to Mr. Wickham that there was no hope of forgiveness? Had the insult been as public as Mr. Darcy's insult at the assembly against her? No, wait. Mr. Darcy appeared angry with Mr. Wickham, not the other way round. Mr. Wickham's response indicated that he appeared stricken. What had happened between the 2 men? Elizabeth's fertile imagination conjured up many scenarios, with Mr. Darcy as the villain and Mr. Wickham the hero. The air rushed out of Elizabeth's chest. If only Mr. Darcy were as kind in person as in print. Her disappointment in discovering the man she had entrusted with the future of her mother and sisters was prideful and severe, was too much. It felt like another millstone had been dropped on already strained shoulders. She had allowed herself to count on him if she needed further counsel. Now, she would not approach him again, no matter how dire the situation. Had she envisioned him as her hero? In truth, she had. How Elizabeth wished she had never met him in person. The blow of having him be a repulsive sort of character would never heal. Until then, she had not realised how much her heart wished the neighbourly Mr. Darcy of Derbyshire would continue to give her reliable guidance. Inside, she was bereft.
How could Miss Elizabeth be in company with that rake? Why would a responsible female like her allow Wickham near her vulnerable sisters?
Darcy paced the length of his chambers, his churning emotions unsettling him. Seeing her smiling at his nemesis felt like a betrayal.
Blast! How could an intelligent woman not see through the outer polish to the vile rot inside the man? He huffed. Georgiana had not seen the repulsive rogue beneath Wickham's charm. Instead, his sister convinced herself that she was madly in love, agreeing to an elopement, overlooking every principle she learned from her infancy. Willingly, she was eager to cast aside the reputation that came with bearing the Darcy name, to marry the scoundrel. Women. Of course, he excused Georgiana. She was young and completely innocent of the world. Further, he had no right to blame his innocent sister when he had done nothing to warn her of the wicked charms of evil men. Miss Elizabeth was also young. For a certainty she was not as youthful as his sister, but, blast, she had not yet reached her majority, and she was also an innocent. There was no possible way of her being able to look through the persona Wickham offered to new acquaintances, to see the decay inside. The man was skilled at charming those ignorant of the world. Too many times while his father was still alive, Darcy had to cover Wickham's sins against young maidens by providing for babes born far outside the marriage arrangement. The man was profligate. The error for Georgiana's almost elopement fell on his shoulders, not on hers. Darcy shuddered at how close his sister came to total ruin. Had Darcy not journeyed to Ramsgate in time, she would have wedded the miscreant. In comparing the 2 ladies, Georgiana had him and Richard to protect her. Miss Elizabeth was not entirely without resources.
She had done business with strangers and learned that even trusted neighbours could be greedy. Could the experience of dealing with these men somehow protect Miss Elizabeth and her sisters from Wickham? Darcy hoped so. It was not his place to interfere. Or was it? The following day, Elizabeth and her sisters again met the officers in Meryton. There she heard such a tale of woe as to render her aghast. According to the man himself, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy had robbed Mr. Wickham of a living promised to the lieutenant by Mr. Darcy's own father. How positively evil of Mr. Darcy! Every last fragment of her hopes and dreams of having a friend in the landowner from Derbyshire fled. The kind, helpful man of her mind was nothing more than wild imaginings. Elizabeth yearned to bawl at the crushing weight of her disappointment. Mr. Darcy was kind only when he thought she was a male landowner, a peer. This report from Mr. Wickham, plus Mr. Darcy's poor conduct in Meryton, was truly awful. They told a story of a man so steeped in his own importance that any hint of Christian charity had vanished from his character. She hoped never to see Mr. Darcy again. Excusing herself from the officers, Elizabeth gathered her sisters together to return to Longbourn, only to discover that her mother continued her plan of pushing Mr. Bingley and Jane together by inviting the Bingley sisters to tea later that very afternoon. Elizabeth found the conduct of their guests amusing, at first. Mrs. Louisa Hurst was a quiet sort who took an excessively long time choosing between a slice of plum cake or an apple tart to accompany her cup of tea. Once she decided, her sole focus was delicately sampling the tart until every crumb was gone from the plate. Her timing was perfect, as the process consumed the entire 15 minutes of the visit. She had not needed to say a word other than a perfunctory greeting. Caroline Bingley, on the other hand, had much to say. "Why my brother chose Hertfordshire over Derbyshire I do not know. As one of Mr. Darcy's closest friends, he should have waited for advice before leasing Netherfield Park, I am sure." With practised ennui, Miss Bingley uttered, "Pemberley is the grandest estate in all England. Mr. Darcy is the grandson of an earl. His mother was Lady Anne Fitzwilliam." "I see," Jane politely murmured. "Is your family from the north?" Miss Bingley waved off the question as unimportant. "My family now moves in elevated circles, which shall be even grander once an anticipated event takes place." Francine Bennet's eyes snapped to the lady. Marriages were her primary concern. "A wedding is to take place soon?" Miss Bingley dipped her head. "The ladies of the town are miserable at him being off the marriage mart. As much as they tried to chase him, tease him and tempt him, Fitzwilliam Darcy rejected them all, for one who will bring a certain heir to the halls of Pemberley and Darcy House in London." "Has a date been set?" Elizabeth asked out of politeness. How miserable they would be, a couple marrying for reasons other than love and affection. "Oh, Mr. Darcy has so many relatives of the peerage that choosing a time when schedules do not conflict is almost impossible. In the meantime I spend time with his family. Mr. Darcy's young sister and I are particular friends," Miss Bingley continued. "Why, she consults my preferences before purchasing new gowns from the best modistes in London. She is often in company with her aunt, Lady Matlock. Georgiana is a favourite of the Earl and his sons." Elizabeth studied Miss Bingley's gown. The heavy green velvet had gold braid trim on the sleeves and neckline. The hem was embroidered with leaves done in gold, orange and brown. The style and colour complemented Miss Bingley's features. She looked warm and comfortable, seated as far away from the heat of the fireplace, but as close to Longbourn's drawing-room door as possible, for a quick escape perhaps. "I am sure that Miss Darcy appreciates your help." Glancing at the clock, Elizabeth yearned for the hands to move quicker, observing 6 minutes remained of a requisite visit. "Your brother is not attached, is he?" Francine Bennet was many things. Subtle was not one of them. Her eyes darted between Miss Bingley and Jane. Miss Bingley cleared her throat. "My brother is as eager as I to meet Miss Darcy again. I really do not think Georgiana Darcy has an equal for beauty, elegance, and accomplishments. The affection she inspires in Louisa and me is heightened by the hope we dare to entertain of her becoming our sister.
My brother admires her greatly. Once we return to London, he will have frequent opportunities to see her on the most intimate footing, since her relatives all desire the connection as much as we do. This event will secure the happiness of many."
The news that Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley were both spoken for appeared to crush Elizabeth's mother. It pained her to see how Jane endeavoured to hide her disappointment.
"Well, who cares about Mr. Darcy or Mr. Bingley's prospects anyway?" Lydia said. "Officers make the best husbands."
Miss Bingley, who had taken a sip of tea, sputtered,
"Is that so?"
Elizabeth struggled to remain calm. Despite wishing that her mother was more circumspect, the fact was that she too had wanted to know Mr. Bingley's prospects. That he was practically betrothed to Miss Darcy, yet gave his full attention to Jane, was despicable. Considering the evidence Elizabeth had seen with her own eyes, Mr. Darcy had entered gatherings twice with Miss Bingley on his arm. This gave credence to her words regarding an attachment between the pair. However, she had witnessed nothing to indicate Mr. Bingley was considering anyone as a bride. His interest in Jane had been public, very public. Was he a flagrant flirt? Only time would tell, she feared. Elizabeth attempted to come to terms with their newest neighbours. Both Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley presented themselves as gentlemen, yet their characters were in question. What of Mr. Wickham? Was he also untrustworthy? She sighed softly. Elizabeth saw Jane's shoulders stiffen with each confirmation that Mr. Bingley was unavailable, disappointing hopes of the tenderest sort. Without any attempt at discretion, Elizabeth again looked up at the mantel clock. Miss Bingley apparently was too enamoured with the sound of her own voice, since she ignored the hint.
"I suppose that men of the calibre of Mr. Darcy and my brother rarely pass through your little hamlet. It would be sensible for unattached ladies such as yourselves to attempt to catch their eye. However, they are both of a status that they would not look outside their sphere for a mate."
Miss Bingley preened.
"Our family has been quite fortunate to have the favour of a man like Mr. Darcy. He is nonpareil in society."
"I see." Elizabeth's mother squinted, a look each of her daughters recognised. Some took Mrs. Bennet for a fool. However, when it came to her daughter's future, the lady was unbelievably shrewd.
"So, do I understand you correctly? There is no actual engagement between your brother and Miss Darcy?" "Well,"
with her hands twisting in her lap, Miss Bingley hesitated.
"it is the wish of both of our families, I'm sure."
"Am I sure?" Elizabeth had to bite her tongue to keep from laughing. It was apparent that Miss Bingley's goal was to discourage Jane from her brother. What else might Miss Caroline Bingley have exaggerated? Francine Bennet leaned forward in her chair.
"Is your engagement with Mr. Darcy secure? For I cannot imagine he's the sort who would hesitate once a decision has been made."
Miss Bingley spluttered as Mrs. Hurst flushed red. The two ladies stood as one.
"Oh, good day to you, ladies."
Mrs. Bennet remained seated as the women of Netherfield exited the house. Their mother's sly expression caught their attention.
"Girls, I fear that Miss Bingley has overstated her situation. Oh, do not worry about the availability of Mr. Bingley. His sister's ambitions were clearly on display. They have no bearing on what choices the gentleman makes."
She stood and brushed her palms together, as if getting rid of unwanted crumbs.
"Jane, let us remake your light blue gown, so the next time you are in company with the master of Netherfield Park, he cannot help but be attracted to your loveliness."
With a voice of command, she stated,
"Lydia, you are best at redesigning a frock. We shall need you and Kitty to bring all of your ribbons and lace down immediately. We must begin."
Lydia balked, only to receive a rare scold.
"Your future is as precarious as mine, Lydia Ann Bennet. Hush, we have no time to waste."
Like recruits under the authority of a major general, the Bennet girls marched to their mother's command.
"Thank you, mamma."
The colour had returned to Jane's cheeks, and her eyes reflected hope. Elizabeth was fiercely proud of her mother at that moment. Darcy drew his horse close to the fence bordering Longbourn. He could not help but wonder about the occupants. If Miss Bingley's report of her visit to the neighbouring estate was to be believed, then all 5 of the Bennet sisters, plus their mother, were incorrigible, ill-mannered, and grasping. Darcy shook his head. Mrs. Hurst had tacitly supported each scathing comment made by her younger sister. Yet was it not the truth that Caroline Bingley was incorrigible, ill-mannered, and grasping? Rubbing the back of his leather glove across his chin, he reflected how often his father had cautioned him not to accept first impressions as fact. Wisdom was in taking the time to truly come to know a person before elevating them to a friend or dismissing them as inappropriate. Who was Miss Elizabeth Bennet? Pressing his heels into the horse's flanks, he raced toward Longbourn. There was only one way to find out. The drawing-room was orderly and tidy despite the furniture being from an earlier period. An abundance of lace doilies under each vase and pictures on the walls reflected the fact that 6 ladies graced the premises.
Mrs. Bennet, I came to inquire on Mr. Bennet today.
Darcy bowed. His eyes kept darting away from his hostess to Miss Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet is currently resting. Both hands flew to her mother's chest. Oh, come, sit by Mary. I'm certain you can discover subjects of interest to you both. Clearing his throat, he said,
I was wondering if I might address Miss Elizabeth on the subject of oats. I'm curious when she intends to begin the harvest.
Finally, he was free to look at her. With the sun shining through the window, the young lady was encased in a halo of light. Her eyes studied him as he did the same to her. Oats? Mrs. Bennet's eyes narrowed. Oh, pray take the man to your father's study, Lizzie. You may leave the door open for propriety's sake. Or, better yet, go find Henry Duncan to join you, for he likes to talk about the fields as much as you do. Miss Elizabeth stood. Thank you, mamma. Your idea is sound. If Mr. Darcy does not mind walking out to the fields. He bowed again.
I would be pleased.
In truth, it well suited his purpose. It was a few short moments until Miss Elizabeth returned downstairs, dressed in a peach-coloured gown covered with tiny white and yellow flowers, and sturdy leather walking boots. Darcy mourned when she covered her hair with a straw bonnet that shaded her eyes, since he would not be able to see them as she spoke. Come, Mr. Darcy. Once they crossed through the doorway to the outside, she said, At this time of day we should find Mr. Duncan standing atop Oakham Mount surveying the fields. Why do we not join him? Nodding, he walked next to her until the pathway narrowed. Allowing her to take the lead, he appreciated the quickness and surety of her stride. As she walked, her palms skimmed the grains next to the path. She broke one head off the stalk, pinching the grain until a milky substance stuck to her fingertips. Stepping alongside her again, he watched her inhale the scent of the oats and smile before walking on. Darcy had done the same 1,000,000 times. That simple gesture told him how invested she was in the produce of the land. His mind turned to all she stood to lose if her father died. All her hard work would have been only for their immediate benefit. Once they left Longbourn, their ability to improve their lives would likely end. He studied the sky. Not a cloud dotted the horizon, which meant they had at least one more day to begin harvesting the crops. They both remained silent until they crested a hill to discover an elderly man standing with both hands on his hips, contemplating the landscape. Mr. Duncan, I have brought the gentleman from Derbyshire whose letters I shared with you. There was no welcoming smile. Instead, the farmer nodded once, then waited for her to continue. As Miss Elizabeth performed the introduction, Darcy studied the man. He was dressed like the farmer he was. His hands were massively large and calloused from years of work. Pemberley's former steward, Wickham's father, had the same sort of hands. He was a good man with an excellent work ethic. It was a loss when he died.
Mr. Duncan, the steward of Netherfield Park, had much praise for both you and Miss Elizabeth. For myself, I see the straight rows and healthy oats.
Duncan nodded.
Aye, Morris is a good man. Netherfield Park is blessed to have him.
Duncan pointed to the fence line between the two properties.
We have a prize bull, sir. He's a rascal with the ladies, but his true source of mischief is discovering weak spots in the border between Longbourn and Mr. Bingley's property. There are a few more spots where his side of the fence should be repaired. You might mention it to Morris when next you see him."
Darcy tipped his head.
"I will see that he is informed."
Duncan nodded, then went back to studying the land. Miss Elizabeth wrung her hands together, her unease clear. "Mr. Darcy, if I might be so bold, I would like to know if you see room for improvement from this vantage point that might quickly benefit Longbourn." He felt her apprehension in his soul. Her inquiry stabbed at his conscience for insulting her at the assembly, and thinking she deliberately tricked him. Fool! He took his time surveying the land before facing her.
"How ill is your father?"
His question was as bold as hers. Her hands fluttered apart. Finally, she said, her voice trembling, "The doctor suspects he will not live through the winter." The agony her eyes reflected was the same as he had seen in the mirror when he was told his own father was gone.
"Oh, I am grieved to hear it."
His heart constricted in his chest. 5 years later, the memories of the unexpected loss of his own father still brought him pain. As Darcy had suspected, she was vulnerable in reaching out to him for advice. He determined then and there not to let her down or increase her pain. Thinking about Duncan's comment, he asked,
"Tell me about your bull."
Instantly her eyes met his. He saw her relief at the change of topic. Without hesitation, she said, "He is a 3-year-old English longhorn with true herd bull authority. He is long-bodied, with thick square hips, a rich brown and white coat, and a gentle disposition."
"Aye, that he is," Duncan added. "Old Goliath don't know how big he is. Show him a bucket of grain and he will follow you like a pup does its mum's teat. He thinks mounting the cows is a game where the winner of the most breeding in a day gets to play again on the morrow."
Darcy gawped. How the man spoke of coarse subjects in front of a young lady. He could not look her way. Well, certainly men spoke that way between men, but good heavens above. Darcy scrambled to follow the rest of Duncan's speech.
"He has yet to notice that he's the lone male in the competition. Miss Lizzie and I will not tell him. Keep him in out of our neighbours' herds is our biggest challenge."
She chuckled, her laugh floating on the gentle breeze. "Goliath is a buffoon. However, the calves that our bull sires are sturdy and hale. The majority of Longbourn's dairy herd will calve in the spring. Until April of this year, we kept his breeding activities at Longbourn. When Mr. Duncan recommended that we offer his services to other property owners, he became far more valuable to us. Do you raise English Longhorn, Mr. Darcy? They are a dual-purpose breed that produces milk with high butter fat and lean meat."
"I do."
He was still recovering his composure. Because he hardly knew where to look, his eyes darted to her, only to find that she was far less ruffled by the conversation in his presence than he. What other female of his acquaintance could speak about animal husbandry with confidence? She was a marvel.
"Might I suggest you offer the bull for sale, replacing it with one of his offspring? This should satisfy the upcoming owner of the estate by having the same level of economy as you had prior to Mr. Bennet's illness."
Miss Elizabeth looked directly at him. So did Duncan.
"Well?"
The older man scratched the whiskers on his chin.
"A bull like him would get a pretty penny at auction. Be you looking for a new bull for your herd?"
Darcy cleared his throat, wishing Miss Elizabeth was elsewhere. Ladies do not participate in business discussions. Except, well, she was an unusual lady. Cautiously he replied,
"According to the records kept at Netherfield Park, their bull is lazy. It would benefit Mr. Bingley if he had an animal like Goliath, where his—"
He looked away from Miss Elizabeth and cleared his throat.
"Services."
To his amazement, no blush covered her cheeks, so he continued,
"Would offset the cost of feed for the whole of the animals, I imagine."
Duncan nodded, then looked to Miss Elizabeth.
"What think you?"
"If I can legally dispose of valuable assets before the heir arrives on the 18th of November, where the funds collected would benefit my family alone, I will do so."
"He arrives in less than a sennight?"
Duncan asked. Frustration and anger crossed her lovely face. "Mr. Darcy, Longbourn is entailed to heirs male, so our time remaining in our home depends on the length of time my father is alive. We have no expectations of being able to stay on the property after he is gone." The Bennet family's situation became understandably more dire to Darcy. None of the letters or gossip from the neighbourhood had mentioned the ladies leaving Longbourn after their father's death. His heart weighed heavy at the remembrance. His father left him with houses and properties. She and her family would have nothing. His desire to help her came to the fore. Miss Elizabeth continued by answering the tenant. "Yes, Mr. Duncan, we have little time to make any adjustments to our schedule and the estate. Once Mr. Collins is here, he will likely survey every possession until he has catalogued all Longbourn's assets. Anything missing when my father dies would be reason for bringing a claim against us for theft. I will not subject my family to that distress." She put her hands on her hips as she paced. Finally she stopped. "Very well, we will sell Goliath." Darcy was relieved. He would speak with Bingley, suggesting the offer be generous. The Bennet ladies would need all the coin they could get. He studied Miss Elizabeth's profile as she walked to the edge of the promontory. What all had she overcome already? He could not help but admire her. The two men discussed the bloodlines of the animal. As they spoke, the lady put her hand to her brow, shielding her sight from the sun. "Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. I see my sister Mary headed this way. I must be needed at Longbourn." Curtsying, Miss Elizabeth started back down the trail. Seeing one of Miss Elizabeth's sisters without her bonnet, and moving up the trail with speed, Darcy was inclined to offer Elizabeth his arm, guide her safely, and stand by her side. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he gave his attention to Henry Duncan. Chapter 9. Picking her way over the rocky portion of the path, Elizabeth moved quickly until she was running, uncaring what either Mr. Darcy or Mr. Duncan would think of her unladylike behaviour. Desperation filled her chest with each breath. "Papa!" "Mary, what has happened?" She slowed long enough to grab her sister's elbow, turning her back toward their home. "Papa attempted to walk to the doorway. He fell." "Has Mr. Jones been called?" "He has." "Did Papa explain why?" Fear drove her to move faster, her grip on her sister's arm fierce. "I do not know. I left to find you. He muttered your name. That was all I heard." Elizabeth heard Mr. Duncan call out, "Has something happened, Miss Elizabeth?" But she had already let go of her sister, running toward Longbourn. As they hurried down the hill to Longbourn, Duncan removed his cap and scratched his head.
"I am aware that in your society a lady is to be seen and not heard when it comes to estate business. Miss Lizzie has had a rough time of it, sir. The menfolk of the shire have attempted to shove her in whatever way they deem best for their own interests. Especially her Uncle Phillips has been a thorn in her side." "I am grieved to hear this about the community." Darcy spoke the truth, and his righteous anger stirred at Duncan's words. "You see, this is the thing." Duncan replaced his cap. "Miss Lizzie, since her papa got sick, has learned to be sceptical, wary of those she formerly trusted, and more confident of her own abilities. At first, she would think on a matter and worry over it before making a decision. Over the months, she's come to trust her own judgment with little input from me. She's earned my respect. I would hope that a learned man new to the area would treat her the same." Darcy peered at him directly. "You were speaking of me?" Who was this man, this farm worker, to question his character? Goodness, Darcy's own arrogance almost choked him. Duncan loudly cleared his throat. "Begging your pardon, sir, but I was raised by my ma alone. I know how women are viewed by others. Your letters were a beacon of hope to the young miss. Well, she read them so often that she took to carrying them round with her. I heard Mr. Darcy wrote so many times that I fairly got sick of it. I only ask you now not to let her down. She doesn't need your anger. She doesn't need you looking down on her for not telling you she was a lady. If you walked a few steps in her shoes since the start of the year, you probably would have made the same choices she did." "Did you recommend she use her initials, or was it her father? I suspect guile is not a part of her nature." "Aye, it was me." Duncan humbly bowed his head. "And I've no regrets." No, I do not suppose you do.
The turmoil inside Darcy revealed his own flaws. Pride at having been held up as an expert, mixed with the fragments of resentment at having been fooled. Yet what the man said was the truth. Had he been in the same position as Miss Elizabeth Bennet, he would have reached out for good advice, using any means possible.
Miss Lizzie is a good girl. I'm only saying she needs a friend who will set aside his own interests long enough to help her through what will be the worst yet to come. Ralph Phillips has proved himself disloyal. Lizzie herself told me he's been in contact with the heir in hopes of continuing to skim the cream off Longbourn. She read me a portion of this Mr. Collins' letter of introduction. He appears to be a small-minded man who will step into the master's role with little regard for the care she's given to her family and the property. Once her father's gone, the heir will bring nothing but trouble for Miss Lizzie. I see.
Darcy considered his words carefully. Surprising himself, he asked,
What do you suggest I do?
Nodding, Duncan replied,
You see, not one of our neighbours would listen to me. So I ask that you let yourself be her support, her pillar, her shield. Her feet are solidly planted on good Hertfordshire soil. She knows what she wants for her family. Security, safety, a future, and hope. What she doesn't know is how to go about getting any of this. Now, Miss Lizzie is stubborn, so a man who thinks he knows everything, swooping in to take charge, would offend her, since it would render her hard work worthless. What I'm asking is that you be the sort of friend who stands next to her, not pushing himself in front of her. If you need, think of her as E.R. Bennet, a desperate gent from Meryton. Respect is what I'm asking. Could you do this?
Darcy considered the man's question carefully. Could he be her friend? Would he be her friend? He had 5 years of being the master, of taking the lead in decisions small and large, for himself, his sister, and Pemberley. Honestly, he would never be able to think of Miss Elizabeth Bennet as a man. His imagination was good, but that was asking too much. No, the valid question was whether he could support her, without somehow attaching himself to her. Georgiana had teased him about finding a bride in Hertfordshire, but that was absolutely not his intent. What if Georgiana was left alone? What would she do? Who would come to her aid? Who would stand beside her to give her strength and direction? Who would look out for her interests over their own? He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to picture the scenario in his mind as he considered each of his male acquaintances. Lord in heaven! Of everyone in his sphere, only his cousin Richard would be trusted. If Richard was sent to the continent to lead his regiment into battle, he might be unavailable, leaving Georgiana unprotected to fend for herself.
Sir, if you aren't inclined, I will do my best.
Duncan lifted his chin. His gaze did not waver. This simple man exuded honour and dignity.
No, I am not saying I will not be that sort of friend to the Bennet family, Darcy admitted. I am only contemplating the situation if my young sister were in Miss Elizabeth's circumstances. Like most ladies, she is well educated, but not in the skills to run the business of an estate. I now understand the need to make some changes in my household to protect her should something happen to me.
Duncan nodded.
Did Miss Elizabeth ask you to speak to me on this subject? Absolutely not, was Duncan's immediate reply. Very well. I know how to act.
With his mind set, he considered how to protect his reputation and hers, so she and her family were settled into a new situation, and he could leave Hertfordshire unattached. Upon reaching Longbourn, Duncan studied him before knocking on the door.
I need to see if I'm needed. I do as well.
Papa, what has you upset? Elizabeth caught the grimace on her father's face.
Vist.
He struggled to speak.
Feel rain.
Elizabeth glanced out the window to the cloudless blue of the sky. Moving quickly across the corridor, she peered at the other horizon. Again, no clouds. Returning to her father, she reassured him. The workers will arrive on the morrow to begin bringing in the oats. Since Longbourn held out the longest to fully ripen the grain, we are the last property to need the workers. At his nod, she dipped her head. Papa, we chose not to hold a harvest celebration for the neighbourhood, to save funds that we will sorely need.
Oh, Lizzie, my girl.
Her father closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the headboard.
Wish done. Or...
She clasped his frail hand in her own. Oh, do not say that, Papa. We are doing well enough. Before my arrival, I met with Mr. Duncan and Mr. Darcy, who agreed to speak with Mr. Bingley about purchasing Goliath. Her father nodded, and then opened his eyes.
Trust him?
Elizabeth considered her father's question carefully. Did she trust Mr. Darcy? She sighed. He listened to her. He spoke to her as an equal. Not once while they were at Oakham Mount did he attempt to speak over the top of her, or mock her for talking about subjects uncommon to ladies. He had moments of intense pride. The other times he was almost respectful, a rare quality for a gentleman to a lady wholly unrelated to him. Papa, the man has been both arrogant and kind. In matters of society, I would ignore him for the rest of my life. In matters of the estate, I trust him implicitly. Aunt Gardner was correct. He knows his business well.
Good.
Grasping her fingers, he said,
Harvest today. Lungs feel heavy. Rain soon.
His suffering pained her. This was not the first time he predicted rain, and it came to pass. How could she make the harvesting happen? There were still many hours until the sun set. The workers were at the Longs' property. Were they finished with the fields? There was only one way to find out. Oh, very good, Papa. I will send a note to Mr. Long to direct the harvesters here. You have my word. We will begin as soon as we are able. There was so much to do. The harvest crew would need to be fed and housed in the building behind the stable. Was all in readiness? Standing, she bent over to kiss her father's cheek. I will return once this is set in motion.
Oh, good girl.
Elizabeth was stunned to see Mr. Darcy and Mr. Duncan standing in Longbourn's hall. Might I help you, gentlemen? She had many tasks to take care of. It was impossible to consider entertaining them with the prerequisite quarter-hour visit. Mr. Darcy replied, No, Miss Elizabeth, we are the ones who wish to help. Tell us, please, how we might be of service. Without hesitation, something she would consider later, she stated, Papa feels that rain will come during the night. The harvest should begin as soon as possible.
Do you know where the crews are currently?
Darcy asked. Mr. Duncan replied,
They're finishing at the Longs. If the gentleman here would ride over to direct them to Longbourn, I will get the horses and waggons ready for hauling in the grain.
Mr. Darcy's eyes quickly found hers. He was eager to help, and she could see it.
I will leave for the Longs now, he said.
Very well. I will alert the kitchen. Below stairs, the servants were already hard at work, baking bread, biscuits, and meat pies for the next day's arrivals. At being informed of the change in plans, cook gave a heavy sigh before nodding her agreement, her hand slapping the mass of dough harder against the wooden surface of the table. Informing her sisters and mother of the change in plans took longer than Elizabeth had imagined. Each lady wanted to display their talents with their knitting needles and yarn. From the looks of it, only Jane and their mother would provide a scarf or socks that would be usable. Nonetheless, it kept her younger sisters busy and out of mischief. Walking out to the stables, Elizabeth caught Mr. Duncan harnessing one of the farm horses to a wagon.
Oh, Miss Lizzie, the workers were already on their way here. We shall begin before too long.
The weight in her heart lifted with the piece of good news. Thank you. Approaching the man, she asked, Are we ready?
We are.
Finally, something was going right. She looked around but failed to see Mr. Darcy. When disappointment was her response, she was shocked at herself. Why was she anxious to see Mr. Darcy again? The answer was frightfully easy. He truly listened when she spoke. After being disregarded since the inception of her father's illness, it was a delight to have the full attention of a knowledgeable man, one who understood her attachment to the estate. Darcy had not yet reached Meryton before he came upon a grouping of men carrying long, sharp scythes over their shoulders. They were burly men, dressed in simple canvas pants and shirts.
"Pardon me, by chance are you heading to Longbourn?"
The man in the lead of the column responded.
"We are at that. They be not expecting us till tomorrow, but there be rain coming. I feel it in my bones." And they sent me ahead to see how soon you could begin.
With that obligation satisfied, he rushed to Netherfield Park. He needed to change into clothing more appropriate to work, and return to Miss Elizabeth. Longbourn. He meant Longbourn. Elizabeth loved the harvest, when the smell of grain filled the air. Often the workers sang as they used their scythes up and down each row. Their movements were like a dance she enjoyed watching from the vantage of a small hillock at the edge of the field. Watching them filling the storage houses until they burst was rewarding. The thought plucked at her heartstrings. This would be the last harvest she would experience at Longbourn. If they moved close to London, it would be the last one she might ever witness. Sadness almost consumed her, stopping her in her tracks. The simple truth was that the lives of her and her family were about to change in ways they did not want. No, that was incorrect. With the inception of her father's illness, their lives had already drastically changed. There was no going back. She needed to look to the future instead. Chapter 10. The rain, when it came, turned out to be no more than a heavy mist that dried under the late autumn sun. For 2 days the men worked from sunrise to sunset. Massive amounts of food and drink traversed the path between Longbourn's kitchen and the building behind the stable. Within a few brief moments it seemed every basket and tray were returned empty of everything but the crumbs. During that time Goliath made his way to Netherfield Park. A large payment made its way into the Bennet family coffers. Elizabeth was grateful that she had the ready money to pay the workers, something she had forgotten to arrange ahead of time. As was her habit, she checked on her father before descending the stairs to the drawing-room. He was on his side, curled into a ball. The apothecary was with him, as was her mother, who was sniffling at his bedside. When Mr. Jones stepped into the corridor to speak with her, the news was grim. Mr. Jones shook his head solemnly.
"Miss Lizzie, I fear your father will not make it even to winter. You have days, hours."
He twisted his hat in his hands.
"I am grieved."
Her heart was crushed. Had she been so busy overseeing the harvest that she missed her dear father's further descent? Guilt ate at her for not being at her father's side these last days.
"I shall leave you to tell your mother, since you have guests downstairs."
She nodded, unable to speak. Both days saw Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley arrive at Longbourn before the commencement of visiting hours. With a quick look into the room, she saw that Mr. Bingley sat next to Jane. Mr. Darcy stood at her entrance.
"How is your father?"
It was the simplest of questions, yet when her eyes started to prickle and burn, she knew she was not fit for conversation. "Pardon me." Without waiting for a response, she bolted from the drawing-room. Intense pain hit Elizabeth, robbing her of her breath at the thought of losing the man who was as vital to her as breathing. She hurried to the section of the oat fields yet to be harvested. Yellow-green stalks with bright golden heads, bent from the weight of the grains, welcomed Elizabeth. Raising her face to the sun, she gloried in the sounds of the men working in the distance, absorbing the life around her. The swishing of the grains, as a gentle breeze flowed across the field, brought a sweet, nutty smell to her nostrils. Her father abhorred oats for breaking his fast. He said there was not enough honey on the planet to make them palatable. She wept. Not only did her father struggle to breathe, but he was also not able to swallow without a great deal of effort, and the careful management of portions offered to him on a spoon. Additionally, involuntary twitching had set in over the past week. As each day passed, the weight melted from him, leaving him more feeble than ever before. She had nearly a year to come to terms with his illness and inevitable death, but she still felt ill-prepared. How would she go on? How could she survive the loss of her father? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she pinched her eyes closed. After a moment she opened them to see what was in front of her. Never could Elizabeth have imagined loving the cycle of planting she experienced that year. Images flashed in her mind of the many times over the spring and summer months that she had rushed to her father's side in hopes of gaining his good advice. When the wheat and barley harvest began, she barely could keep her feet on the ground, as her joy from seeing the fruits of her labours almost burst from her chest. The hops sold at the market gained the family a tidy sum, in addition to the moneys her uncle Gardner negotiated for their other crops. Her father's pleasure with her reports sustained her throughout the long hours spent overseeing the harvest in the fields. Now it would soon be over with her father's final breath. The Bennets would no longer own Longbourn. "Oh, papa!" Agony pierced through Elizabeth's middle. Using the back of her sleeve to wipe her tears, she turned to the sound of footsteps. Mr. Darcy. He stood next to her, his hat in his hands. She nodded to him, opening her mouth to greet him. The words could not make it past the knot in her throat. His voice, as soft and mellow as the breeze, carried to her. "When I stand in my fields, I often wonder who stood in that same place before me. Was it an ancestor, a tenant, or perhaps a young boy chasing a grasshopper instead of working? Or was it one of the bulls who escaped his pen, enjoying the new shoots in the spring or the tops of the grain in the autumn? My mind often looks to the future. I ponder who is yet to stand on that particular spot at Pemberley in 5 years, 10 years, or 50 years. From there I consider what my life would be like then. Will I have sons and grandsons who will love the soil as much as I? Will they in turn stand in that very place and ponder the past and their futures? I cannot know, of course, but the soil draws me, comforts me, and heals me, Miss Elizabeth." He turned to her. "I hope it does the same for you." His words were a comfort, his understanding a balm to her aching soul, and she said, "In the 20 years since my birth, I never noticed the land, other than the pleasure it provided during my strolls. It was a hard enough surface to allow me to get from one place to the other, with minimal effort, except when it rained. However," she swept her arms to encompass the field, "this experience will stay with me forever. I will never look at a ploughed field the same way I did before my father's illness." Her fists clenched. She swallowed, determined to get the words out, determined to be grateful rather than bitter, to find the silver lining rather than fall into despair. "His apoplexy, which was horrible to every facet of his life and ours, allowed me to experience so much that I would have missed had it not happened. Mr. Darcy, I have no embarrassment in admitting that I now love the land." "When I was in my 4th or 5th year, my father sat me in front of him on his horse while we rode Pemberley's property. I remember thinking how amazing it was that he could name every type of tree planted along the streams and the borders, every plant that grew underneath them, and every grain that grew in the fields. Each time we passed a tenant, he greeted them by name." He shook his head slightly. "It was the first time I recall wanting to grow up to be just like him." "Did you?" she asked, her hand shaking from the depths of her emotions. "Did I grow up to be just like him? I hope I did, Miss Elizabeth." He dipped his head. Elizabeth said, "I asked Mr. Duncan if he thought my father loved the land. Do you know what he said?" She shaded her eyes to clearly see his expression, uncaring if he saw the trail of tears streaking her face. "Mr. Duncan did not hesitate when he told me that my father used to ride the fields before breaking his fast, getting off his horse periodically to run his hands over the heads of grain. Often he would roll up his sleeves and work alongside the harvesters. At the harvest ball that Longbourn used to hold, he celebrated like he was still a lad rather than the master of the estate." She grinned. "He also shared with me that Papa would bring Mamma out to the fields in the early evenings. With his arm resting across her shoulders, he would point out whatever he happened to find interesting. They would remain in the fields until the sun set before strolling back to the house. I never knew this about my parents. They are much altered now, and have been for most of my memory." "Did he suggest what had changed?" Mr. Darcy asked. Slowly she looked away. Mr. Duncan plainly stated that with each daughter born, the lack of an heir affected both my father and mother. While my mamma became concerned with her future security, my father stopped visiting the fields. By the time Lydia arrived, they had settled into the people they were before my father's illness. There were no more early morning rambles or late evening strolls. There were no more harvest balls to celebrate the crops coming in, just a neighbourhood bonfire with plenty of food and drink. I am ashamed to admit, the land equated only to the meals I consumed at my table, the bed I slept in each night, and my monthly allowance I spent at my pleasure. From dawn to dusk my days were absorbed, pursuing my sole happiness. He cleared his throat.
I do not believe you are any different than most young ladies, Miss Elizabeth. I have found that the majority of young gentlemen also view the land as nothing more than coins in their pockets.
Mr. Darcy, as is common to my sex, I worried more about my allowance than the management of Longbourn. What an unbridgeable disparity in my understanding between the estate's income and the amount deposited in my reticule. How I wish I could turn back time. I could have improved my future and that of my sisters. My regrets are profound.
Again, I can only repeat that you are not alone.
He tapped his hat against his leg.
Few who have not been raised to work the land seem to comprehend its importance. You have learned the secret held by farmers throughout the millennia. An estate's true wealth is in the land, not what is in the bank.
Her words resonated with her soul. What I wonder now is... Tears threatened to pour from her eyes, and she feared she would not be able to curb them. I wonder, what do I do now? From this day forward, I am a woman with unrequited love. If we choose to move to the Meryton cottage, I will no longer have the freedom to walk these fields. I will have no decision on which grains to plant or when to plant them. I will not be pressed to decide the exact day or time to begin the harvest. I will not be able to claim budding stalks as a personal victory over all sorts of uncontrollable obstacles like the rain, wind, or cold. I will have no occupation as a young lady with too much time on my hands, in company with other ladies with too much unoccupied time. She shuddered. I cannot go back to not knowing the power of the land, yet I know not how I can press forward.
I fear I cannot advise you. It is a conundrum you face.
He put his hat back on his head.
To marry a man with an estate does not guarantee you will be involved with the production of the land, since the majority of gentlemen desire a wife who manages the house alone. Most wives of my acquaintance simper and spend, uncaring of the income's source. To bury yourself in other pursuits would still not satisfy, I would imagine.
No, they would not. She sighed. However, this is my trouble, not yours. You were an inestimable aid when Longbourn needed it the most, Mr. Darcy. If I were to show you the letters you penned, I doubt you would recognise them, since they have been unfolded, reread and folded so many times over the course of these many months, that the edge is curled, the ink faded, and the paper is fragile.
He grinned. That is a fine recommendation, I will admit.
Closing her eyes, she inhaled the rich scent of ripe oats. I will miss this once we leave Longbourn, my papa's field of dreams. I will miss it very much. Steeling herself for what she must do, she said, Thank you for your care and consideration, sir. I need to return to the house to attend to my father. My mother and sisters need me more than the land. It is time to take care of the responsibilities and set aside my own dreams. She curtsied. Again, I thank you. Walking away from the man was nearly as difficult as walking from the field. Her life was changing, a life of which Longbourn would soon no longer be a part. A lone tear trailed down her cheek. Was it for her father? Watching him struggle for the simple task of taking in air broke her heart. Was it for Longbourn's fertile fields, or the house that held her most cherished memories? Or was it for the tender kindness shown by Mr. Darcy? At the moment, she could not know. Chapter 11. Elizabeth had never seen the like. When her father had winter fever in the spring, His cough had racked his lungs, making his breathing arduous, and giving his lips and fingernails a bluish tinge. This time his body shook from heat and chills until the four-poster rattled. His rapid, shallow breaths were interrupted by choking coughs that spewed blood into a handkerchief. "Did you send a note to the apothecary?" she demanded of Mr. Hill, who immediately nodded. Mrs. Hill rinsed and replaced the cloths at her father's mouth.
"Miss Lizzie, would you rather I tend to Mrs. Bennet or continue here?"
Hill asked. Elizabeth shook her head. Neither task was pleasant. However, the weeping from the accompanying bedchambers could not be ignored. It was not fair to ask it of the housekeeper. "I will see to mamma and my sisters." She touched the blankets that covered her father's legs. "Oh, my papa, what are we to do?" The man who lay there bore little resemblance to her beloved father. Memories rushed through her mind, filling her senses. He had been a vital part of her life until the past year. She felt lost, like she truly did not know which way to turn. Inhaling deeply, she patted her father's limb and told him she loved him. In the corridor she heard pounding on the front door. Since Longbourn's servants were helping her father, there was no one to let the apothecary in. Elizabeth hurriedly descended the stairs and opened the door, expecting to see Mr. Jones. Instead, it was Mr. Darcy. Relief washed over her. Elizabeth's instinct was to throw herself into his arms, while begging him to make all the suffering go away. "You are here." Her mouth formed the words, though she made no sound. 3 simple words from a woman he held in respect melted the edges of his heart. He stepped closer, desperately wanting to reach out to hold her small hands in his.
"Miss Elizabeth, what you said about your love of the land resonated with me, for I feel the same."
He removed his hat, setting it aside.
"I am here to help."
The short trip back to Netherfield Park brought clarity to Darcy. Never in his lifetime had he imagined finding a lady who would care about the source of Pemberley's wealth. As he and Bingley traversed Longbourn's fields, Darcy considered what it would be like to have her as his life's partner, a female who poured herself out to care for those who were her own. Did he love her? Of course not. Could he love her in time? It was that thought alone that filled his mind. By the time he reached Netherfield's main house and avoided the greedy talons of Miss Bingley, his choice had been made. Every emotion he saw in Miss Elizabeth's eyes reminded him of his own fears when he learned his father had died. She stepped back. "Mr. Darcy, I beg your pardon, sir, but this is not a good time." Her arms wrapped around her waist as her shoulders quivered.
"We need to talk, privately."
There was no one else in sight. Taking her by the elbow, he gently nudged her to the drawing-room. "Mr. Darcy, we are now in the depths of the very situation I feared when I first contacted you. I regret I must go to my father."
"Please, wait,"
he said as she turned to escort him to the door. His confidence that this was the right course was firm.
"I can help. I want to help. You will need my help."
"What help?" She spun back to ask.
"I hear your father's cough, and your mother's weeping. I have no doubt you know what the outcome will be. Thus you need to move quickly to make the best use of Longbourn's assets before your father takes his final breath."
He paused.
"Pray, forgive me for speaking plainly, but you have no time to waste."
"What do you mean?"
He blurted, "Calculate the minimum cost for running the whole of Longbourn through the spring planting. Take what remains, which should be a healthy sum, and place it with a banker who can keep it from Longbourn's heir."
Elizabeth's mind spun to consider his suggestion. It was what she had wanted to do, but did not know if it was legal or morally sound.
"Without those funds, your heir will still inherit an estate fully capable of continuing on its own, with proper management. You earned this income, which could be used to establish yourselves elsewhere. Additionally, list all assets inside this residence and elsewhere that belong by rights to the family and not the estate. Be as thorough as possible. Beg your sisters and mother to assist you. Do it tonight. Then see that everything unnecessary for the remainder of your time in this house is moved from the estate before the heir's arrival."
She interrupted. "Oh, but he is expected 4 days hence."
I shall ask Bingley to make room at Netherfield Park for the large furnishings that are not attached to the estate. There are no plans for his ballroom at present. Perhaps your possessions could be temporarily stored there."
It made perfect sense to Elizabeth, yet she had been on her own making decisions for long enough that it was almost like her mind had gone dull. Why are you doing this?" Elizabeth whispered, afraid he would vanish, as in a dream, and she would find it was a horrid part of the nightmare in her father's bedchamber.
"I am loyal, Miss Elizabeth. You asked for my help and my trust months ago. I willingly extended my hand of friendship. Once I do so, I do not lightly take it back. It is as simple as that."
For the first time that evening she looked at him, truly looked at him. In the glow of the candlelight, his gaze never wavered from hers. "Do you know I can do all of this with impunity?" She had to ask. Trust was a test many had failed.
"As a landowner who follows the law, anything in excess of the present cost to adequately run Longbourn belongs to your father."
Elizabeth agreed. Once he walked out the door to seek Mr. Bingley's permission to move items to Netherfield Park, she rushed upstairs to put her mother and sisters to work. As soon as Darcy mounted his horse to return to Netherfield, he began making a mental list of all the Bennets should be doing, satisfied that they were caring for the most important tasks of the moment. He expected to feel a sense of anxiety at acting on his rash decision, yet he had no regrets. Later, he could tell Georgiana of his actions, and she would be pleased her brother had been able to give practical assistance to young Bennet. Tender feelings rose in his chest. He saw Miss Elizabeth's fear. The slight glimpse into her emotions settled his mind about what he needed to do. To have felt overwhelmed as a 22-year-old man, trained to be the master of a large property, was one thing. Having those same burdens as a lady with no training should have crushed her beneath the weight. Yet he noted the tilt of her chin and the determination in her eyes. It was that, more than anything else, that charted his course. Blast! Why had he insulted her, of all people, at that infernal assembly a few weeks prior? If Caroline Bingley had kept her mouth shut, and only complained to herself, he would have stepped inside the assembly rooms in a far better mood. Who was he trying to excuse? He alone was responsible for his actions and speech. Darcy wanted to hit himself in the jaw for his egregious error. If someone ever spoke to his sister like he had Miss Elizabeth, they would have been meeting at Butcher's Field outside of London, with their pistols drawn. He was a fool. He hoped Miss Elizabeth had forgiven him, or forgotten his words. She had not brought it up once while in his company. Yet would she? No, she would not. "Darcy, I thought you returned to Longbourn, but I see you did not," Bingley asked. "Are you coming back inside?"
"I am not."
Briefly explaining what he had in mind, he ended with the one thing that would guarantee Bingley's acquiescence.
"Miss Jane Bennet's family are in dire straits."
"Then I will gather my servants to assist in loading and transporting anything the Bennets need. My house is your house, Darcy, and for as long as they need, their house as well."
"I thank you, my friend."
When Bingley stepped back, Darcy spun his horse back to Longbourn. He would do all he could to help. From the sounds of Mr. Bennet's suffering, the family did not have long. With the arrival of the apothecary, who chose to stay with their father, Hill could assist the ladies to sort and pack. In truth, there was little that would leave Longbourn, since the majority of its contents belonged to the estate. Elizabeth reminded her younger sisters that their items for daily use could remain behind until they moved. There could be no claim to them from anyone outside the immediate family. Particular family articles needed to leave Longbourn ahead of Mr. Collins's arrival. Therefore they helped their mother remove their childhood artwork from the walls and pack the pieces into the crates that Hill provided. Mrs. Bennet carefully wrapped gifts from Mr. Bennet. The pianoforte, a large buffet containing the Bennets' best serving pieces they had purchased after they married, and the writing desk in the front room would have to be transferred to Netherfield's ballroom. Elizabeth began sorting the remaining books from her father's shelves. Most were theirs to keep, the rest belonged to the estate. During the whole of their activities, the sound of her father's anguish rent the air. Finally, after an hour packing their valuables, the noise stopped. Were their efforts too late? No, the apothecary's tonic finally brought relief to her father. Mr. Jones was speaking with Mrs. Bennet when Mr. Darcy returned. Behind him were 4 burly men. Mr. Darcy stepped inside Longbourn and took charge. Within moments the servants from Netherfield Park were loading the larger pieces into carts. Mr. Darcy had requested the presence of Mr. Jones, her mother and herself in Mr. Bennet's study.
"Do you have a bank draft available that can be drawn upon your father's accounts?"
Darcy asked, as soon as the door closed. Elizabeth moved to the desk, opening the top drawer. After retrieving the paper, she gathered a quill and ink.
"Pray fill it out for the total amount reserved after all expenses are met for the current year, and through spring of the next. A close estimate will work if you do not know the exact amount."
He said nothing until Elizabeth finished.
"Now let us go upstairs and hope Mr. Bennet can put his mark on the paper. Mr. Jones and I can serve as witnesses."
They heard a disturbance from without. When Hill tapped on the door, Mr. Bingley and Mr. Hurst entered.
"Thank you for coming quickly."
Mr. Darcy carefully lifted the parchment Elizabeth had sanded.
"We're needed upstairs."
To Elizabeth and her mother he said,
"We will only be a moment."
"Lizzie, what he is doing is the right thing," her mamma stated. "Did you know that your father rarely spent money on himself other than books? Any money from this account would be just wages for his efforts over these many years."
I did not know. Yet she should have. Over the course of the months since his apoplexy, she had studied the accounts until she knew how much was spent by Longbourn for meat, wages for the itinerant planting and harvest workers, the cost to mill their grain and shear the sheep, and the total amount allotted to each daughter for her allowance. How had she never noticed that her father had taken no money other than for an occasional order of books? She shook her head. "Mamma, you might think it is a gamble to trust Mr. Darcy. However, please know that Aunt Gardiner has known of his family since her youth. She speaks well of him. The advice he gave was sound when I wrote to him. I believe his advice is sound now as well." Her mother nodded.
"I've heard what Mr. Wickham has reported about Mr. Darcy. Despite your fierce independence, daughter, a man is necessary sometimes. Mr. Darcy might have slighted you. Yes, I heard what he said at the assembly too, and treated poor Mr. Wickham with disdain. Nevertheless, now we are in need, and he is here. Mr. Darcy's friendship with Mr. Bingley will put Jane in the way of her future husband, you mark my words. We will have a wedding as soon as we are able."
She sniffed. Then the tears flowed.
"What am I going to do without Mr. Bennet?"
Wrapping her arms around her mother, Elizabeth wondered the same. Chapter 12. Darcy recognised the sound coming from Mr. Bennet's chest. It was called the death rattle for a reason. A mountain of pillows had propped him up. The butler was fanning his face, trying to get air into his lungs. The windows were wide open. He could see Mr. Bennet's attempts to focus on what was happening. The demand for oxygen was his greatest struggle. There were long pauses between breaths, moving his stomach up and down, rather than his chest. The gurgling sound made Darcy want to cough for him. As it was, Darcy cleared his throat before speaking.
"Mr. Bennet, I am Fitzwilliam Darcy, the man your daughter contacted in the spring. It is my purpose here tonight to protect your family's future."
He quickly explained what they were about. With Bingley and the apothecary's assistance, Mr. Bennet managed to sit upright. Hurst held a portable writing desk on his lap, while Darcy kept the bank drafts steady.
"Do you understand what you are signing?"
Darcy asked. There was a slight nod.
"Do you understand that this money will support your wife and daughters after you are no longer able?"
The nod was more vigorous.
"Do you understand that there are 4 witnesses here who will testify, if necessary, that you are of sound mind, that you willingly and voluntarily are signing this document, transferring funds into an account for the personal use of your wife and daughters, and that these monies will be removed from Longbourn's accounts?"
"Do,"
he mumbled, as his head dipped again.
"You are in full agreement,"
Darcy said.
"Yes."
He reached feebly for the quill. His speech was garbled, but that one word was clearly understood. With a swift move of the quill it was done. Mr. Bennet thrust the quill into Darcy's hand.
"Sign witness."
Once Hurst lifted the desk to the side of the bed, each man signed his name across the bottom of the draft that Miss Elizabeth had carefully dated.
"I will only ask one more thing of you, sir."
Darcy cleared his throat.
"I will leave as soon as the sun rises and go directly to the Bank of England. There I will open an account not associated with Longbourn for your family's use. Your task is to remain alive until my return, indicating the deed is done and the funds are safe."
Mr. Bennet nodded, then slid down onto his pillows.
"Gardener, go,"
he whispered as loudly as he was able. Immediately, a violent fit of coughing hit him. Mr. Jones stepped up with a bottle of some sort. Hopefully, it contained laudanum, so the poor man could sleep. Elizabeth could not restrain herself from wishing she was upstairs with the men. Had her father signed the bank draft? Was he able to do so? What did he think of Mr. Darcy? Would he have trusted him? Soon after she entered the drawing-room, the men returned downstairs. Mr. Darcy requested that they all assemble. Mr. Hill and his wife remained with her father. Once the ladies were seated, he took his place in front of the fireplace.
"Mr. Bennet was able to communicate that he was in full agreement with our plans."
He directed his attention to her mother.
"Mrs. Bennet, do you know where Mr. Bennet's heir resides?"
Francine Bennet huffed. "His name is William Collins. He is the parson at Hunsford Parsonage in Kent." Mr. Darcy's jaw dropped.
"Oh, good Lord, I know him."
Elizabeth studied his response closely. The first reaction was horror. Then it was resignation. "Oh, pray explain yourself, sir," Elizabeth requested. He ran his hand over his mouth and looked at the floor. Finally he said,
"Mr. Collins was given the living by my aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. For the past 2 springs, when my cousin and I visited her estate of Rosings Park, we have met the man."
"You have? What is he like?" Elizabeth's mother exclaimed. "Is he handsome? Is he kind? Is he married?" Elizabeth was mortified, as was Jane, if the red crawling up her neck was an indication. Mr. Darcy cleared his throat.
"He is about my height. I believe that he might be considered attractive to some. He is not married. He believes the sun rises and sets with my aunt's ridiculous counsel, and he will likely feel it is his Christian duty to marry one of your daughters, since that is the sort of counsel my aunt would give him." "Oh, he is unwed. Well, then he would be a good match for one of my girls. Oh, perhaps he will offer for you, Lizzie. Then you could continue to be in charge of Longbourn." "Mamma!" Elizabeth hissed. "No. Did you not hear Mr. Darcy say he follows the ridiculous counsel of his patroness? What sort of husband would he be?" "Why, Lizzie, the best sort, since he is used to a female exercising authority." "That is not sound, mamma. Pray, think about this no more." Elizabeth was humiliated such talk occurred in front of their current neighbours. She was grateful when Mr. Darcy cleared his throat. "I shall be leaving before sunrise to travel to London. As soon as an account is opened, I will return. Mr. Bennet mentioned Gardner. Is he a relation of the former Miss Carrington, Mrs. Gardner? Is he a trusted family member, whom I can rely upon to attend me while I conduct business? Someone who will also protect your interests?"
"Yes, Mr. Edmund Gardner, my uncle, is the husband to Aunt Madeline," Elizabeth replied.
"Mightn't I have his direction?"
Her mother answered, "Oh, my Mary can write their address on some paper for you, Mr. Darcy. She has a beautiful hand." Mary's mouth dropped open at the compliment. Rarely did their mother acknowledge her third daughter. "And write a letter of introduction for Mr. Darcy to my brother. Apprise him of our plan." Darcy bowed in Mary's direction.
"I thank you, Miss Mary. While you are engaged in that task, I ask that the rest of us walk through Longbourn. Yes, all of us. I suggest we go from room to room to see if you have removed the valuables we discussed. For I suspect that Mr. Collins will appear on your doorstep, ready to take possession and take charge."
Her mother sighed. "Oh, the rest of you may go. I am weary." She fluttered her hand to send them away.
"I am terribly sorry, Mrs. Bennet, but you are the most important person for our task. You see, you will know best if something belongs to the family or the estate. And then the servants will need to arrange what is left in the room to look like nothing is amiss. This, too, you will be invaluable in directing your butler."
"You are a wise man, sir."
Francine Bennet pushed herself up from the chair.
"Or perhaps my Jane could be paired with Mr. Bingley on the tour, since she knows the house almost as well as I do. Mr. Darcy, Mary can help you to find your way."
Elizabeth wanted to roll her eyes at the fact that during this desperate hour her mother's desire to have her children well settled was her priority. If anyone partnered with Mr. Darcy, it should be her. What? Why did she think such a thing? Elizabeth studied his person as he walked next to her sister. He was a powerful man, with wavy brown hair, even darker than her own. His face was handsome, and his jaw firm. Nevertheless, it was his character that appealed to her. He loved the land. He acted to help when he saw a need. He showed empathy for her feelings when no one else had. He heard her words when she spoke, and noted the motive behind her utterances. Other than his temporary bouts of arrogance, he was an attractive man. She blushed, hoping no one would notice. What was she thinking? Especially as her father lay dying upstairs.
"Lizzie, I believe this little shelf of books needs to go."
Her mother had entered Elizabeth's bedchamber.
"In addition, the paintings you purchased at Cornwall when you travel with my brother and his family should be added to the wagons."
Mr. Darcy grabbed an armload of volumes, carrying them to a crate.
"I see that you enjoy reading something other than agricultural treatises."
"I do." It was odd having him handle her things. Within moments they departed her room for Jane's. She hesitated before following. A deep voice from behind her resonated to the depths of her heart.
"New beginnings are fearful things. At the same time, they are opportunities to begin afresh, choosing a direction that might lead to a happy outcome."
She spun toward him. "Why, Mr. Darcy, there is a bit of a dreamer in you, is there not?"
"Do not tell anyone, Miss Elizabeth, for I will deny it to my dying breath."
He grinned. She felt something new and wonderful in her middle as they stood in her room, entirely focused on each other. What was this feeling?
"Lizzie!"
her mother screeched, interrupting the moment.
"Come, you need to look through these trunks to see if there is anything worth saving."
"Pardon me, sir." She could feel her cheeks warm as she turned away from him. Pressing her palms to each side of her face, she wondered what in the world she was about. As it happened, they found many more items that needed to be removed to Netherfield Park. Trunks filled with costumes they used several times to put on family productions, and a harp that belonged to Elizabeth's paternal grandmother were designated for relocation. However, it was a small wooden box in the back of her husband's closet that finally reconciled the mistress of Longbourn with how their lives were soon to be changed permanently. Inside were silly verses she had written to her husband after they were first married. She sobbed.
"Mr. Bennet has always loved the written word."
She picked up a fragile piece of paper to read the script.
"I had no idea he kept these all of these years," she wailed. "What will I do without him?"
Jane moved to comfort her, as Elizabeth said, "We will do whatever it takes, Mamma." Darcy was exhausted by the time he arrived at Gracechurch Street in London. The hour was far too early for visiting, yet he left his weary horse with the groom and mounted the stairs to the gardener's Cheapside residence. Darcy hoped the gardeners were sensible people, although he suspected they were, by them recommending that their niece contact him for advice. Miss Elizabeth. What a woman she was! For there was not one task she did not do to her fullest. Her quick obedience inspired the others in her family to perform far past the hour when they should have been snugly tucked into their beds. The search for items and caring for Mr. Bennet's final business was emotionally taxing. Through it all, she remained calm and clear-sighted. Miss Mary had told him that her sister Lizzie and their father were exceedingly close. That had to have made each task even harder for the lady, yet she persevered. Removing his hat, he ran his hands through his hair. He knew he was unexpected. It was dreadfully early. Less than an hour later, the deed was done. The Gardiners were as he had hoped. Surprisingly, Mr. Bennet had given written permission for his wife to have an account the year prior, with Mr. Gardiner authorised to transact business. Therefore the men were able to deposit with ease. Tucked inside Darcy's pocket was a receipt for the full amount, placed into an account bearing Mr. Gardiner's and Mrs. Bennet's names. Racing back to Hertfordshire, the sun had yet to reach its zenith. Stopping only to change horses, despite his fatigue, he continued north. The horse had been ridden hard, yet Darcy could not take the chance of stopping for a rest. Even though everything had been done according to current property ownership laws, and Mr. Bennet's existence was no longer necessary to protect the transaction, Darcy suspected the gentleman would want to know that it had been accomplished. As he approached Longbourn, 2 carriages were waiting out front. One was a hackney, the sort often rented. The other conveyance was Bingley's. No black crape hung from the front door, so the possibility that Mr. Bennet yet lived existed. When Darcy was let inside by Longbourn's butler, he saw frustration on the servant's face, and heard a raised male voice in Mr. Bennet's study. Bingley was in the doorway of the drawing-room.
"It is good you are here, Darcy. Miss Bennet's uncle just arrived. He is with Miss Elizabeth. I was headed in to offer support." "I will take care of it, Bingley."
Through the doorway he saw Miss Jane Bennet sitting alone in front of the fire. Mr. Hurst was sound asleep at one end of the sofa. The 2 youngest Bennets flanked Mrs. Bennet on either side, resting their heads on their mother's shoulders. Miss Mary Bennet thumbed through her Bible, while ignoring Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, as they equally ignored everyone in the room. Mrs. Bennet stared at nothing, as if she was unaware of the other's presence. No one appeared to hear a man berating Miss Elizabeth Bennet in the study. "Uncle," Miss Elizabeth attempted, only to be interrupted.
"Lizzie, you can no longer deny that a man needs to take charge. With your father ready to breathe his last, you are not qualified to administer Longbourn's future. I am not only willing, but am also able."
He thumbed his chest.
"Your folly has gone on far enough."
"Uncle!" She tried again to no effect. Seeing the lines of weariness on her face, Darcy stepped inside the study.
"I beg your pardon, but who might you be?"
Darcy asked, as if he belonged at Longbourn. As the master of Pemberley, he knew how to take charge.
"Who are you?"
The man turned toward Darcy, his ire at his niece directed at him.
"I am Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire and Darcy House in London. I am the acting agent for Mr. Thomas Bennet. I ask again, who are you to the Bennets, and why are you insisting that you have the right to make decisions for the family?"
Darcy would have sworn steam came out of the man's ears, for he huffed and puffed. Stretching himself to his full height, the man said,
"I am Mr. Ralph Phillips, solicitor for Mr. Thomas Bennet. As his long-time brother-in-law, I know what is best for Longbourn."
Darcy stared at the man.
"How odd."
Looking away, he called for Bingley and Hurst.
"Miss Elizabeth, if you would have Mr. Hill come here, it would be greatly appreciated."
As they waited for the butler, Mr. Phillips said,
"I do not know why you were involved, Mr. Darcy. I do not know how you came to be at Longbourn. What I do know is the word around town about your theft of a grand living from Mr. Wickham. You are acting like a man of honour, but the truth is that you're nothing more than a thief and a bully. I know who has authority over this estate and who does not."
Elizabeth gasped.
"I have proof that Wickham's claims are entirely false. I pay my debts. Wickham rarely does. In fact, you could check no further than the local businesses to discover the truth."
Mr. Darcy lifted his chin.
"You have now been warned. I suggest you pass this information to the merchants. I'm not responsible for Wickham's claims or debts. Once he is exposed, he will flee the area, as is his pattern." "Oh, these are vile claims," Mr. Phillips said.
"Against a vile man," Darcy said.
"The issue at hand is your other accusation. Your claim of authority based on a familial relationship is intriguing. You, uncle to these fine ladies, have yet to mention anything you have done for their future care and consideration. Is it only Longbourn, the property, that interests you?"
Mr. Phillips said nothing. Darcy waited until Bingley, Hurst, and the butler stood on each side of him. Eyeing the solicitor, Darcy stated,
Mr. Bingley, Mr. Hurst, and Mr. Hill, did you or did you not hear Mr. Thomas Bennet direct me to make financial arrangements to benefit his future widow and 5 daughters?
The men replied in unison that they heard Mr. Bennet's instructions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Phillips, as of this moment in time, Mr. Thomas Bennet is still the master of Longbourn. At the time of his death, the title of Longbourn transfers by entail to Mr. William Collins of Kent. I wonder why you feel you have any measure of authority here.
The solicitor tucked his finger under his collar and pulled, clearly uncomfortable with Darcy's comments.
I also wonder, Darcy continued, what are you hoping to gain by attempting to intimidate your niece? Is this the act of a loving uncle? Tell me, do you have a claim to this estate that will benefit you financially?
You do not...
Mr. Phillips sputtered.
You do not understand. Upon the birth of the last daughter, with no son to inherit, Bennet lost interest in the daily management of this estate. Until his apoplexy, he relied upon me to make the decisions. I received a percentage of the profits from all the income streams leading into Longbourn's coffers in repayment. Once Lizzie took over, keeping me from acting as I have always done, I received nothing. Mr. Darcy, I have repeatedly asked to look at the account books, but have been soundly refused by this upstart of a girl.
He grabbed his lapels and lifted his chin.
I come to collect what is due to me from this year's harvest.
From the corner of his eye, he saw Miss Elizabeth's hands cover her mouth. Finally, dropping them, she asked, "You want money? That is why you are here now." She shook her head. "My father is lying on his deathbed, and you are after coins you did not earn." Her hands landed on her hips. "Do tell, uncle. Does my aunt know why you are here? Is she a partner in your embezzlement attempt? For you have done nothing to earn a farthing for almost a year. Would you have made this attempt if my father's health was sound? Or is it an advantage you seek to take because you believe me to be gullible and ignorant?"
Elizabeth Rose Bennet!
The solicitor's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. Mr. Phillips declared,
"You know nothing of what we are discussing. This is men's business. Go do your needlework, Lizzie, because it is the only accomplishment you possess."
Her brow arched, and her posture stiffened. "I will not insist that you leave, uncle, since you have been married to my aunt since before my birth. However, I will inform you unequivocally that you hold no rights to Longbourn, none. Even if you did, there are only enough funds to pay for the upkeep over the winter and the planting in the spring. Mr. Collins will need to be frugal until the winter vegetables can be sold. Only then will there be extra funds at Longbourn. You will need to take up any claims you believe you have against the estate, with the heir." Folding her arms across her chest, she added, "This discussion is finished. If you gentlemen would excuse me." Darcy watched her walk across the hall to where her eldest sister sat. Taking the seat beside Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth dropped her forehead into her palms. Her shoulders sagged. Turning to the man standing next to him, he said,
"Mr. Phillips, that you should treat your niece with disrespect, adding to her burdens at this difficult time, is intolerable."
The solicitor snorted.
"If the gossip my wife has been hearing is correct, then I am not the only one who considered Lizzie intolerable. What was it you said at the last assembly? Oh, yes, I recall. She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me, and I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. Now, you tell me, Mr. Darcy of Pemberley, who is it who ill-treated my niece?"
Blast! Those horrible words were coming back to haunt him. Idiot! If only they could be taken back. Unfortunately, they could not. He vowed to himself, and anyone who cared, that he would do everything within his means to make amends. Chapter 13. Somehow, Elizabeth knew that it would only take the tiniest piece of thread, or even the weight of a single particle of dust, settling upon her shoulders to collapse her world. She sincerely appreciated Mr. Darcy's assistance in standing up to Uncle Phillips. He claimed he acted from loyalty. He said he had proof against Mr. Wickham. His words were spoken with sincerity. She could not help but believe him. Through her weariness, the voices of the others in the drawing-room pierced her thinking. Jane and Mr. Bingley were discussing the future of Netherfield Park. Her mother softly assured her youngest daughters that they were each pretty enough to capture a suitable husband. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst made snide remarks about her and her uncle. Elizabeth needed a moment to herself. No, she needed her father. Ignoring her younger sister's questions, she ascended the stairs. During the whole of her life, her father had been her rock, the safe place where she could run and hide from distress. Now she feared what was to come. She felt her heart break into a million tiny pieces. The rest of her body felt empty, nothingness filling the void of her soul. The curtains in his chambers were drawn closed. Elizabeth appreciated the murky darkness as she sat in the chair next to her father's bed. His laboured breathing hurt her, until she found herself inhaling and exhaling to the same rhythm as he did. If only she could breathe for him. Papa. She pulled the chair closer until her knees hit the frame. Taking his hand in hers, she kissed the back of his fingers. Do you remember when I was little? You used to take me walking through the fields when the wheat had sprouted only inches from the ground. You called it your field of dreams, since the income, once those stalks were grown, would help our whole family along for the next year. You said that Mamma's dreams of new gowns would come true, that my dreams of having a hiding place from Kitty and Lydia would be just right for me once the wheat grew taller. Do you remember? She chuckled, a tear dropping from her cheek. I recall that time a few months later, when I was determined to see if you were correct. I hid in the high stalks. You could not find me. To me, being so young, the fields stretched for miles. On that day the acres hid me well. Oh, Papa, you were so frustrated with me when I did not answer your repeated calls. As your fear of not being able to find me grew, my delight at having discovered the best hiding place ever was complete. Do you remember, Papa? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Elizabeth continued. When you told me not to get too attached to the land, I listened. For years I paid attention to your direction. But, Papa, this past spring, when the planting was done, I stood at the southern edge of the field on Mr. Duncan's farm and absorbed the aromatic richness of the turned soil. He stood next to me, studying the straight furrows. I could see the pride on every inch of him. I also saw him smile for the first time that I can recall. The amusing thing was that I felt the same pride and pleasure. Papa, as I strolled back to Longbourn, I knew in my heart that something had forever changed. I had fallen head over heels in love with the land. She gently squeezed his hand. Do you know what I am talking about, Papa? Is that how you felt when you walked through your field of dreams? Resting her cheek on the back of his fingers, she said, Do you recall during the late spring, when I shared my excitement as the crops started to grow, and a whole new world was revealed to me? By the time we planted the wheat in mid-March, the barley was popping up through the soil like little sentinels standing guard. Seeing green sprouts against the dark soil filled me with joy, Papa. Each morning I jumped from my bed and rushed to the fields before I broke my fast, to witness the miracle taking place. Day after day and week after week, I cherished those moments alone, as the rising sun woke each plant to life. I never knew anything as glorious in the whole of my lifetime until now. Turning her face, she kissed his fingers. Papa, how could I not have hope that you would get better, when life flourished around me? How could I not feel a sense of hope, when those little shoots of wheat grew stronger and more vibrant each day? Her voice broke. Papa, somehow I thought that if I took good care to make sure our fields prospered, you would wake one day and be of sound health, prospering too. As the wheat grew stronger, you would too. Oh, I was not trying to make a bargain with God, but how? How am I supposed to make my way without you? I love you so much. I do not know what to do without your wisdom, Papa. The only sound was his laboured breathing. It was not Darcy's intention to intrude on Elizabeth's private moment. Nevertheless, something drew him to follow her when she left the drawing-room. Further, he needed to tell Mr. Bennet that the money for Mrs. Bennet was safe in the Bank of London. Memories of losing his parents, one 10 years after the other, moved him to offer the comfort he had desperately needed at the time. In her whispered words to her father, Darcy recognised a kindred spirit. He too felt the same way about the fields at Pemberley as she did the home fields of Longbourn. It was a constant puzzlement to him when his schoolmates, whose primary source of income had been farming, held no appreciation for the produce from the fields. They blatantly distanced themselves, instead of comprehending that the land blessed a family with life-sustaining food, and the funds to live their leisurely lifestyle. Darcy also loved the smell of the fertile earth. It soothed him and instilled him with fervent hope. Observing her grief brought the sense of loss he felt 5 years prior to the fore. Although George Darcy took a far more active role in the daily running of his estate, the ties to the land were the same in Mr. Bennet. They were the patriarchs, born and raised at their estates, as were their children. Their roots ran deeper than the grain they sowed each year.
"Miss Elizabeth, you will be well, I promise."
Darcy truly meant the words he whispered. The lady had shown incredible bravery in defending her actions against her uncle and standing up for her family's future. Her courage humbled him. Mr. Darcy's words startled her from reflections, but Elizabeth feared that if she stood, she would crumble to the floor, or if she let go of her father's hand, he would stop breathing. Would she be well? Tucking Papa's hand under the bedclothes, Elizabeth sat back in the chair. She simply could not imagine how to begin. Turning to him, she blinked until her eyes were able to focus. Elizabeth said, "Thank you." Surely it was far less than she had intended to say, yet she had no winsome words to draw upon. Darcy bowed.
"Miss Elizabeth, if you would allow me, I will sit with your father for a while. What I am hoping that you decide to do now is to help your mother and sisters by thinking hard about your next step. Rather than wallow in the past, I suggest you help them look to the future and consider where they will live. In their minds, consider the eventual consequences of any choice they make. For them, standing still is no longer an option, I'm afraid."
Every syllable held the ring of truth. She said, "There is a cottage next to the Phillipses' house in Meryton available for purchase. Where I had once spoken to Mamma about the possibility of living there, I now do not consider it to be a viable option. Having my uncle next door would stifle any attempts at a peaceful existence." Elizabeth paused to do as he suggested, follow the path to its conclusion. "I could not see him staying out of any decision-making when it comes to the future of each of my sisters. I also believe he would attempt to be the lord over Mamma, as the master of her destiny. She would balk, as she rightly should. He is not her husband, but her sister's. There would be no peace."
"I agree that it is the course of wisdom to look elsewhere," Mr. Darcy added. "Something else you need to consider. Once Mr. Collins arrives, and your father... Well, when Mr. Collins inherits, he has the right to make whatever changes he likes to the interior and exterior of the structures at Longbourn, as well as to any servants who choose to remain. These might not be in accord with your mother's vision for her former home. Making a sudden change will be painful for all of you. Nonetheless, thinking of the ongoing pain at seeing her former house forever altered might be more than she could bear."
Elizabeth stepped away from the bed, keeping her back to her father, to pace the room. "Mamma's suggestion that I attempt to tie myself to Mr. Collins is an option I also need to consider. If I do so, and have a measure of influence over him, the lives of the rest of my family would have little transformation." Her stomach churned at the thought. She knew the leanings of her heart, and it was not toward Longbourn's heir.
"I am horrified you would even think of this path, Miss Elizabeth."
Mr. Darcy ran his hands through his hair, mussing the dark waves. She agreed with him fully, yet what were her options? He continued,
"Your willingness to sacrifice for the sake of your family is admirable. However, you go too far. Collins is an ignorant man, filled with absurd piety and misguided loyalty. Where your family might benefit from your marriage to him, you would be miserable. It is simply too high a cost for any sensible young lady to bear."
He stepped closer to her. Elizabeth held her ground, even when she could see every shade of his eyes. His nearness caused her heart to race. His words resonated with truth. Mr. Darcy added,
"Consider the cost to you, Miss Elizabeth. To marry a fool is to be attached to him for your lifetime. You would be seated across the table from him every morning and evening of every day of the week. You would be man and wife in every sense."
He shuddered.
"Even worse, I believe, is his propensity to seek my aunt's counsel. I do not doubt that any opinions or preferences you expressed would be ignored in favour of Lady Catherine. You cannot imagine the damage those two could do to Longbourn, your crops and your sanity. Recall what you said to your mother in the drawing-room. Marrying a man easily led is not sound, if happiness and contentment is your goal."
He leaned even closer.
"Pray do not forget I know this man. He grovels at my aunt's feet and simpers at the simplest instructions. Good heavens, Miss Elizabeth, he put shelves in his closets because Lady Catherine suggested them."
"Shelves? In his closet? How nonsensical!" Elizabeth welcomed the comic relief which lightened her heavy thoughts. Why was Mr. Darcy so passionate about this point? Why does he care so much? Pacing, she murmured, "If we do not move to Meryton, or I do not marry Mr. Collins, what other options do we have? I cannot leave my family alone with Mr. Collins to find another location. Mamma and my youngest sisters are too easily influenced. Jane, who is kindness personified, could be manipulated by a harsh master to any course that would protect our sisters. Even Mary, who has lofty standards of conduct, is inexperienced in dealing with those who would do us harm. We are soon to be a family of a widow with 5 daughters who cannot be left to fend for themselves. How are we to find a property where we can live and enjoy life under our new circumstances from here?" Mr. Darcy cleared his throat.
Might I suggest you write to Mr. Gardiner about this very matter? He impressed me as a sensible man, who has the best interest of his sister and her children at heart. As well, consider others in the area, who might have family living outside of Hertfordshire, who might be relied upon to give sound advice. There are lovely villages in and around Bath, Brighton and Kent, but are close enough to town that the Gardiners would not be estranged. I can recommend Derbyshire for its picturesque mountains, moors and lakes. To me, there is no place on earth that compares."
Elizabeth was just a little disappointed he didn't make an offer for her right then. Not that she would accept an offer made out of pity, but still. Once this was all over, would she ever see Mr. Darcy again? She chewed the corner of her thumbnail. "You have been around the world, then? No, you do not need to answer, Mr. Darcy, for I know your meaning. If you will—" She gestured behind her to the bed. "If you will stay with Papa, I will ring for Mr. Hill. I will speak to Mamma now to see if she has a preference." She breathed deeply before she said, "Mr. Darcy, I will never forget your kindness to my family. I cannot think we would have, nor could have, thought to move ahead without your good counsel. What the future holds for the Bennet family is unknown. However, with the confidence you instilled in me, my confidence has grown." He saw the instant her courage rose. It took every ounce of his self-possession not to make an offer of marriage to her right then. He came so close that he had to bite his tongue to keep from telling her how much respect and admiration he had for her. His affection was on the verge of blossoming. He wanted her to be his wife. But if he were to make an offer then, she would doubt the sincerity of his affection, thinking he only offered out of pity. He could not do that to her. Instead, he would bide his time for her sake. Once Elizabeth vacated the room, Darcy sat in the chair next to Mr. Bennet's bed.
"Sir, I cannot think of a more appropriate time, nor a more inappropriate time, to tell you that I intend to ask your daughter Elizabeth to become my wife."
He held his breath to see if the man responded. Mr. Bennet moved his lips, and his eyes blinked, so Darcy continued.
"I realise that from your vantage point this has happened quickly. Yet you must know how much her strength and courage under trial mean to a man in my position. I trust her. She can bring a completeness to me that I never thought I would find. In addition to being her devoted husband, I can gift her land enough to satisfy her for the rest of her life. I could love her, sir. Because of this, I vow to you today that I will see your wife and daughters taken care of, so they will be as happy as possible."
He wiped his palms on the legs of his trousers, his heart pounding.
"Do I have your permission to marry your second child?"
After a pause, Mr. Bennet whispered,
"Yes."
Chapter 14. Elizabeth's Aunt Phillips arrived not long after she returned to the drawing-room.
"Dear Fanny,"
Aunt Agnes squealed to Elizabeth's mother, bussing her sister's cheek.
"You cannot mourn too greatly when Thomas dies, since he's been near death all these months. Why, we will soon be neighbours, since you have no option other than purchasing the cottage. This is a reason for rejoicing. No longer will you bear the weight of running an estate. No longer will you be so far from the community that has supported you this past year. No, you will be in the centre of activity as my neighbour once your mourning period ends."
Elizabeth was horrified at her aunt's lack of tact or empathy. Had Agnes Phillips no sense at all? Elizabeth's hands shot to her mouth. "Stop now," she exclaimed through her fingers. She had long known that her aunt was a silly woman, but this total lack of respect for the life of one who meant so much to them bordered on imbecilic. In an instant she could foresee her future. The Bennet ladies would never have peace if they lived in Meryton. Ralph and Agnes Phillips believed they had the right to interfere, and interfere they would. Her uncle cleared his throat.
"I sent an express to Mr. Collins. He will want to know that he will soon come into his inheritance. I advised him to come directly to Longbourn, since it will be his home. I suggest that you begin making arrangements to welcome him, since he likely will be here today or tomorrow at the latest. In his last letter to me, he indicated that all was in readiness for him to depart Kent. You can have your personal effects moved to the cottage once the paperwork is finalised. It would not do to have a house full of unattached females here when he arrives."
"I beg you to remember that my father is still living, Uncle Phillips." Elizabeth enunciated every syllable. "He is the master of Longbourn." Elizabeth had never hated a person before. She would gladly have seen the ground open and swallow her uncle. Yet she should have known. He had confessed more than once to having correspondence with Longbourn's heir. Was he hoping to continue the arrangement of skimming money off the top of the estate's income for his own needs and wants? Elizabeth could not know. What she did know was that living next to them would be impossible. Her mother wept as if the tears would never end. Elizabeth understood. The matron of Longbourn would be losing her husband, her livelihood, and her home. Having her sister and brother-in-law point out the changes this would incur was intolerable. Seething, Elizabeth contemplated telling the Phillipses they were no longer wanted on the property, when dear, sweet Jane came to their rescue. "Uncle and Aunt, I am certain you feel that you are doing the best for us. Pray allow us time to cherish the rest of our time with our father, before we are required to leave our home. We ask that we be left in quietude, needed to reflect upon his life and our future. I am sure you understand."
"Oh, well, yes, I suppose you must."
Aunt Phillips looked around.
"Fanny, where is that large vase with the flowers you had in the corner? It will not fit comfortably in the cottage. I suppose we could display it in our house, since our drawing-room is much larger than yours will be. Where is the desk that used to sit by the window? I had thought to use it—"
She coughed.
"I intended to say store it in our home. Has it been relocated somewhere else?"
With each word, her mother's sobs and Elizabeth's anger increased. "How dare you, Aunt Agnes?" Her aunt pointed a bony finger at Elizabeth.
"I dare as I please, Elizabeth Rose. All of you have lauded your position as landed gentry over me for the last time. I will soon be the only one in this room with a husband. Mr. Phillips and I own the largest house on Main Street. I will outrank you. I will take your place. And you must go lower, because I am a married woman."
Every female in the room, except Elizabeth, gasped. Through gritted teeth, she clearly stated, "Aunt Agnes, my mother will be the widow of a gentleman. She will always have precedence over you. Uncle Ralph, By your own words, you have stripped your motive bare for all to see. We are now fully aware of the sort of people you are. From here forward we will know how to proceed. Good day." Once their relatives departed Longbourn, Francine Bennet wailed, "Oh, you must marry Mr. Bingley now, Jane, you must, or I will never be able to lift my head again in Meryton." The air went out of Elizabeth until she felt like an empty shell standing amidst the others. Poor Jane was startled at her mother's words. Her other sisters whimpered. Even stoic Mary was visibly upset. Summoning her courage, Elizabeth thought of what she could say to rally her troops. Finally, she looked closely at each of her sisters. They were a sad-looking lot. She wanted to crawl under her covers and hide from the world, sobbing until she was empty of tears. "Mamma, sisters, please remember that we are, all of us, ladies. Aunt is correct in that our lives will permanently change. With that said, thanks to Mr. Darcy and Papa, we are not destitute. Instead, we can make our way with confidence. Another thing to remember is that we are not accountable to Aunt Agnes or Uncle Ralph. As we would not attempt to tell the Phillipses how they should run their lives, we are not obliged to them, for they have sunk in my esteem to a point I doubt they will ever recover." Elizabeth moved to stand next to her mamma. "Mamma, do you have anything to say to your daughters?" Why Elizabeth asked, she had no idea. So the surprise when Francine Bennet began to speak almost left her flummoxed. "I am angry, terribly angry at the presumption of my sister and brother-in-law. That Agnes suddenly sees herself as elevated far above her place is intolerable. Why, they already have Thomas dead and buried, how they talk." Wringing her hands, she moved in front of the fireplace. "Girls, as I see it, we have a choice. We can go to our future with our chins lifted and our heads held high, or we can grovel our way into Meryton. Mr. Bennet would be sorely disappointed if we portrayed ourselves as anything less than we are, for he despised artifice." Crumpling her soaked handkerchief in her fist, she continued, "Agnes and Ralph spewing their greed has done me a great favour. She's done one for you as well. I now firmly believe Mr. Bennet had the right of it, for he would laugh at the follies of others. Well, although I cannot yet laugh at the arrogance of Agnes, in particular, I shall make it my goal to be the lady of whatever cottage we live in, the same way I was the lady of this manor house. I firmly expect each of you to do the same. Although our circumstances will change, our standards will not." To her second daughter she said, "You were correct, Lizzie. A man's character cannot be judged on his position, his looks, or upon first glance. For I would not have guessed that Ralph, after all these years, would reveal himself to be the opposite of what I had always believed. Therefore," she eyed at each daughter before adding, "I now see that pushing my husband to agree to the cottage in Meryton was not wise. He suggested it was not so, but I refused to listen. I should have taken time to think matters through. Well, I will do so from now on. We will look elsewhere to live. I will go speak to Thomas right now." Elizabeth's mouth gaped open, as did Jane's and her other sisters. Who was this woman? In truth, Francine Bennet's reputation was similar to her sister's, that of a silly female. Elizabeth could see that they were not two peas in a pod. Where Agnes Phillips had a cruel streak, Francine Bennet had a regal artery through her body. Oh, if only her father could witness the fine conduct of his wife.
"I would not have thought it of you, Darcy."
Bingley lifted the last of the Bennets' crates, carrying it into a far corner of the ballroom.
"Coming to the aid of a family you disdained is admirable, a course I hope to learn from and follow."
"What?" Darcy was exhausted. He and his horse had made many trips from the Bennet estate to Bingley's house. This was after his rushed journey to London and back. In addition, Darcy had lifted a multitude of crates, containing everything from dishes to candlesticks. As he loaded the books Miss Elizabeth designated, he chuckled at how few mathematical texts made the journey from Longbourn to the ballroom.
"Why would you say I disdain the Bennets? That simply is not true."
Bingley looked at him sharply.
"My good friend, Was it not you who proclaimed Miss Elizabeth as merely tolerable?"
Annoyed, Darcy said, "Obviously I spoke before I should have."
"Where I know that is not your habit, Darcy, you gave insult to the very ladies who you sacrificed for today. Miss Bennet is, as I described her, an angel. Her concern for her mother and sisters is in every way admirable. Not once, even though she overheard your vile words, did she say anything that could be perceived as a remonstrance against you. No, instead, she praised the help you provided."
Darcy's irritation grew.
Bingley held up his hand. "While I am aware of Caroline's vitriol causing you upset before we arrived at the assembly, I'm afraid the Bennets were not. Therefore you need to know that once Mr. Bennet is no longer with us, I will invite the family to Netherfield Park until they can find a new home to call their own. They are welcome to remain for as long as they need. If you do not feel comfortable being in the same residence, well—"
Bingley flushed a deep red.
"Then I am afraid it shall be you who will need to go elsewhere."
Darcy was stunned. Charles Bingley was taking a stand against him. Allowing Bingley's words to sink in, Darcy admitted aloud,
"I need to apologise to Miss Elizabeth and her sisters for my harsh words at the assembly. They were not the words of a gentleman, something my father raised me to be, and they were blatantly untrue." "It was most unlike you to cause insult within the first few minutes. Typically it takes at least half an hour."
Darcy brushed a piece of dust from his cheek with the back of his glove.
"I shall not hesitate to repair my error. Additionally, with your help, we might be able to find a situation for the Bennets, where they would not be too distant from their London family. I believe that they no longer want to remain in Meryton."
Bingley's head bobbed up and down.
"I believe the same, and I thank you for understanding my motive, Darcy."
Bingley grinned as he nudged the final crate into place. Darcy shook his head. That Bingley stood up to him was a wonder. That the Bennet ladies might be staying under the same roof without him running for his life was a wonder. That the idea of marrying Miss Elizabeth Rose Bennet did not make Darcy fear for his sanity was a wonder.
Am I an idiot, or the wisest man on the planet?
Only time would tell. Chapter 15. Elizabeth hurried through her morning toilette to spend as much time as possible with her father. During the night, his skin paled and became slightly cooler than it had been that afternoon. According to the apothecary, it was another sign that death was imminent. Propped up with pillows, Mr. Bennet's head tilted back to aid in his breathing. "Papa, with Mr. Darcy's help we have been busy. Uncle Phillips wrote to Mr. Collins, suggesting that he come sooner than he planned." The corners of her father's mouth turned down even further. "I will not marry him to keep a Bennet at Longbourn. Since your heir's father took the name Collins after learning he would not inherit the estate, Mr. Collins is welcome to change his name back to Bennet should he desire. I care not. Do you?" Thomas Bennet groaned as his head moved slowly from side to side. "With Mr. Darcy's and Uncle Gardner's help, we will retrench to a place where we can live in peace. It will be far removed from this part of Hertfordshire. With careful management of the estate's income and the interest from Mamma's portion, Papa, we will have the time to readjust our lives before we look too far ahead." He grunted his approval and then tried to speak.
"Talk, Mr. Darcy."
"Papa, one of my oldest and fondest memories is of you telling me that if I read enough and studied hard, all the answers to life's important questions would be found between the pages of a book." She choked on a sob. "I have done as you stated, Papa. I have read and read and read, yet the one question that repeats itself like a chant to me is why? Why is all of this happening to us? Why you, Papa? You are a good man who yearn for nothing more than an entertaining book to keep you company for a few hours. Is it too much to ask that your trials pass on to a vile man with no respect for others? Why does it seem the bad prosper and the good suffer harm? It is not fair, Papa." Closing her eyes, she bowed her head. Her heart hurt. Her eyes startled when she felt his lips on her head. "Papa," she sighed. Elizabeth had to help him to sit back up. He had not the strength to do it on his own.
"Love you,"
he whispered through the wheezing.
"Proud you, Lizzie. Talk, Mr. Darcy."
"I will, Papa. I love you too." Kissing his cheek, she sat back down in the chair as soon as his eyes closed. Despite not providing answers to the questions that weighed in her mind and heart, she was comforted beyond measure by his sentiment. Darcy woke early, his mind travelling the 3 miles to Longbourn. Had Mr. Bennet survived the night? Were the ladies able to rest? Was Elizabeth already out in the fields? Was she finding solace from the few stalks of grain remaining? He suspected she was. If the Bennet ladies did choose Derbyshire, and if Elizabeth became his wife, she would have family close enough to see every day. Additionally, she would be a true friend to Georgiana. Needless to say, after the failed elopement with Wickham, his sister needed an insightful and guarded friend. Later, he joined Bingley and Hurst in the breakfast-room. They were sipping their coffee when Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam entered the room, slapping the last of the dust from his coat.
"Richard,"
Darcy exclaimed, his heart in his throat.
"Is Georgiana well? Oh, she's as happy as can be, with Mamma dragging her from one shop to another every day from dusk to dawn."
Richard shook hands with Bingley and Hurst.
"Help yourself,"
Bingley stated, as Richard grabbed a plate and began piling on thick slices of ham and bacon.
"Then why are you here?"
Darcy asked, after his heart rhythm began to slow back to normal. His cousin, with whom he shared guardianship of Georgiana, would have taken on the world if it meant protecting his sister. Richard took a few bites of ham and then washed it down with a swig of hot coffee. Darcy's leg bobbed up and down as he impatiently awaited his cousin's reply.
"Let's see. You last wrote that a neighbour to Bingley with 5 unmarried females was of concern to you."
His cousin looked up from his plate, directly at Darcy.
"I wondered what happened to my overly cautious cousin, that he involves himself in the lives of females wholly unrelated to him. Has one of them shot Cupid's arrow at his heart? Or had he injudiciously acted in a way that they now held power over him? Either way, I recognised a cry for help, Darcy."
Setting his fork to the side, he cupped his hands around the warmth of his favourite beverage.
"Which is it, Darcy?"
Before he could reply, Bingley spoke.
"I say, the Bennets are fine ladies indeed. Why, the eldest, Miss Jane Bennet, is no less than an angel. Even with her father's health failing rapidly, that fine lady showed more concern for me than herself. I've yet to find a woman who could match her kindness."
Richard smirked.
"I take it that Miss Bennet is fair-haired, with blue eyes, flawless skin, and a lovely smile?"
Bingley said.
"You know me only too well. Yes, she is all of that, and more. Then I suggest you move quickly, Bingley, since another militia regiment is scheduled to bivouac in the Shire. There likely will be handsome, charming chaps in the mix, who would also find Miss Bennet practically perfect."
His cousin glared.
"Tell me, Darcy, which of the other sisters has captured your, attention?"
He held his hand up.
"Oh, wait! Georgie told me you were helping a young Mr. Bennet with his crops. What about the brother to all these ladies?"
"Oh, the Bennets have no brother," Bingley innocently replied, helping Darcy along in his discomfort.
"I have yet to inform Georgiana that Mr. E.R. Bennet is Miss Elizabeth Rose Bennet,"
Darcy admitted.
"Ha ha!" Richard chuckled. "She's got her claws sunk into you, has she?"
Darcy refused to rise to the bait his cousin dangled in front of him.
"Do you not remember how much my life changed when my father died? Nigel Beresford, Ben Huffman, Tom Caulfield, Sam Stone, Bertrand Mollier, and Carson Stanford were but a few of the men who sought to undermine my authority and take over the assets of Pemberley out of supposed respect for my father. Do you recall the pressure they imposed against me? I was able to stand against them because I knew who I was. They were not the new master of Pemberley. I was."
Richard nodded, again taking up his fork to clean his plate.
"These ladies, Miss Elizabeth in particular, have been standing unaided by family or friends. Instead, the very people who should be their staunch supporters are traitorously attempting to steal what little assets they will have available once Mr. Bennet dies. With the recent memories of what it was like for me, how could I let them continue to fight alone when I have the power to be of assistance? Miss Elizabeth contacting me was for the sole purpose of information to aid her family. She has asked nothing else of me." "I beg your pardon, Darcy." Richard sipped at the freshly poured coffee the footman provided. "Apparently I saw danger where there was none." Taking another drink, he set the cup back on the saucer. "Since I am here, how might I be of assistance?" "I suggest you think about where best a widow and 5 daughters could settle in proximity to Cheapside, where the one family member who is loyal lives, but far enough from town for peace." Nodding again, his cousin looked to Bingley. "What have you to say about all of this, Bingley?" "I say I will offer them a place here at Netherfield Park, until they choose where to settle eventually. Caroline is against it, of course, for she sees the ladies as competition for the attention of Darcy. However, I have let Caroline and Louisa know that I will not be moved on this. Having lost my father not many years ago, I remember how alone I felt. If I can be neighbourly, I will." "Very good." Richard drank the last of his coffee. Standing up from the table, he said, "A word with you, Darcy, before you introduce me to these ladies." Once they were seated in the privacy of Darcy's private sitting-room, Richard asked, "Do you remember Mark Abel from university?" "From Somerset." Darcy thought back a few years. "His estate is Birchwood, is it not?" "Yes." Tapping his fingers on the arms of the chair, Richard continued, "He was hunting pheasant when his horse spooked. It was a bad fall, Darcy. Mark did not survive." "I am sorry to hear it. Mark was a good man, a responsible man." Although they had not remained close after university, Darcy felt the loss. Mark Abel was a gentleman you could trust. He was honourable. "The thing is, Darcy, he left behind a sister who is Georgiana's age. Mark was her sole guardian." The acid in his stomach started to churn. "We heard about the accident 3 days ago. Already the talk about town is who will marry the girl to gain control of the property. The fight will be bitter, with the charming rogue likely to win. None of the men embroiled in the battle will care for the girl." Rubbing his hands over his face, Darcy shook his head. "I am grateful father named you co-guardian, so this will never happen to Georgiana." "Will it not?" Richard asked. "I am an active colonel in the military. We are at war. Any day I'm expecting to be called back to action. When this happens, how protected would Georgiana be should you have an accident with me in battle? What if I did not survive, or it was 6 months or more before I could return? Who would manage Pemberley in the meantime? Who but your man of business knows where all your accounts are? Good Lord, Darcy, does he even know where all of them are?" The subject was timely. At his father's death, Darcy's life changed quickly. His life took on added importance. Mark Abel's accident was a reminder that the future of Pemberley and his sister was something not on as solid ground as he liked. Should an accident befall him, all could be lost under the poor management of the heir. Marriage to Elizabeth would change that sad fact. He needed an heir of his own. Rubbing his hands over his face again, Darcy asked, "What do you have in mind? For I know you did not travel all the way from town for your health." "I did not." Before speaking, Richard cleared his throat several times, setting Darcy's nerves on edge. He knew then that he would not like what his cousin had to say. "After hearing about Mark, father wants you to consider marrying as soon as you can find a bride. In fact, he insists that you return to town today to select a mate from the ladies who have not yet left for the winter." Darcy grumbled. He loathed being told what to do. He hated that had he not found Elizabeth, he would have needed to sift through the chaff in society hunting for gold. At the same time, he heard the wisdom in his uncle's words. If something happened to him while Richard was away, the consequences to Georgiana would be disastrous. It was good he had received Mr. Bennet's permission. Even then, he still needed to convince Elizabeth to marry him. Arrangements needed to be made, a licence to procure, and all of this before Mr. Bennet breathed his last, or he would need to wait until the appropriate time for mourning was over, which had been his intention. Instead,
He would need to marry quickly, as did his father. From the teasing of his parents, Darcy had learned that George Darcy took one look across a crowded ballroom he had no desire to attend, and decided to marry a woman he barely knew. Once his eyes settled on Lady Anne Fitzwilliam, his future was set. Before the night was over, he told the lady that he would do everything within his power to win her hand. As the daughter of a wealthy earl, she had heard it before. Yet within 5 days they were betrothed. 6 months later, after an engagement period the earl insisted upon, they married. Like his father before him, Darcy recognised quality when he saw it. An image of Elizabeth standing on the edge of the oat field, running her palms over the heads of grain, came to mind.
"Who are you thinking about, Darcy? You're smiling, which is quite odd in itself. That you are doing so after I told you my father insists you hunt down a bride is an anomaly," Richard teased.
Should he tell him? Darcy considered the potential consequences of saying her name aloud to a cousin who was born to tease his younger cousin. Good heavens! Yet his delight at having her as a lifetime companion overruled his desire to keep his personal life to himself.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet is a marvel, Richard. She has single-handedly, with minimal help from me, increased production on her estate with proper management. She loves the land as much as I do. She loves her family, and sacrifices for them to make their lives easier, without asking anything back. To hear her speak about the joy and the worry she experienced during the growing season resonates within me. She is the most admirable female of my acquaintance."
Richard tapped his fingers to his chin.
"Are you saying that she might be able to bear your infernal pride?"
He smirked, then said,
"It would be a challenge to keep up with her for a certainty."
However, above all of this, he felt a sense of camaraderie when he was in her presence. He liked being in her company. He was relaxed and at peace.
"Richard, when I thought about the possibility of taking a wife, I knew my eventual choice would be with a lady who would not only efficiently run our homes, but she would also be someone whose company I would enjoy. Like my mother and yours, I would want someone interested in the running of Pemberley, who would come to love every aspect of the estate, not just the bank accounts. Someone I could share my deepest concerns and joys with, who would take them to heart. Someone who would be happy to be my wife, not just the mistress of a grand estate. In truth, I thought the endeavour impossible, so decided not to search, thus keeping from being constantly disappointed." "You are suggesting that with Miss Elizabeth Bennet, that friendship, companionship, and the potential of falling in love might be a possibility?" his cousin asked. "It would give her a home, plus solve the problem of what to do with the rest of the Bennet females."
He spoke his thoughts aloud.
"I could love her." "It sounds as if you already do, my man."
Jumping up from his seat, Richard said,
"What are we waiting for, then?"
A picture of Elizabeth, being as fiercely devoted to Pemberley and the Darcy family, filled his mind. If he was correct, being joined together with her would bring future felicity to Pemberley, Georgiana, her family, to him, and, he prayed, to her. Chapter 16. The sound of Kitty and Lydia squealing was soon followed by a soft tap on her father's door, heralding Mr. Darcy's presence. "My sisters appeared to be delighted with your arrival, sir." Elizabeth was no less surprised. "How unusual." The corner of his lips turned up slightly.
"It was not me they were welcoming, I'm afraid. Rather it was my cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam's appearance that stirred them to exclaim."
"Ah, he is in uniform, then?"
"He is."
Gesturing to the extra chair, he said,
"Miss Elizabeth, I am here to speak with your father. Do you think he's awake enough to hear me?"
"Do you require me to leave the room?" Elizabeth asked, though she wanted to stay by her father's side.
"I prefer that you remain."
"Very well." She reached over and patted her father's arm, curious about what Mr. Darcy had to say. "Papa?" He mumbled, his eyes blinking open.
"Yes,"
he murmured. Mr. Darcy moved the chair next to her own. After sitting, he said,
"Mr. Bennet, I will immediately come to the point. Sir, I suspect from what Mr. Phillips said that your heir will be arriving today to survey his inheritance. My cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, told me this very morning that another militia regiment will be arriving in Meryton, either today or tomorrow. I worry how this may affect your wife and daughters.
Her father grumbled his displeasure. Elizabeth wanted to do the same. Mr. Darcy continued, jolting her from her immediate concern over his news.
Sir, I am a cautious man. As the co-guardian of my sister, and the employer of hundreds, I have more than myself to consider before deciding or taking on a new project. I pride myself on being honourable, although I have failed on occasion in always controlling my frustrations with those who seek to impose themselves upon me. Thus was the situation on the evening of the Meryton assembly.
Elizabeth looked at him closely as he turned toward her.
I spoke inappropriately and unkindly about your second child. My words, which were untrue, also reflected negatively on all the other ladies in the room.
Her father smirked.
Efficient insult all at once. I apologize, Miss Elizabeth. You least deserved my harsh words. It has been some weeks since I found you to be the handsomest of women.
Elizabeth was stunned. His humility. Wait! He thought she was handsome. How was that possible? Sleepless nights had rendered her haggard. Anxiety robbed her of her joy. Instead, Mr. Darcy cleared his throat.
Mr. Bennet, my second and final reason for coming this morning is to ask your advice.
Her father looked as surprised as she felt. What was Mr. Darcy about? What knowledge could her father possibly offer an intelligent man who had everything?
Yes.
Her father's eyes settled on Mr. Darcy, and did not waver, even as the struggle to breathe shook his frail body. Darcy's gaze never left her. His eyes were warm, his countenance relaxed.
As someone with a long history at Longbourn, you understand the joys and frustrations of being a master of an estate. Without venturing into an area that is too personal, I would ask, sir, that you give a moment's thought to how a landowner's life would be to have a mate who was as deeply attached to the land as they were, someone who shared your hopes, your dreams, and your goals, someone who knew the value of simple things, someone who could compare a bag of grain against a purse of coins, and comprehend that one would feed their family for a lifetime, while the other would feed her family for that moment alone. And if that lady also had a kind nature, displayed care and concern for others, and generously poured herself out to aid her loved ones, would that not be a tremendous recommendation for a wife?
Elizabeth sucked in a breath and held it. Who is he speaking of? Dare she hope? Her heart began to race. They could not mean... He could not mean... Could he? She spun toward him, her knees bumping his. "Oh, pardon me," she mumbled, her fingertips at her lips. Her father's head dipped down in acknowledgement.
Lizzie."
Elizabeth glanced from one man to the other, both men intently considering her. What did Mr. Darcy mean by this?
"Yes, Mr. Bennet, you're Lizzie."
Mr. Darcy turned to look at her father, and then directly at her.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet, I offer you my hand in marriage, my protection, and my name. You would be a full partner in everything I own, and everything I am. In making my offer, I accept responsibility for the future care of your mother and each of your sisters. There is a large dower house at Pemberley, where they can comfortably mourn that which is to come. You will be safe, as will they."
He paused, his dark eyes stormy.
"I cannot fix on the hour, or the words which laid the foundation of my affection, Elizabeth. I was in the middle before I knew that I had begun. Will you marry me?"
What was happening? Why was it happening to her? Was this even real? She blinked several times, shaking her head, as her heart filled with the possibility of unbelievable joy. She could probably take it all in if she were not so exhausted, but it seemed too much. Was this reality? Were her dreams about to come true? I cannot know what to say." Elizabeth studied his face closely for any sign that this was a bad joke. He was a handsome man with even features, thick, dark eyebrows that matched his hair, and intelligent eyes, rimmed with ridiculously long lashes. It was those eyes that pierced her soul. In their depths, she saw hope. She knew who he was. Her aunt had written that he was one of the wealthiest, most powerful landowners in England, and that he was the marriage mart's grandest matrimonial prize. He wanted to marry her. How was this possible? Could she hope?
"You deserve a long engagement where you could obtain your wedding clothes and celebrate your betrothal. However, with the circumstances as they are, if you agree, we have two options. The first, which is my preference, is that we ask the rector who holds the living at Longbourn for a common licence, so we can marry this morning, here in your father's room, if the clergyman would give his permission. The law requires that we meet at the chapel. I do not believe this to be possible. Our other option would be a special licence, which would approve the location, and nevertheless it would require me returning to town to beg the Archbishop of Canterbury to issue the document. For this we do not have time. Should the rector agree, your family would serve as witnesses, and your father, once we receive his blessing, can give you away."
Tearing her eyes from his, she looked at her father. "Papa, do you, she sputtered. "Can we do this?" Her father nodded.
"You, affection?"
She smiled. Looking back at Mr. Darcy, she wanted him to be the one to hear the words for the first time. "I believe I do, very much." Mr. Darcy's fingertips touched the back of her hand.
"May I?"
She nodded in wonder at what he was about. Raising her hand, he brushed his lips to her wrist, causing her skin to tingle and her pulse to race.
"Thank you for accepting my offer. I will go to the rector."
After a brief hesitation, she nodded, her mind still in disbelief at the calmness of the proposal and the acceptance. "Very well." Beholding the man she would marry, she said, "I will be here when you get back. If you are to marry me today, you will take me as I am." He nodded and then left the room.
"It be well, Lizzie,"
her father whispered.
"Do not cry."
Wiping away the tears she had no idea were there, she declared, "It is just too much."
"Carry me, chapel."
"Are you certain, Papa?" His body was frail, and his breathing had slowed. Elizabeth fretted that her father could not manage the short journey.
"Yes, insist."
"We are saved!" declared Mrs. Bennet, not for the first time, as she fussed over Elizabeth, believing that one wedding might beget one or two more. There were, after all, two other unattached men in the house. Elizabeth selected her favourite gown, the peach one with the little flowers. It was not until she overheard Mr. Hill speaking to his wife that her decision to marry that day was completely settled.
"I said what?"
Hill asked.
"I tell you, Maud, the man explained to the master how much he values our Miss Lizzie's thinking, her actions and her feelings. Without hesitation he said he could love our girl. By the way he said the words, I could tell that he meant every single one of them."
Hill sighed. "How romantic. Our Miss Lizzie will be happy."
"Oh, that she will."
Elizabeth grinned like a fool. Happy was the day she married Fitzwilliam Darcy of Derbyshire. By a few minutes before noon the deed was done. Fitzwilliam Darcy was a married man. Richard had stood as the witness for Darcy. Miss Jane Bennet had done the same for her sister. In addition to the rest of the Bennet family, Mr. Jones, the Hills, and Bingley sat in the pews. Mr. Bennet was wrapped warmly on a cot in the aisle. Outside, cook and the other servants peered through the doorway. It was not how he imagined marrying. On the few occasions when he gave thought to the matter, it was a society bride he was taking to wife, so the celebrations before and after the ceremony would have been large, the chapel laden with flowers and lace, and all his family there as support. The ceremony itself would have been long, with many prayers and speeches. This wedding was simply done. In truth, rather than a showy display, which Darcy would have hated, the solemnity comforted him. He only hoped that it did the same for his wife, Elizabeth. My wife. How odd that sounded. Elizabeth Darcy. Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy. But the name had a nice ring, like it was meant to be. His only regret was that there was no time to retrieve Georgiana from London. "Oh, we must not tire Mr. Bennet." Darcy's new mother-in-law rushed everyone except Mr. Bennet, Darcy and his new bride from the chapel. "Come, let us have tea to celebrate. Oh, if only I had more time, we would have properly celebrated the marriage with at least 4 courses. Mrs. Bennet's voice drifted through the door as Mr. Hill closed it behind them. Chapter 17. Elizabeth gazed up at the man standing in front of her. She was the second tallest of her sisters, yet he towered over her. His jaw was firm, as was his attitude. She knew that about him, and his eyes were kind and soft. His gaze never leaving her face, he said, "Mr. Bennet, I thank you for allowing me the privilege of taking your beloved daughter as my wife. I will care for her and cherish her for as long as I am alive." This promise was comforting to hear. Studying her father to ascertain his reaction, Elizabeth waited and waited. She held her breath. There was no answer, no coughing, no ragged breathing. Only a horrible stillness shattered her heart, until Elizabeth truly believed there would be no recovery. "No," she cried, her free hand across her middle. Tears drenched Elizabeth's cheeks as she rocked back and forth. "No, Papa, please, no." Arms encased in black wrapped themselves around her, giving her support as she was pulled close. Elizabeth sobbed, clasping his lapels under her fingers. From a distance, she heard her mother and Lydia competing for the Colonel's attention as Elizabeth's family took the short walk back to the house. How would they react when they learned their husband and father had passed away? Laying her cheek on the soft fabric of Darcy's fine wool, she closed her eyes and ears to what was happening beyond her. Absorbing Darcy's strength, she rested in his arms until she could finally attempt to stand on her own. Her papa was gone. Elizabeth would never again hear him teasing her or teaching her. She would never again challenge him to a competitive game of chess. She would never, ever see him again. Her heart broke in two. A linen square was pressed into her fingers. She wiped her face, then crumpled the fabric in her fist, before wrapping her arms tightly around her husband. She needed help to regain her balance. She needed his help. The blow was just too hard to bear at that moment on her own. Slowly, time passed as she struggled to come to terms with the changes of the morning. Moving back a few inches, Elizabeth rested her forehead against Mr. Darcy's chest, while struggling to contain her sobs. Mr. Darcy. He was her husband. From this day forward she would obey his guidance and demands, not her father's. Oh, if only things were different. But they were not. She mustered her courage. Together they would be stronger than she could be on her own. She could do this. She would do this. As he had done with Georgiana at the death of their father, Darcy held Elizabeth tightly to his chest, bolstering her strength with his own. Except having his new wife in his embrace was far different than holding 10-year-old Georgiana. His tender emotions were enhanced with a level of protectiveness and care that surprised him. At first, when Darcy had drawn his new wife close, his instincts to offer protection were powerful enough to overcome any hesitancy. Nonetheless, once she sank into him, her arms wrapping around his torso, a fire of protectiveness spread through him. Mr. Bennet looked peaceful, serene, like he was sleeping soundly. Into the darkness of the loss of his parents, a candle lit, bringing him light and comfort and peace. He knew what the Bible said about it being more blessed to give than to receive. Darcy's father had instilled in him the need for generosity when he had the power and circumstances to offer aid. Darcy admitted to himself, if not to anyone else, that never could he recall this level of contentment from any offerings he had extended before. He regretted what was to come when her arms would drop from around him. Her cheek no longer rested on his chest, with her forehead burrowed into the crook of his neck. She would step back, and their peace would vanish. Except it did not. Instead, Elizabeth reached out and took his hand. He was pleased to provide whatever support she needed. Tears ran unheeded down her cheeks.
Elizabeth Darcy, whatever else this day will bring, whatever challenges we face, I beg you to remember that you are no longer alone. Your struggles and challenges are now ours together.
He brushed his lips against her temple, his fingers intertwining with hers. "I will remember," she whispered. He lowered his head to kiss her cheek. Darcy tasted the salt from her tears, reminding him that the day was filled with as much loss as joy. After a kiss on her temple, she again rested in his arms, and she turned her face toward her father. In a strained whisper she said, "He shaped me. He moulded me. I used to curl up in the small leather chair in his study and listen to his snores as he pretended to read. Never again."
"How may I help you, Elizabeth?"
Without hesitation she replied, "I shall need to be strong for my mother and sisters. Any assistance you can provide would be appreciated. Mr. Duncan can be trusted to move Papa to the house."
"Allow me to speak to them. After, I will remain by your side as long as I am needed, dear wife."
His fingers lingered on her arm. Darcy dreaded the task before him. After a brief period of quiet contemplation, a cacophony from outside the chapel reached their ears. Shaking her head to Darcy, she pulled the blanket up under her father's chin. "There," she said softly, as if that final act brought her as much comfort as it would have her father had he remained alive. "Come, Mr. Darcy, Fitzwilliam." She sighed heavily as the jangle of harnesses stopped. "If I'm not mistaken, the apothecary or rector must have let my uncle and Aunt Phillips know the gossip from Longbourn. I hear their arrival at the house." She shrugged her slim shoulders. "Our first trial as a married couple begins." Elizabeth slid her hand around her husband's arm as they entered Longbourn. When he covered her fingers with his own, she felt a security she had never known.
"If we might have a moment with the immediate family, Mr. and Mrs. Phillips," Darcy suggested. "You may wait for us in the parlour across the corridor."
"We certainly will not," Aunt Agnes exclaimed. "We heard the most outlandish report from Mr. Jones that Lizzie is wed. I know it cannot be true, since we were not at the ceremony. Surely you would have extended an invitation to your closest relatives. An oversight like that would be insupportable."
She sniffed, her nose tipped to the ceiling.
"Why, from the tears streaking Lizzie's cheeks, she is either unhappy at being a bride, or Thomas has died."
Before anyone could respond, Aunt Agnes continued her tirade.
"Oh, dear sister, it cannot be sorrow at Elizabeth's marrying a wealthy man. Thomas must be gone. Well, my, oh my, this is a sad day for a wedding indeed. Thomas must be brought downstairs and laid out here in the parlour, so visitors may come and tell him their goodbyes. I'm here to help."
She glanced at her husband.
"Ralph can help the Hills move him down. Why, Thomas must not weigh more than a few stones after his illness." "No, sister," Francine Bennet wailed. "Thomas is not in his chambers. I beg you, do not be so harsh. I am not yet ready to—"
She collapsed onto the sofa between Kitty and Lydia. Mr. Bingley stayed by Jane's side as she wept. Colonel Fitzwilliam stood in the corner, his hand where his sword would have been ready to vanquish the enemy, and Darcy remained by Elizabeth's side. Her mother gathered her youngest two like a hen gathers her chicks under her wings.
"Mary, come."
Mary, her most independent sister, readily accepted her mother's comfort. Elizabeth was appalled that her new husband, Mr. Bingley, and the Colonel witnessed her aunt's vulgarity. "Papa had no desire to be laid out for his neighbours, or his family to provide fodder for local gossip, Aunt Agnes. Arrangements for his burial are already being cared for by a responsible man." "Why, whoever would that be?" Aunt Agnes challenged. "My Ralph is the most responsible man in Meryton. As Thomas's closest family by marriage, my husband is head of the family now. Step aside, Lizzie, and allow him to do a man's job." Immediately a bolt of ire shot through her veins. In death, as in life, the Phillipses wanted to take over. It would not happen. Darcy gently clutched his wife's fingers before releasing her to move to her mother. Kneeling, he asked, "Mrs. Bennet, how may I provide for your immediate comfort?" His new mother-in-law smiled through her tears. "You are a dear man for thinking of me. Thank you, but we will endure." Standing, he walked towards Elizabeth's uncle. "Mr. Phillips, you will control Mrs. Phillips, or you will both need to leave." Darcy growled. "The Bennets are now my family, my responsibility." Bingley and Richard moved to stand on either side of him. "But—" Mrs. Phillips began. Darcy's hand slashed through the air. "No more from you." "You're taking them on," Mr. Phillips sneered. "As of this moment they no longer own Longbourn. It passes legally to Mr. Collins, who should arrive late this afternoon. Without this estate they are nothing more than a dog with a litter that no one wants." "Do you know who I am?" He lowered his voice to draw their full attention. "I am Darcy of Pemberley. Elizabeth is my wife. Her family now belongs to a sphere you will never reach. You are no longer welcome here." Each syllable of Darcy's words was clipped, controlled. "Mr. Hill, see them out." Turning his back on the officious couple, Darcy approached Mrs. Bennet. Elizabeth followed him, taking his hand without pause when he held it out to her. "My lady, Mrs. Hill has offered to prepare your husband for burial tomorrow. If you feel up to welcoming the heir this afternoon and remaining through the night, we shall stand by you to offer our support. However, should you desire not to meet with Mr. Collins today, I ask that you assist your daughters in gathering their belongings. With Bingley's permission, we shall depart as soon as you are ready for Netherfield Park. Do not leave anything behind, for no one knows if Mr. Collins will welcome you to return." Without hesitation, she replied, "We shall go with you to Netherfield Park. Should the neighbourhood wish to condole with us, they can join us there if Mr. Bingley does not mind." He used his free hand to help Mrs. Bennet stand. "I am deeply sorry for your loss. While there is no time to grieve here at Longbourn, we can guarantee you privacy at Bingley's estate." She nodded. "Come, girls. Lizzie, you will need to gather your belongings as well." Mrs. Bennet studied the drawing-room, sweeping her eyes from one end to the other. "This was a good house to begin my marriage and raise my girls. I shall take my memories with me when I walk out the door." With dignity he did not know his mother-in-law possessed, she herded her youngest daughters up the stairs to their rooms. Bowing to Elizabeth, he asked, "Might I carry your burden?" Although he meant her small chest she collected from her chambers, the more significant application was to her current circumstances. In less than an hour, arrangements were made with the rector for Mr. Bennet's burial the next morning, and his widow and daughters entered Darcy's carriage, bound for the short journey to Bingley's estate. It had been 4 years since Elizabeth had been inside Netherfield Park. The changes Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst made to the interior were stunning. The drawing-room was painted an elegant shade of cream, with pale blue wainscoting. Pastel-toned carpets woven in rich florals were placed under furniture groupings, arranged for close conversation. The sofas, chairs, and tables were of a simple design, with cushions that appeared to be comfortable to sit for long hours of visiting. Except, the greeting from the two ladies was chilling, a contrast to the warmth of the room. It was Mr. Hurst who welcomed them into the house. Her mamma approached Mr. Bingley and Mr. Hurst. "You are gentlemen of the first order, sirs. Never will I be able to express the gratitude for the kindness you have shown. Rather than expect you to entertain guests you had not planned for when you woke this morning, I would only ask we are directed to our rooms. All we desire is time for private, quiet reflection." This was twice on that day that her mother took Elizabeth by surprise. Where had this sensible woman been all her life? Expecting to be embarrassed by Francine Bennet instead of proud, she looked closer at her mamma. Lines of fatigue crossed her mother's brow. Her eyes were rimmed in red. Her cheeks were blotchy. The lace on her collar lay flat on her gown, and the soft leather of her gloves was pulled tightly over her knuckles, where her hands were clasped together in front of her. She was the picture of fatigue, of an emotional emptiness that would haunt Elizabeth's sleep.
Mr. Bingley replied, "Oh, certainly. My housekeeper, Mrs. Nichols, will direct you to your chambers. Tea will be delivered to you shortly." He gave her a respectful bow. "Mrs. Bennet, pray accept our deepest condolences for the loss of your husband."
There was no fluttering of her handkerchief or nervous gestures, no wailing, no sobbing, no fits of nerves. Instead, Francine Bennet dipped her knee to their host.
"I thank you, sir."
A silent column of ladies followed Mrs. Nichols up the grand staircase. Elizabeth, unsure if she should stay, looked to her husband, who nodded for her to join her sisters. Her heart was battered and bruised, but having her expectations turned on end was a refreshing reminder that she was a 20-year-old young lady who did not know everything. She wanted to laugh. Her father would tease, except he was no longer living. Unsurprised at seeing the condescension of Mr. Bingley's sisters, Elizabeth squared her shoulders. She was no longer Miss Elizabeth of Longbourn. She was Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy, the wife of a powerful man. She would place one foot in front of the other and depart the room with her dignity intact.
"Charles, you cannot be serious,"
Bingley's sister whined.
"What are we to do with them?
Did you see their gowns? Why, they were at least 2 years out of fashion. Imagine how unsightly they will be, dyed black for mourning. And the younger girls should be in the schoolroom, not out in society. How are we to hold our heads up as the premier family in this rural neighbourhood, when their grief will keep the better families from attending us here? You did not think this through." Caroline boldly moved to stand next to Darcy. "I cannot believe that Mr. Darcy is not upset at this addition to Netherfield Park. He would not have brought such a family to Pemberley."
"You dare to speak for me?"
Darcy asked, stepping away from her. Apparently, the worst gossiper in Meryton had been in such a hurry to arrive at Longbourn that she had not yet spread her tale to Netherfield Park. Mrs. Agnes Phillips was a failure in more ways than one. Miss Bingley hurried to defend herself.
"I would never attempt to speak for you, sir. However, you made your opinions known at the Assembly of the Ladies of Hertfordshire. That we have been here a mere month, and now have 6 of those very females in our house. Well, it does not portend well for our happiness in my brother's first attempt at estate management, does it? We cannot be taking in every rag picker or itinerant traveller simply because we have enough rooms to put them up. Is there not an inn in Meryton?" "Caroline!"
Bingley was aghast.
"The Bennets are our neighbours. It matters not if they had 5 daughters or 5 sons. They required a respite, and we have the circumstances to provide it for them. Christian kindness forbids me from turning them out. They are welcome here until they travel to Derbyshire."
"Derbyshire!" Miss Bingley screeched. "Why would they go to Derbyshire?" Her gaze flitted from her brother to Darcy.
"But Charles—"
Louisa Hurst jumped into the fray, interrupting her sister's speculations.
"With them in mourning, we cannot host the small gatherings you said you wanted before we located here. How will you be able to advance in the neighbourhood?"
"Will we be expected to wear black? And will you wear armbands?" Miss Bingley asked, before the last word was out of her sister's mouth. "We did not prepare for this, Charles." He placed his hands firmly on his hips.
"Caroline, Louisa, I will not hear another word about this. Netherfield Park is my responsibility. It is I who will decide its use."
He stepped closer to his sisters.
"In truth, this selfish attitude you displayed bothers me. We were not brought up to be lofty-minded or unkind. Our father earned his money in trade. Our uncles still run those factories, and funds are added to our accounts from those businesses. The Bennets are gentry. Therefore they are above us in status, Caroline. Our money cannot buy the Bingleys what the Bennets were born to. Some day we will be established in a higher sphere, but that day is not today."
When she opened her mouth to reply, Bingley held up his palm.
"Enough!"
Her mouth gaped open like a fish on the line. After a moment she snapped it closed. Huffing, Miss Bingley and her pernicious sister vacated the room. As Bingley shook his head, Hurst said,
"Well done, Charles. It was time they were reminded of their place. Caroline's attitude is not a good recommendation for your advancement. She already acts like she's the mistress of Pemberley."
"What?" Darcy almost shouted. Calming himself, he added,
"I'm proud of you, Bingley, for defending your decision and attempting to set your sisters straight. As Hurst says, they've done you no favours with the ton."
To Hurst, Darcy explained,
"I married Miss Elizabeth before the death of her father. As my wife, her family is now my responsibility." "Good God in heaven, Darcy!"
Hurst exclaimed.
He gleefully added, "This will set Caroline on fire like nothing else. I cannot wait to see the instant she discovers that a Bennet usurped her plans."
Perhaps," Bingley mused,
"the good conduct of Miss Bennet will influence my sisters to the good." "I wouldn't count on it,"
Hurst blandly stated.
"Likely my wife and sister-in-law will make them miserable the whole time they're here. And with that said, I suggest we get a start tomorrow at helping Darcy move them to Pemberley. Then we can have peace, and so can they."
Chapter 18. After an early meal, Darcy settled in his chambers, a book opened on his lap, and a glass of wine at his elbow. His mind travelled down the corridor, and made a left turn to the guest wing. Somehow, he never expected his wife would spend his wedding night with her mother. Yet for his first act as a husband, he would certainly never impose upon Elizabeth on this night. They had a lifetime together. They could begin on another day. How was Elizabeth faring? And her family too, of course. Quickly recalled was the first night without his father. Once the dark set in, the demons of doubt and fear entered. He foolishly sought to dull the agony with a bottle of brandy. When he woke the following day, his problems were not lightened by the drink. Instead, he was miserable and sick to his stomach for 2 days. How would Elizabeth cope? He doubted there was brandy in her rooms. Was she able to sleep? Would she find any rest at all on that night? As close as she was to her father, Darcy doubted that she would. Was there anything he could do to bring her comfort? A flickering light from outside the window caught his attention. Who would be walking out on a dark night? The individual was on the drive leading to Meryton, and to Longbourn. Without hesitation, Darcy grabbed his boots and greatcoat. Rushing down the back stairs, he quickly selected a lantern from the kitchen. Stepping outside, he rushed to the front of the house. If it was not Elizabeth returning to Longbourn, it would likely be one of Netherfield's servants, headed on an errand for the cook, housekeeper, or butler. If so, Darcy would pass off his interruption as a concerned guest who sought to offer aid. Unlike the night of the assembly, it was a cloudless sky. From the shadows of his lantern and the waning crescent above, eerie shapes haunted the sides of the road. If it was his wife, it could only be desperation that drove her to leave the safety of her room. His long legs ate up the distance, yet it seemed like he was not drawing closer. The faster he stepped, the faster the person in front of him did as well. Blast! He was an idiot. If it were indeed Elizabeth, she would think a stranger was following her, probably to do her harm. He heard her shriek. It was his wife. "Elizabeth, it is Darcy," he whispered loudly into the darkness, hoping his voice carried to her. "Elizabeth," he said a bit louder. On his third try, she slowed to a stop, facing him. By then they were about a mile from the main house. He could see in her lantern light that her free hand was to her chest. Her eyes were wide. "I apologize for scaring you. I saw your light from my window." "Mr. Darcy, Fitzwilliam, how did you know it was me?" She asked a reasonable question under the circumstances. "I did not," he admitted. "However, when my mother died, I could not sleep for days.
My father spent the night in the nursery holding newborn Georgiana. The servants, who loved my mother, were respectfully absent, and I needed to be close to Mamma more than anything. Like tonight, the sky held little light. I was too young to think of taking a candle with me, not realizing, in my sorrow, that the lights from Pemberley would not shine as far as the mausoleum. He gestured down the road. They continued walking. My mother, Lady Anne, was the softness to my father's determination, the gentleness to his firmness. When I was younger, I suffered from nightmares where I was lost and could not find my way home. During the late hours, I would crawl under her bedclothes. She always welcomed me, then softly sang me to sleep. He paused to catch his breath. She was healthy, at least in my young mind she was. Therefore her death was sudden. In truth, Miss Elizabeth, I did not truly believe in my heart that she was gone. I thought it was some foul trick.
"I am grieved," she whispered. After a long pause, she added, "I do understand."
Elizabeth, I will see you safely to your father. Once we have arrived at Longbourn, I will step back, so you have the privacy you desire. I will not interfere, no matter how long it takes. You may remain in the drawing-room as long as you like.
As a woman, I cannot attend my father's funeral, as it is not considered proper conduct. Yet my need to be in his presence for the final time overwhelms me. She paused. "Pray do not misunderstand me, Fitzwilliam. I know my father died this morning. I know he is no longer amongst the living. What I'm not sure of is how to go on from here. Papa allowed me to come into his book-room and talk out my troubles until I knew my course. It is this wisdom I am praying for on this night's journey." He refused to take umbrage that she failed to consider him a source of wisdom.
"Then let us proceed."
For the rest of the 2 miles, the only noises were their footsteps on the gravel and the night sounds surrounding them. He could tell when a sound startled her, since she moved slightly closer to him each time. He did not mind. When they turned down the driveway toward Longbourn, they were surprised to see lights coming from all the downstairs windows. There was no carriage in the front of the house, and no other outside evidence of what could be happening. Extinguishing her lantern, Elizabeth quickly veered away from the roadway, toward a door at the back side of the manor house. Without waiting, she stepped inside. Darcy followed, leaving his lantern outside. "Cook, what has happened?" Elizabeth asked an older woman, beating a lump of dough on the table.
"Miss Lizzie, I will tell you straight out that the man who be master of Longbourn now is—"
She scowled. She put her hand to her chest. "He is here, already?" Cook continued as if Elizabeth had said nothing.
"Well, I best be not speaking of me betters."
She rested her beefy hands on the wooden surface.
"I know we told you that we, the Hills and me, would be staying here, but after an hour the new master, well, I'm thinking I'll be changing my mind."
She grumbled.
"A full supper expected on his arrival, after telling us he ate not 2 hours ago at the inn. We guessed he was coming, but weren't for sure. He'd not the courtesy to let us know. He says her ladyship, her high and mighty Lady Catherine of somewheres, insists that servants should know how to please their master. He expects us to know his desires without saying nothing, and just showing up when Mr. Bennet ain't even buried. Begging your pardon, ma'am. God rest his soul."
"I am shocked, Cook." Before the words left his wife's mouth, Hill came through the door. She could not see them standing in the kitchen from the massive pile of clothing and bedding in her arms.
"The man's an arrogant arse, Betty. Thank the Lord he has no wife and children, or we would never get the work done."
The housekeeper shifted her burden to wind her way around the large work table in the middle of the floor.
"He brought his dirty laundry and insisted that we rewash the sheets in the master's chambers, since he said they had the smell of Mr. Bennet on them. Why, I never. They were unused from the linen closet."
Cook glanced at Elizabeth before she replied.
"Oh, Miss Lizzie is here with Mr. Darcy, her new husband."
Hill dropped the bundle to the floor.
"Oh, pray, do not listen to me, Mrs. Darcy. Mr. Darcy, we will be fine here. It will likely just take a while to become accustomed to the needs and wants of the new master."
She rubbed her hands on her skirts.
"Are your mother and sisters well? Would you please tell Mrs. Bennet that I found the ring your papa wore during his university days, when Mr. Collins asked that the bed be moved to where it rested under the window, and we lifted the carpet underneath. The ring was wedged between 2 of the boards. I swear we must have swept right over the top of it when the carpet was aired, never noticing it was there."
Elizabeth pressed her hands to her chest. "You found it?" She was awed. "My papa mourned the loss of that ring. He'd earned it in a competition of some sort, in the house where he lived. He will be so— No, he would have been happy to know it had been found. Mamma will as well. Thank you, Hill." She wiped a tear from her cheek. "You see, it is already a good thing the new master is here. Had he not wanted the bed moved, this might not have been discovered until future generations chose to rearrange the room." She pressed her fingers into her palm, where the housekeeper had laid the ring. The bell over the inner door chimed.
"Oh, there he be again," Cook mumbled. "I'd best get this meal on his tray, or none of us will be getting any sleep tonight."
"Thank you both." Elizabeth gave a final look around the room. With a dip of her knee, she turned toward him. Darcy added his appreciation for their diligence and continued care of the family before following her out the door. In the lantern light, she moved the ring to her thumb. Closing her fist to keep the massive piece of jewellery from slipping off, she said, "Fitzwilliam, I no longer need to see my father. I know what I need to do." Elizabeth's eyes opened to a room with no light. In the darkness she detected someone breathing. Who was there? Her heart pounded. Her breathing was shallow. Bedsheets or something else was tangled around her, pinning her arms to her sides. Inhaling deeply to calm herself, she struggled to recall the details of her dream. She recognized nothing of her surroundings. It took a breath to recall that she was at Netherfield Park. She had been running through the barley field at Longbourn, although she could see the edge where the grains ended and a narrow road between the next field began. She could not reach it no matter how hard she ran. The sky, which had started as a brilliant blue, was darkening from heavy grey clouds gathering above her. Lightning struck, dancing its dangerous shards low over the horizon, making the air spark in its crispness. Glancing back, Mr. Darcy, Uncle Phillips, Sir William Lucas, Hanniger the blacksmith, and an unknown man dressed in a parson's garb were heatedly pursuing her. She could not tell who was in the lead from the angle where she stood. Elizabeth caught a glimpse of her papa ahead of her, waving her on to victory. She ran until her legs burned, the dry sheaves stinging her hands and arms, as she pushed through the rows. Behind her she could hear the men arguing as they pursued her.
"Lizzie is my responsibility. She's not yet reached her majority. I will decide what she will do. It will be up to me whom she marries,"
her Uncle Phillips claimed.
"Capital, capital. I will take Miss Lizzie to Lucas Lodge, where she will sit on the shelf next to my Charlotte. She will be content not to marry, and my Charlotte will not be alone."
Sir William was gleeful at the prospect. The blacksmith shouted,
"Miss Lizzie, well, I'd have her for me wife. Well, she'd be a right hand at mucking the stalls, and in no time at all she would bear me at least 6 sons to help at the smithy."
Mr. Hanniger had to pause for a breath between each word. He had massive arms and legs, but very little stamina.
She's mine,
the parson repeated over and over, leaving the impression that if he said it enough times, everyone would accept it as the truth. When she did not hear any comments from the fifth man, Elizabeth looked back. It was Mr. Darcy who said nothing. Instead, he ignored the others. His focus was on running. He pumped his arms in time with the movement of his legs, giving the impression of power and speed superior to any opponent. Once she realized that Mr. Darcy was in the lead, she determinedly increased her speed, pushing herself forward with all her might. Nevertheless, no matter how hard she tried to reach her father, she made no forward progress. The men were gaining on her. Peeking back, she saw that Mr. Darcy had widened his lead. With one final burst of energy, she faced forward only to find her father gone. Raindrops burst from the sky, soaking her to her skin. Or could it be tears streaking her face? She could not know. "No!" she screamed, when a hand grabbed her from behind. Spinning around to face her captor, her legs tangled in the bedsheets. "Who? What? How?" Her heart threatened to burst, until the words Fitzwilliam whispered as he pulled her close reached through her panic.
"Elizabeth, you are safe. It was a bad dream. It was not real,"
he repeated over and over. Chapter 19.
"Elizabeth, Wake up, I pray you. You were dreaming.
Darcy whispered, holding the trembling woman in his arms. His fingers combed through her silky waves as his other hand rubbed up and down her arm.
While I am grateful you turned to me for comfort, I am left wondering why.
Elizabeth snuggled closer as her breathing slowly returned to normal. You must believe me to be a bold tart coming to your room without an invitation.
I do not, he quickly reassured her.
His first reaction when he opened his door was surprise. Then it was gratitude.
You are always welcome.
I am grateful, dear man. Draping an arm around his waist, she said, Change hit Longbourn yesterday, like a fierce north wind causing irreparable damage. During the 3 miles back to Netherfield Park last night, I considered your suggestion of thinking of the consequences of my decisions first before acting upon them.
I married a wise woman, did I not? He teased.
Then I thought of returning to my mother and sisters. Where it would have seemed like that was the appropriate path for me, I inherently knew what would happen. Instead of taking the lead in offering solace to my sisters, my mother would have surrendered the task to me for 2 reasons. First, because I had taken on the responsibility of Longbourn for the past 11 months. She would have stepped aside like she has been doing. Second, I am now a married woman. Mamma would move back since she is now dependent upon my husband. It was at that point that I realised where I needed to be. Instead of being the comforter, I needed to be comforted. You, Fitzwilliam, became my fortress in my hour of need, my hero when I most needed to be rescued.
A hero, he murmured. I do like the sound of that.
She grinned, kissing his cheek. I am not made for sadness, husband. Additionally, my papa used to tell me to start like I meant to go on. As a final tribute to him, I chose to follow his guidance. I was a newly minted wife of a man I should get to know better. You held my hand when I needed it. You stood up to my uncle and aunt when you felt I was threatened. You rode to London to see to the future of my loved ones, and you gave my father the dignity and peace of knowing we were settled before he died. He felt the dampness of her tears on his neck. I did not know my heart before, Fitzwilliam, but I find that I am well on my way to loving you. With that said, know that it is my mission to increase my affection for you daily. His heart overflowed with an unnamed feeling at her words, making her a promise he would do everything within his power to keep. Knowing he was already well on his way, he said,
I will make it my mission as well.
Muted light glowed around the edge of the curtain. Dawn graced the land, slowly waking Elizabeth from a deep slumber. Is it raining outside? She inquired of the maid, after stretching her leg across the bed, finding it empty. No, 'tis not, miss. It be one of them lovely autumn mornings where the clouds failed to show up. The air be crisp and cool, though. You might want to wear your shawl. There'd be a bit of a draught next to the windows. I thank you. Donning her dressing gown and wrapping the wool shawl her maid handed her around her shoulders, Elizabeth went to the window and moved the curtain aside. The maid was correct. It was the perfect autumn day for a funeral. Tracing her finger down the inside of the glass, deep sorrow hit her with the force of 1,000 galloping horses, almost knocking her to her knees. Papa, she wept. Wisps of her nightmare flickered in and out of her mind. If Papa had not had his apoplexy, she never would have contacted Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth would not have worried about her future, and that worry for her mother and sisters would not have overtaken her until she spent day after day studying the ledgers and surveying the fields. She would not have learned economy. She would never have come to know and appreciate her papa's field of dreams. Her tears flowed unhampered by any effort to stop them. She would have heard Mr. Darcy's harsh insult at the assembly, without the softening influence of the 2 letters he had written her, and the fine counsel he gave. She would never have married him. When the maid returned with tea, there was a note on the tray.
9 o'clock. The pony cart will be ready.
She recognised the handwriting immediately. Fitzwilliam. This unexpected kindness, letting her know that he understood her need to observe the funeral, if only from a distance, gave her pause. Her father would have laughed at the younger man's folly, for Mr. Darcy putting himself out for others. Wait! Elizabeth's mind started spinning. Why would she even think such a thought? She recalled all the times her father would listen to the pleas of his wife and daughters, only to chuckle and wave them off with his hand because he could not be bothered. Berating herself for her lack of loyalty, Elizabeth more confidently considered the past. For a certainty her father, No, it was not possible, was it? Good Lord. Reality hit her directly between her eyes. Her father, the man she adored and respected, had in fact rarely troubled himself with the needs of others, including that of his own family. She was an imbecile. How could she not have seen this before? Did she know nothing about sketching characters? Was she so blind that she could not see what was in front of her face? Her father, the man she had worshipped, would not have wanted her to glorify him. He was as imperfect as everyone living. Instead, he wanted her to treasure her memories, only taking them out when the occasion warranted it. An image flashed into her mind of a time when she was in her 4th or 5th year. Her greatest desire was to learn to read the letters and scratches on the pages that her father found so intriguing. Once she made her desire known, her father set aside time daily to sit her on his knee in front of his desk so she could practice her letters on a slate. When she learned to recognize words, he taught her the power of numbers. From that time on, she was welcomed into his study any time, day or night. If she had a question, he allowed her to talk until she discerned a clear path to take. He taught her the difference between knowledge, understanding, discernment, and wisdom. It was an ongoing lesson that lifted her heart when she considered the value of what he instructed. She will never forget how she asked her father how he got so wise when she was 10. His explanation was a revelation. Books had been his reply. Turning the pages, absorbing the contents, and putting the information into practice led to understanding many things. He selected a book and turned to a specific page. He showed her what he meant. It was at that moment that Elizabeth finally understood. Her father loved teaching more than anything else, specifically teaching the written word. Had he not inherited Longbourn, Thomas Bennet could have stayed at Oxford, tutoring students or teaching classes. Would he have found satisfaction from doing what he loved? Would her mother and father have found each other? Would they have married and had children? Before her marriage, her mother was intent on elevating herself from a tradesman's daughter to where she had resided for the past 25 years. She would not have given Thomas Bennet the time of day had he been a professor. Turning to sit with her back to the wall, Elizabeth wrapped her arms around her knees. Where had this introspection led her? Despite his flaws, she loved her father, and she knew he loved her too. What of Longbourn? Had he loved the buildings, the land? Were they merely a source of income to provide for his family and his books? No, for the land was his field of dreams. What about her? Did she love Longbourn? In truth, no, she did not. She loved the memories created within the structure, but that was all. Lifting the paper with Mr. Darcy's masculine hand, she considered her feelings towards him. They ran rich, deeper than the soil. He was a handsome man, tall and strong. He had wealth, was educated, and treated her with consideration upon discovering that she was female instead of a young man. That reaction was telling. He could have stormed away in anger, exposing her to ridicule far and wide. Yet he had not. He had been gentle and tender with his affections the night before, considerate in every movement and touch. Elizabeth splayed her hands over her face. Goodness, the things they had done! Heat coursed through her body, settling on her cheeks. He was a cautious man. He would be a good husband, a good father, a companion she could spend her life with, who would not tire her or berate her for her impertinence. Like her father, although Fitzwilliam was imperfect, he was perfect for her. Using the hem of her nightgown, Elizabeth wiped her eyes. She would take the pony cart to the chapel where her father would be buried next to his ancestors. She would consider her future, even as the mourners gathered at the grave to ponder upon the past. If only females were allowed at a funeral. The first course of the day was to wake her mother and sisters, to see if any would join her at Longbourn. Within minutes, she understood that she would be going alone. Darcy remained awake for hours after Elizabeth fell asleep. She was a wonder, his new wife. Generous and trusting, curious and kind. She embodied everything he ever wanted in the woman he wed. When she stepped inside his bedchamber, she had boldly approached, standing on her toes, until her mouth gently brushed his cheek. With a slight turn of his head, his lips touched hers, softly, repeatedly. His heart pounded in time with hers. His fingers barely brushed her skin, the tips burning to explore. She was perfection. Dressing in his most sombre garments, he descended the stairs to break his fast. He doubted not that as soon as the maid entered their chambers with his note, Elizabeth would ready herself physically and emotionally for the ordeal to come. In his heart, Darcy knew that if his father had died first, there would have been nothing that could have stopped his mother from standing next to the grave to say her final goodbyes. As it was, easily recalled was the silence of the mourners as they surrounded Darcy and his father when they buried his mother. After the service, each man in attendance shook his father's hand and cuffed him on the shoulder, a male's way of expressing his feelings to another. When it was his father's turn to join his wife in the chapel mausoleum, Darcy stood alone. His relatives and acquaintances remained behind him or off to the side. The effort to contain his agony and fears almost was more than he could bear. But bear it he did. How would Elizabeth fare? It was hoped that her eldest sister or mother would offer support as they hid amongst the trees. He was finishing his coffee when she finally entered the room. "Mr. Darcy," she greeted him, a blush covering her cheeks.
"Mrs. Darcy?"
Lord in heaven, what a precious woman she was! Her active participation during the night was joyous, causing heat to sprout from his neck to his hairline. She moved to the front of a table laden with every savoury or sweet treat. Barely lifting her shoulders, she silently signalled to him that making a simple choice was beyond her at the moment. With a delicacy he was surprised he possessed, he helped her to a seat at the far table by the window, alerting the servants to bring tea. Returning to the side table, he selected a small piece of ham and a freshly baked roll with a spoonful of honey. Elizabeth's countenance was so forlorn as to stir his protective instincts.
"Elizabeth," he said softly, "pray eat what you can. When it is time for you to drive to Longbourn, I shall have the pony cart readied. Richard, Bingley, Hurst and I will follow behind far enough that you can be settled at a vantage point without interference. Should your uncle or anyone else try to prevent your attendance, I will not hesitate to step in on your behalf."
"I thank you, Fitzwilliam." Her voice was barely above a whisper. He vowed to himself not to let her out of his sight.
"Do you know where you will be once you arrive at Longbourn?"
Dipping her head for only the length of a breath, she said, "I will leave the cart at the stables. There is a slight hillside behind the graveyard." She flinched when she said the word. "A small cluster of oaks will keep me hidden." He thought he recalled the place, though he was not sure. He had not been in the area long enough to become familiar with the surroundings.
"I do not prefer to state the obvious, my lady, but you should have at least a few nibbles before your departure. If there is something else you feel would settle better than what I have selected, you only need to let me know, and I will see it obtained for you."
This time she looked directly at him. Her beautiful dark eyes were haunted. "I thank you." Seeming to have no appetite for the contents on her plate, she sipped the hot tea. After confirming their privacy, she said, "Fitzwilliam, this morning will be the last time I will be at Longbourn, as I cannot foresee a time or circumstance where I will ever return."
"Should you desire, I will bring you back, I promise."
Returning the porcelain delicately to the plate, she clarified, "My husband, this morning I recalled your comments about Mr. Collins from the times you stayed with your aunt. I cannot imagine that he will be a good manager of the estate. Within no time at all, things about the building and the land will change. In time, the place will be less and less recognisable as the home I grew up in. Having expectations that things will remain the same would be foolish and unfair to the new master. For me, these adjustments would distance me and possibly frustrate me when the simple truth is that it is no longer my concern."
He leaned closer. "What are you asking, Elizabeth? Just tell me plainly what you need."
Darcy could hardly breathe as he awaited her response. "Could we leave Hertfordshire today, or no later than tomorrow? I simply cannot bear to see another in my father's place so soon."
"We can."
He readjusted his plans.
"I will alert the servants that we will depart for London this afternoon. They can pack and follow us later. Once the funeral is over, I shall drive the pony cart back to Netherfield Park."
The relief on her face warmed his heart. It felt good to bring comfort to the woman he married. Reining the pony directly toward the stable, Elizabeth was disconcerted to see a stranger climbing the front steps of Longbourn. He was a tall man, dressed in black, with a grin as wide as the cat on a round of Cheshire cheese. When he sauntered into the entry of the main house, like he owned the building, Elizabeth's heart ached. Mr. Collins, the heir. Her husband was correct in his opinion. The new landowner was selfish. She wanted to be sick. That smile, above anything else Mr. Collins could have said or done, signalled his delight in the death of one Thomas Bennet. In that instant, Elizabeth decided she would have as little to do with him as possible. Handing the reins to a groom, she hurried around the house and up the hill behind the chapel. Tucking herself safely amidst the trees, she waited for the others to arrive. Wishing her father was beside her to watch his heir's reaction to the knowledge that the nephews of his patroness were in attendance, she almost wept at her nonsense. She could not look at the wooden box, nor the freshly dug earth. Instead, she gazed over the remaining stalks of oats, lining the fields, swaying in the breeze. A peaceful serenity enfolded her, as the sweet, nutty fragrance reached her. It smelled like a welcome, like home. Darcy watched her until she settled herself at the bottom of a massive oak. The tree probably grew from a sapling, decades before the current Bennets were born in Hertfordshire. An arborist measured the age of one of the oaks in Pemberley Woods as being close to 300 years. The grove where she sat had to be at least that old. Did Elizabeth receive comfort from the permanence of the tree? He did. When she leaned against that old oak, resting her head on the rough bark, Darcy's heart ached for her. How well he recalled the emotions flooding his body at the death of his parents. Everything seemed to hurt a bit more than anything had before or after. Nevertheless, Elizabeth had proven her strength during the spring, summer and autumn months. Her resilience had been tested. The very nature of managing farmland revealed a person's character. That she had stuck with the task, despite pressure from her uncle, was a testament to her inner nature. The jangle of harnesses and the creak of wheels drew Darcy's attention to the driveway. Approaching Longbourn Chapel was a short string of conveyances, led by Mr. Ralph Phillips. When Mr. Collins stepped out onto the portico to effusively greet his guests, Darcy saw a vision of what was to come. The new master of Longbourn would, in imitation of his patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, expect deference from the neighbourhood. Goodness! At every other occasion they had been in company, Mr. Collins grovelled and simpered at Darcy's feet. Would he still do the same as a landowner? Darcy shuddered. He hoped not. The men stepping from the carriage and cart behind Mr. Phillips were Sir William Lucas and his son, plus the blacksmith, Hanniger. The others were unknown to Darcy. One more carriage came up the drive. Darcy was pleased to see Mr. Gardiner descend the steps and walk confidently toward him. Sir William hurried to provide the introductions, as Collins flitted from one new arrival to the next. As they moved in single file to the gravesite, the new master of Longbourn gawped at the sight of Bingley, Hurst, Richard, and Darcy. Chapter 20. Elizabeth peeked around the oak's trunk to better see and hear. It mattered not that the men might see her. She had tolerated their criticisms from the time she had taken charge of Longbourn. Her worst critics should have expected her presence. She adored her father, and she had her husband's support. If he did not mind, who was anyone else to criticize her? Her heart almost burst when she saw her Uncle Gardiner standing next to her husband. Then she slapped her hand over her mouth at the exaggerated antics of Mr. Collins upon recognizing Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam. First, the top of his head almost scraped the ground from the deepest bow she had ever seen. Then he snapped to attention, his hands at his lapel as he welcomed the exalted personages, the nephews of his most exalted former patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, to his modest estate, Longbourn. When Darcy and the Colonel merely tipped their heads in acknowledgment, Mr. Collins, despite the reason for being at the graveyard, spewed forth comments that were both boastful and ignorant, with a countenance that was a mixture of excessive pride and faux humility. Had the man no self-control? "What a compliment to me that you have come to celebrate my finally receiving the inheritance I was due. Now that I am a landowner myself, we are equals, are we not?" Mr. Collins smirked. "Of course, my little estate is nothing to Rosings Park or Pemberley." "Mr. Collins." Darcy shook his head, and his lips pressed close together. Elizabeth appreciated her husband's attempt to restrain the man politely. It did not work. "Say, Mr. Phillips, the Bennet ladies are not here. I assume they are with your wife this morning. Do tell them to return to Longbourn immediately. I need a wife, someone to manage the house, since I have more weighty responsibilities. I believe I shall select a candidate from amongst them. I have heard the eldest is exceptionally lovely and kind, although the second daughter is supposedly efficient at caring for the estate. Perhaps I shall marry her to make my transition to ownership easier." Elizabeth wanted to chuckle, when Darcy, the Colonel, Mr. Bingley, and Uncle Gardiner's mouths gaped open. Had the man no sense at all? Apparently not, for he continued, "The servants will say nothing, although I insisted that the housekeeper, the maid, the butler, and the cook tell me what I wanted to know. It was like they took an oath of silence. Why, they will not learn to oppose me. I will cast them to the street and replace them with qualified workers who know who the master of Longbourn is." He rocked back on his heels. The Colonel cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Collins, the Bennet ladies are not your concern. I have it on authority that they are now under the care of my cousin Darcy. Enjoy being the master. I doubt it will be as easy as you presume." Mr. Collins sputtered as a red hue crept up her Uncle Philip's neck. "Mr. Phillips, you told me that all 5 Bennet daughters would be available for me to inspect, to see which I feel would make the best wife. You have misled me, sir." Her husband turned on his heel to march down the path and enter Longbourn through the kitchen. What was he about? She could barely see him from her position. Fortunately, she could hear almost everything. Various degrees of anger and humour swirled together in Elizabeth's insides. Clasping her hands around her middle, she was appalled at the display from Mr. Collins, until she realised how much her father would have enjoyed his heir's ridiculousness. Snickering softly, she waited impatiently for Darcy to return to the group. He, too, would see the irony, she suspected. Before her Uncle Phillips could reply to Mr. Collins, Darcy walked from the house. "We are much appreciative," and "Thank you kindly," came from the voices behind the door. Instantly Elizabeth recognised Cook and Hill. What had her husband done? "Let us get on with this," Darcy ordered, quieting Mr. Collins and reminding the others of the reason they were gathered. Not many minutes later, and it was over. The solemn words of the rector washed over Elizabeth, bringing comfort and peace. From her hiding place in the oak grove, she took one last look at her former home. With determined resignation, she knew it was time to move forward. As he had promised, Darcy took the reins to the pony cart to drive her back to Netherfield Park. Tension poured off him in waves. "Fitzwilliam?" She leaned closer until her side was pressed up against his. "Thank you for bringing dignity to the occasion. I appreciated it, even if my father's heir did not." She peered at him closer. "Are you angry at me?" "What? Why would you think I was angry at you, Elizabeth?" She chuckled softly. "In truth, I suspected you were not. But, husband, if you continue to grind your teeth in that manner, I fear you would need soft food for the remainder of our marriage. I suppose your cook could serve your meat finely chopped." He growled before he grinned. "You are a vixen, Elizabeth Darcy." He huffed. "Collins is a fool. Do not be surprised to see Longbourn servants at Pemberley's dower house. I reward loyalty, Elizabeth.
That they protected you and your sisters from the unwanted attention of their new master is worthy of compensation."
"Oh, what a lovely surprise! Oh, my mother in particular will be pleased." She wrapped her hand around Darcy's arm. "Thank you for your kindness." The Colonel, Mr. Hurst, and Mr. Bingley must have chosen that moment to race back to Netherfield Park, for they passed by the cart, leaving a small cloud of dust behind. Taking advantage of being away from the direct view of others, Elizabeth kissed her husband's cheek. "I also reward kindness, Fitzwilliam," she whispered against his skin. His grin was almost as wide as his face. Clicking his tongue, he hurried the pony toward Bingley's estate. Darcy and Elizabeth entered the breakfast-room to find the other gentlemen at the buffet, with plates heaping of fried meats, cheeses, bread, fruit and eggs. The Bennet ladies sat in silence at the far end of the table, their food barely touched.
"Are you able to eat now?"
Darcy asked. She had taken only one bite of the ham he had procured before they left for the funeral.
"It will be a long day of travel. I think you will need the sustenance, as will your family if they join us."
"Thank you, I am." Elizabeth slipped her hand from his arm and moved to her mother and sisters. Darcy immediately felt the loss. Good heavens! How was it possible that after less than a day he was accustomed to having her by his side? It was something he would consider later. For now, he needed to see that his wife was well fed. Hurst, Bingley and Richard joined them at the table. Although subdued, Mrs. Bennet encouraged his cousin to tell stories of his wartime exploits, something Richard enjoyed more than anything else. His cousin was a good man, so Darcy was unconcerned that the accounts would not be watered down to be appropriate for the ears of ladies and young girls. Elizabeth, seated at his right, tapped his leg under the table, sending a jolt through him from the arch of his foot to the tips of his hair. Had lightning hit him, it would not have been any more effective. "Fitzwilliam, do Mr. Bingley's sisters typically join you in the morning, or do they take trays in their rooms?"
"Why do you ask?"
He peered closely at her. Her profile was perfect. Elizabeth's dark eyes were large, her nose slightly upturned, her cheeks high, and her chin too pert not to notice. He intimately knew the fullness of her lips, having tasted their sweetness repeatedly during the night. Therefore he was surprised to see them pressed together tightly. "Do they know we were married yesterday? I cannot help but believe that as tightly as Miss Bingley was holding on to you at the assembly, and her confidence in speaking of you as being her betrothed, her hopes for her future felicity were very much in your direction. She will not be pleased, I suspect."
"Never would I have chosen her for a wife. As for our marriage, I said nothing to her or her sister. Whether her brother did, I cannot surmise. He spends as little time with his sisters as is possible in a house this size. So does Hurst, as a matter of fact."
He sipped his coffee.
"You should know that Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst have endeavoured to keep themselves separate from Meryton society. They brought their own servants from London, so the likelihood of them hearing gossip from the village is slim."
Elizabeth stirred her tea. "I hear them coming. We shall see, shall we not?" Arching her brow at him, she inhaled deeply, before relaxing her shoulders and releasing the tension from around her mouth.
"I have no doubt that you are up to the challenge, Mrs. Darcy."
He could not contain a small grin. In the month he had known her, he did not doubt her courage. Elizabeth Darcy had nothing to fear from Miss Bingley, or any of her sort. Miss Bingley stopped just inside the door. "Oh, I had thought you Bennets would have a tray in your room since you're in mourning." Her comment was laced with bitterness and scorn. Elizabeth watched her husband's reaction. Placing his utensils and napkin to the side, he stood, his face as stern as she had ever seen it. Before he could say a word, Francine Bennet spoke up. "Oh, Miss Bingley, you do us a kindness with your concern." Her mother sniffed. "We would have been in dire straits if not for Mr. Darcy." "Yes, he is an excellent man." The possessive look that the lady gave Elizabeth's husband set her teeth on edge. Apparently it did the same to her mother. "Oh, Miss Bingley, we are now at the mercy of Mr. Darcy. If he chooses to eat in your dining-room, we will join him. If he remains in his rooms with my Lizzie, then we will keep to ours." Elizabeth was horrified at the vulgarity of her mother. The intimacies between a husband and wife were never spoken of in public.
With your Lizzie? Mr. Darcy with Eliza Bennet? Miss Bingley sneered. Oh, that would never happen in a million years. Mr. Darcy is far too refined and discretionary to consort with females with dirt under their nails and muddy hems. Elizabeth controlled herself not to gasp. The insult was egregious. Enough! Darcy's tone caused the whole room to quiet, footmen to stand in place, and the others to pause in their eating. It is apparent that the hostess of Netherfield Park does not welcome my family and me. Therefore we shall be returning to London today. Our luggage will follow. Oh, no, Mr. Darcy, Miss Bingley hurried to clarify. It is not you and Colonel Fitzwilliam who are not welcome here. Why, just as you receive us to your home, we are pleased to return the favour to you. Turning toward Elizabeth's mamma, she said, It is only that we were unprepared to receive those in mourning. Mr. Bingley's head dipped in shame at the embarrassment caused by his sister.
Caroline, you are not the master here.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Charles. Was it a kindness to bring them to a house of strangers? Better for them had they gone to their friends and acquaintances, who would offer them comfort from knowing and caring for Mr. Bennet. It would have been to their benefit. Her alteration in attitude had no effect on Fitzwilliam Darcy.
You have said enough, Miss Bingley. I will remove Mrs. Bennet and her daughters, including my wife, from your presence. You shall not be bothered by us again.
He tipped his head to Bingley.
Thank you for hosting us in your home. You are always welcome at mine.
Your wife? Miss Bingley's hands trembled, her face drained of all colour. Miss Eliza, you married her? How? Why? What did she do to entrap you? Oh, surely a man with your power and influence could easily see it undone.
Caroline!
Bingley attempted to stop his sister before she dug herself into a hole so deeply that she would never see the light of day. Darcy held his hand out to Elizabeth, which she took, entwining her fingers with his.
Ladies, he said to her mother and sisters, we shall depart as soon as you are ready.
Ignoring their whimpering hostess, the ladies departed the room in a single file, behind Darcy and Elizabeth.
You have done yourself no favours, Caroline,
Elizabeth heard Mr. Bingley say, once they were outside the breakfast-room.
Darcy leaned down to speak with his wife. Pray, hurry upstairs to gather whatever the servants have not yet packed. I shall be in the library writing an express to my housekeeper in London, so she will expect us in about 4 hours. An express also needs to be sent to Pemberley, to alert them that Longbourn servants will be arriving to set up house in the Dower cottage. I shall also need to send a note to Mr. Gardiner. He planned to come to Netherfield Park to see your mother, after a brief stop at the Phillipses' house.
Francine Bennet's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, bless you, Mr. Darcy. Extending her arms, she rushed her daughters up the stairs. Lizzie, I must speak with you privately before we depart. Oh, yes, mamma. Clasping her husband's hand, she mouthed her thanks, before following her mother. 6 steps up, on the first landing, Elizabeth looked back. With the light from the windows on either side of the massive front door shining behind him, her husband looked like one of the powerful Greek gods she read about in her father's mythological dramas. He was handsome, he was powerful, and he was hers. Chapter 21. Oh, Lizzie, her mamma sighed. Mr. Darcy is a fine man, who will take such good care of us. Clasping Elizabeth's hands in her own, she continued, I have clear memories of my newly wedded days, and nights. Heat flooded Elizabeth's cheeks at the memory of her first kiss. Her husband smelled fresh and minty. He tasted delicious. She would never forget the first time. Well, she was sincerely grateful that she married a considerate man. Mamma! Her attempt to halt her mother's speech was fruitless. No, Lizzie, what I have to say is important. Mrs. Bennet grabbed her fingers. As I said, I recall those days clearly. At the time, my greatest wish was to be alone with Thomas, as we discovered all the ways we brought joy to each other, and discovered the delight of being married. Therefore, I will beg my brother for an invitation to stay in their house while we were in London. I'm sure they will not mind. This time it was Elizabeth who comforted her mother.
I thank you for your consideration, mamma. Uncle Gardner was still at Longbourn when we departed for Netherfield Park. He intended to stop to see Aunt Agnes before coming here. Perhaps we can speak with him before he leaves, making it more comfortable if we divide up between the two carriages. I shall speak to my husband.
Oh, bless Mr. Darcy!
Releasing Elizabeth's hands from her grasp, she turned to her other girls.
Oh, do hurry! We would not want to keep an important man like Mr. Darcy waiting.
Darcy's town coach was comfortable enough for 6 full-grown men. Nevertheless, it was a tight fit, with 1 man and 6 women, a large picnic hamper, an even larger pile of blankets that Bingley swore they needed for their journey, and a stack of books his host included for the ladies to pass their time. Darcy had no complaints, for his bride was pressed against his side until every inch of his skin warmed from her slight form. He was unsurprised when, after depositing the Bennet ladies with Mr. Gardner, Elizabeth removed her bonnet, rested her head on his shoulder, and fell sound asleep. He wrapped a soft quilt around his wife, snuggling her into his side, where her nose pressed into the column of his neck. Darcy almost immediately joined his wife in slumber. The couple woke when the carriage made its first and only stop to refresh the horses and allow the occupants to stretch their legs. Once a light meal and tea were provided, Elizabeth accepted her husband's arm to stroll through the small garden at the side of the inn. The rest had done her a prodigious amount of good, allowing Elizabeth to consider their circumstances thoroughly. Smiling at the man next to her, she asked, "Sir, I regret admitting I forgot about your cousin entirely. Did Colonel Fitzwilliam remain at Netherfield Park?"
Darcy grinned. "Oh, not at all. Richard departed before we did for London. My sister stays with his parents, and he—" "Oh, heavens above! You cannot imagine what I failed to do."
His free hand slapped his forehead, nearly knocking his hat to the ground.
"Before I departed Pemberley, my sister asked me to tell her all about my new correspondent. She assumed young Mr. Bennet was handsome as well as knowledgeable. I intended weeks ago to write Georgiana to explain that Mr. E.R. Bennet was a lady."
"I hope she enjoys a surprise, for you are married to E.R. Bennet," Elizabeth chuckled. His face a lovely shade of ripe tomato, he said,
"Well, at least I can tell her with confidence that you are indeed handsome and knowledgeable. She will enjoy being correct."
Elizabeth's laughter floated on the breeze. "Mr. Darcy, I'd not thought I married a tease." He stopped. Turning to face her, Darcy lifted her chin with his fingers until her eyes saw nothing except his dark brown orbs, rimmed in thick lashes.
"I do not joke about something this important, Elizabeth. You fairly take my breath away. I am proud to have you as my bride."
She thought those were the loveliest words he could have spoken. Clearing his throat, he said, his voice firm,
"Let us walk, Mrs. Darcy, or I fear we will not make it to London today."
Wrapping her hand tightly around his arm, she pointed out the different shades of orange, yellow, and red in the leaves of the remaining plants. However, her thoughts remained with the man next to her. He proceeded to tell her about the household arrangements at Darcy House in London and Pemberley, naming the primary servants and describing their characters. Fitzwilliam Darcy had gone from a helpful gentleman in Derbyshire to an arrogant brute in Meryton. Then his loyalty came to the fore, and Elizabeth began to see him as he indeed was. Her husband had the respect of his servants and his friends. He had the worship of ladies like Caroline Bingley, who wanted what he possessed. He had stood up to her Uncle Phillips and the heir of Longbourn for her. His reasoning and quick action protected her family, and he proved himself to be kind, gentle, and tender. She was pleased he was her husband. In all honesty, she said, "I am proud to be Mrs. Darcy." He grinned from ear to ear. This time it was her turn to stop. "Oh, my dear man, you must be rethinking your praise of me, because my mind wandered as you were speaking about your household servants, to wonder how the two of us have come so far. You left Pemberley, thinking you would assist a young man, while you were hosted by your good friend Mr. Bingley, and I believed you were a hero when you arrived in Hertfordshire. I admit that your comments at the assembly temporarily crushed my understanding of your character. However, you are now firmly elevated to the highest rank again. Your armour shines brilliantly in the autumn sunshine." He smirked.
"You are teasing, Elizabeth Darcy."
She grinned. I might be embellishing and simplifying for a smile.
Well, dear wife, I will accept your kind words by considering the intent behind them.
Running a gloved finger over her cheek, he added,
In truth, it soothes my heart to know that our marriage is pleasing to you. We have a good beginning. Our soil was tilled and turned by adversity. With that said, the seeds of affection planted early on will grow. I have every confidence that if we both tend these seeds carefully, they will be healthy, happy stalks.
She rested her fingers on the back of his hand, where it rested on her shoulder. She appreciated his analogy. No, the truth was that she loved his words, for they brought images of a future and a hope for the two of them. May we forever flourish, Fitzwilliam. The couple was awakened early the next morning by Richard pounding on the door of the master's suite. Through the door they heard him say, "You'd better ready yourself, because Georgiana overheard me tell father last night that you were in town. Since she knows you rise early, she should be here any minute. Oh, and by the way, I said nothing about your marriage." He snickered before his footsteps could be heard running back down the hall. Elizabeth flung the covers back on her side of the bed. At the same time Darcy did his. Rushing to make themselves presentable for the day, they speculated on Georgiana's reaction. Darcy guessed she would be surprised. Elizabeth hoped for laughter. 20 minutes later, they were in the front drawing-room, awaiting her arrival. Elizabeth was seated in a chair to the side of the room. Darcy stood at the fireplace when his sister entered. She was a lovely girl, of Lydia's age, with a welcoming smile for her brother. "Oh, Fitzwilliam, how was Hertfordshire? Did you meet Mr. E.R. Bennet? Was he handsome? Did you find the lady of your dreams? Are you to be married?" Darcy swept her into an embrace.
"Georgie girl, wonderful. Yes, 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 and no."
She giggled. "Allow me to guess. Hertfordshire was wonderful. You met Mr. Bennet, and he was handsome. You met a lady? Really? Oh, I'm very happy for you. Are you not ready for marriage? Oh, well, perhaps soon." His grin was pure mischief.
"She is here, sister dear, if you turn this way."
He directed her with his arm until Georgiana faced her. "Oh!" Georgiana curtsied. Elizabeth stood and did the same. Approaching, she smiled at the girl. "Good morning. I am E.R. Bennet from Longbourn in Hertfordshire." Georgiana's mouth gaped wide. "You are E.R. Bennet? But how is that possible?"
Darcy replied, "Georgie, this is not just E.R. Bennet. This is not Edward Robert or Edmund Richard, but Elizabeth Rose Bennet Darcy, my wife."
The girl's eyes widened as her hands covered her mouth. "Wife!"
"Absolutely. You told me to find happiness in Hertfordshire, and I did."
"Oh, this is the best day ever. You have a wife, and I have a sister. At last." The spring was Darcy and Elizabeth's favourite time of year. Their winter at Pemberley had been delightful. Jane was distracted by Mr. Bingley, who gave up the lease on Netherfield Park, for a property less than 10 miles from Pemberley. They were to marry once her mourning period was over. Needless to say, Bingley's sisters were not welcome in the new Bingley estate. It took no time for Georgiana Darcy to absorb herself into the Bennet family. Having Mary, Kitty and Lydia, who were mourning their father, subdued in their attitudes, was a blessing. As the months passed, and time healed broken hearts, the girls joined together at either the dower house or the main house to compose stitching patterns, peruse fashion plates, dream or fret over coming out in society, and play for hours upon hours on the pianoforte. Their joy at being together dimmed the memories of Longbourn. A recent letter from Charlotte Lucas, announcing her betrothal to the master, caused nothing more than a small ripple in the lives of the Bennet ladies. Elizabeth was pleased that her friend was well situated, but shuddered at her being attached to Mr. Collins. "Fitzwilliam, are you finished with the accounts yet?" Elizabeth stood at the corner of his desk, tapping one booted foot on the hardwood floor. He slowly turned to the next page, making no comment. However, she saw his grin widened. "You are a frustrating man, Mr. Darcy. I cannot know why I thought having you review the household accounts as I do Pemberley's estate books was a good idea. Shame on me for thinking you would take one look and praise me for my thoroughness." The journal closed with a snap.
Ha! Darcy stood. You are one to talk, Mrs. Darcy. You take your time with my books. I thought to do the same. I will freely admit that reading about the price of spices and linen cloth hardly compares to wheat, oats, barley, and hops. Are you quite ready for your outing?
Had she looked in a mirror, Elizabeth would have seen her smile almost from ear to ear. Silly man, I was born for this. When he held out his hand, she did not hesitate to place her palm against his. Over the months, she knew that he would do anything to protect her. Thus the seat on the pony cart was padded with soft pillows. The drive to the acreage where the barley had been planted took almost 20 minutes. With every turn of the wheel, Elizabeth's excitement grew. She loved the gardens at Pemberley, both formal and naturally formed. Yet it was the fields, the rich soil in the farthest reaches of the estate, that brought her the most contentment. Before they reached the point where she could finally see what had been sown 5 days prior, her husband tied a scarf over her eyes. She did not mind in the least. Her heart pounded as her body almost quivered in expectation. She could smell the dirt. Cows bellowed in distant fields. Birds chirped from their roosts in the trees. The air was cool, but the sun warmed her face. In a few short moments that seemed to take forever, the pony stopped.
Come, my love.
Darcy carefully handed her down. Placing his hands on both of her arms, he walked behind her as she took a tentative step forward.
Good day, Mrs. Darcy. It's a fine day to be in the fields.
It is, Mr. Duncan. She yearned to pull the blindfold away from her eyes. Are you happy at Pemberley?
That I be, Mrs. Darcy. I don't mind working, but I will not give my labour away or pay to slave for someone else day in and day out. The new master of Longbourn fairly robbed me of my hope, stripping it clean away. I'm right happy to be here.
Mr. Duncan had arrived in Derbyshire with the rest of the Longbourn servants. He had quickly settled in. She smiled. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. She heard him walking away.
My dear wife.
Darcy put his arms around her, gently directing her back to his chest. Untying the scarf, he allowed it to drop, where she had a full view of the fields. Elizabeth squealed, spun in his arms, and clasped him tightly around the waist. Oh, it is the most beautiful sight I have ever seen. He turned them until she no longer had her back to the barley, just showing green above the soil. Row upon row of newly visible sprouts covered the surface as far as her eyes could travel. Whiskey and beer, she whispered.
Bread, soups, and animal fodder,
he countered. She tapped him on the chest. No, dear man, where you see practicality, I see possibility. Elizabeth looked up and caught his smile. Oh, I love you for this, you wonderful man. He could have given her diamonds and pearls, expensive art fit for a museum, or every luxury known to man, but he knew her heart. Fitzwilliam, I will confess that I have a surprise of my own. His brow arched. Because he knew her accounting records, he was aware that no large purchases had been made. Taking his hand in hers, she placed it on the lower part of her abdomen. Barley is not the only thing sprouting at Pemberley. He was stunned, barely able to breathe.
We are.
We have the first little stalk, my dear man. Darcy's eyes misted. His chest almost burst. He pulled her to him, burying his face in the crook of her neck.
My darling wife, my dearest love, I thank you.
You are my heart, Fitzwilliam. I love you too. He pulled her closer for a kiss that promised a lifetime of happiness in their field of dreams. The end. This has been Field of Dreams, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2022 by Quiet Mountain Press. Production copyright by Quiet Mountain Press, LLC.